The saint's will exuded an aloofness and supremacy that seemed to overlook the mortal world from atop the clouds. However, that strand of the celestial venerables will stood even above the clouds, looking down upon all beings with an even more indifferent and ruthlessly majestic demeanor. A trace of surprise seemed to emanate from within the saint's will. Immediately, the will of the celestial venerable fiercely suppressed, severing the saint's will that crossed tens of thousands of miles. With the annihilation of the saint's will, only a tumultuous force remained in space. Li Hao's body, which had just coalesced, was once again shredded by the chaotic forces, turning into thousands of fragments. But swiftly, he was reborn from a drop of blood. As long as a single drop of blood remained undestroyed, he would not die. Such was the power of the three immortal extreme realms. Seizing the momentary respite granted by the severing of the saint's will, Li Hao quickly consolidated himself, underwent the ultimate immortal transformation, and then dashed at full speed toward the distance. But the surrounding space was chaotic, directions were indistinguishable, and though at the extreme of immortal transformation, with extremely subtle senses of heaven and earth, Li Hao felt as though he was in a river without banks, as if the surrounding space was constantly shifting. The immortal gate that originally stood right before him now seemed to be separated by layers upon layers of space, unreachable. Li Hao's heart was filled with both shock and anger as he rapidly cycled through numerous body refinement techniques. Previously summoned by Chu Juyue, he had entered the Tao comprehension realm but had not yet fully completed his cultivation. His Tao power was not entirely transformed, and he had not cultivated all the body refinement techniques to condense his physical body. At this moment, leveraging the surging power of heaven and earth, Li Hao suddenly activated the primordial Taoist body. The raging power infused into his physical body turned this originally incomplete cultivation technique into one of Taoist level, capable of cultivating a supreme Taoist body, briefly transforming into the Tao itself, ungraspable, undetectable, and neither harmed nor eroded. As the cultivation technique operated, Li Hao's flesh also became more refined and his physical body strength slowly increased. Veiled by the supreme Taoist body, he sought an exit in this chaos space. But before long, a will descended suddenly, belonging to that very saint whose will had been severed before. Yet this time, in addition to indifference, there was a clear hint of anger in the being's mood. The idea that his own saintly will could be severed was simply unimaginable. Moreover, the Tao thoughts that severed his will were vast and powerful, seeming not to be an individual's will but as if the entire sky was bearing down. This was a force that even he could not comprehend. The saint's will descended, and through his understanding of the void Tao, he rapidly captured the traces of Li Hao's figure. Despite being exceedingly concealed and having morphed into the great Tao, he still perceived him. Perhaps other saints might not have detected him. To have transformed into the Tao to this extent, truly deserving of death. With a bang, a massive force swept over, attempting to crush Li Hao once again. Li Hao, realizing he'd been detected, was shocked and enraged, unable to believe that the saint would not let go. He roared, refining the will of the celestial venerable once more and slashing out. Whose will is this? The saint's will was immediately severed, seeming truly angered now. Without the saint's will exerting control, its power, following its original trajectory, quickly impacted Li Hao. Li Hao swiftly activated the supreme Taoist body, transforming into the Tao as a rushing wind. Even in his Taoist form, his body was nonetheless sliced open. The great Tao is indestructible, but it can be split, just like Li Hao had previously slain 6 beings of the Tao Law realm. With sufficient oppressive power, the Tao can be divided like the flow of water, though not eroded. Even if shattered into billions of pieces, each disconnected from the others, it would not disappear. Li Hao hurriedly healed his body once more, entering the ultimate immortal transformation, using his perception of heaven and earth to search for an exit in the chaos space. If he stayed here, he would be found sooner or later. However, before Li Hao could catch his breath, that saint's will that was just extinguished had recondensed. And this time, it was not just the saint's will. A vague silhouette appeared in the void, an incarnation of the saint projected into the space. HMPH. With a cold snort, the vague incarnation suddenly raised its hand, with an even stronger murderous intent this time, the space tightly constricting around, and numerous chaotic blades swept toward Li Hao like a hurricane. Li Hao's eyes blazed with fury as he violently wielded the fame and merit Taoist sword, unleashing a ferocious slash. Sword chi surged like rivers across the chaos space, but it was overwhelmed by the disruptive force, relentlessly rolling toward him. Li Hao hastily coalesced a wisp of the celestial venerable's will, slashing at the incarnation. This time, the vague incarnation was on guard, suddenly raising its hand, isolating the powers around it, forming layers of space, extending the suppression of the celestial venerable's will. Yet, as though it could traverse time and space, the will of the celestial venerable precisely suppressed him even beneath his various defenses. The fuzzy incarnation trembled, on the verge of fading, the saint's will restrained. This time, however, it did not directly dissipate. With the void incarnation as support, it withstood. Yet, even so, Li Hao's action had thoroughly infuriated it. Countless wild vortices emerged in the void, rushing toward Li Hao to devour him. Li Hao was like a man at sea, with the other party as the master of this void ocean, able to call the wind and summon the rain, controlling everything. "Break for me!" Li Hao's eyes wild, he let out a roar. He had endured many tribulations, unwilling to die here. Before the divine might saber, he had not shed tears. Before countless demons outside the pass, he had not bled, and now, he erupted with an overwhelming will. With all Tao power and physical body strength galvanized to the extreme, along with the heaven and earth power he harnessed. Boom! He mobilized a portion of void energy and viciously cleaved at the surrounding vortex. The vortex tore apart, but the next moment an endless tide of void storms swept in, relentless and infinite. Even as an avatar controlled by a mere hint of a saint's will, its methods and power had already surpassed those in the Tao Law realm by dozens of times. Peeved, Li Hao's body was torn asunder, his flesh sliced by the void energy, defenseless, his frame becoming fragmented. Even as he had become one with Tao, merging with heaven and earth, at this moment, this force of the void was capable of slicing through heaven and earth themselves. Such was the attack of a saint. Li Hao desperately executed various Taoist-level body refining techniques, trying to withstand this corrosive force, but his body was still being ripped and shattered. Blood and bones scattered all around, excruciating pain engulfed his consciousness, yet at this moment, Li Hao's consciousness was absolutely dominated by that trace of the celestial venerable's will, suppressing everything, including his own pain. He made every effort to gather what remained of his body, to undergo blood rebirth. But then, sensing Li Hao's intentions, the blurry avatar, which had previously discerned Li Hao's life-saving methods after 2 strikes, suddenly extended a finger. The void trembled as if boiling, countless blade-like rending forces cut toward Li Hao's scattered remnants. The scattered blood was churned up and completely obliterated. Li Hao's consciousness wavered, filled with shock and fear. The other wanted to wipe out all of his flesh and blood, to utterly annihilate him. Although he could be reborn from a drop of blood, if not a single drop remained, then death was certain. After emerging from the abyss, this was the first time Li Hao had faced a dead end, and it was only against a saint's avatar. He had thought that the difference between the Tao comprehension realm and the saint realm was only one realm apart, but at this moment, Li Hao felt it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Before the saint realm, everything was insignificant. Even the larger ants of the Tao comprehension realm had no chance of resistance. Within his fragmented body, suddenly, a Tao domain was released. The 49-layer Tao domain instantly expanded, as if forming an absolute domain. But in the next moment, this domain was invaded by the unstoppable void energy and began to tear apart. The highest laws contained within the void, sharp as blades perfected to the utmost, began to cut through the Tao domain. Though it seemed slow, as if cutting through a thick book, it was still being torn apart. A hint of surprise appeared within the saint will of the blurry avatar, clearly not expecting Li Hao to have so many tricks up his sleeve, 49 layers of Tao domain, a bit exaggerated. Having such vitality, if he had dedicated it to studying and cultivating realms, he might have even taken the path of sacrificial Tao. Boom! More void energy converged to slaughter. Li Hao watched helplessly as his Tao domain was invaded and torn apart, unable to stop it. At this point, he had only one last resort left. His consciousness urgently plunged into his sea of consciousness, activating the saint's mark. With a hum, the silvery gray mark seemed to unfurl within his sea of consciousness. Then came surges of an immense and boundless aura, spreading out from Li Hao's sea of consciousness. Li Hao had an extremely deep impression of the saint that had bestowed the mark upon him, as if he sat enshrined in the immortal divine world, surrounded by celestial radiance that filled the sky, with Tao revolving around him untouched by dust. Now, he could only ask for help from that presence. He had hesitated to activate this mark earlier, as he hoped to rely on himself as much as possible, unwilling to incur another favor and be bound by it, but now he had no other choice. As Li Hao's body began to emanate the saint's aura, the blurry avatar frowned slightly, intensifying its assault, eager to completely eradicate Li Hao. But when the mark was activated, releasing a hazy aura, it enveloped Li Hao's body and blocked part of the attacks. At the same time, a shadowy figure appeared before Li Hao's eyes, the very saint who had bestowed him with the mark. "Save me," Li Hao pleaded urgently. The other also saw Li Hao, surprised. "You're not dead yet?" "What?" Li Hao was stunned, his mind feeling as if struck by a thunderbolt, somewhat bewilderedly staring at him. The figure seemed separated by an endless void, blurry and indiscernible in features, but the voice came through extremely clear. "You." Li Hao felt his mind in turmoil. What did that mean? But at that moment, the other no longer paid him any heed. Instead, their attention turned to the nearby avatar of the Void Saint, seemingly surprised, and quickly grasping the situation, with some understanding, said, "Being hunted, is it? That's good. I was planning to take you under my wing and slowly wear you down, but now it saves me the trouble." Young Saint? At this time, the avatar of the Void Saint also recognized the saintly presence Li Hao had summoned. Saints lived eons, obviously recognizing each other. "Void Saint, such a minor figure. What drives you to kill him? Do you have any feud with the Ji family?" The being addressed as Young Saint asked curiously, probing for a motive in the question. Upon hearing this, Li Hao felt as if doused with cold water from head to toe, suddenly coming to his senses. But following that, waves of shock and anger overwhelmed him. This was all too abrupt. He had not detected the slightest clue beforehand and had thought he had an ace up his sleeve. Was the earlier offer to take him as a disciple just a deception? And from the dialogue, it seemed that this saint had a grudge against the Ji family? The bestowment of the mark, was it meant to smother him? So this child is of Ji family blood, I see. The avatar of the Void Saint understood after hearing this, the hostility on its being decreasing somewhat. He knew this young saint had a significant grievance against the Ji family's ancestor, and after the ancestor's fall, they had dissipated and reincarnated, with reincarnated bodies cutting off past life karma. Impossible for even saints to trace unless the reincarnated body itself awakened memories and returned to the saint realm. Since that's the case, the young saint won't object to me dealing with the boy, will he? The avatar of Void Saint spoke calmly. "Of course not, it actually saves me the trouble," the avatar of Young Saint said with interest. "Even if you don't act, I would personally do so. This place is no longer under the Ji family's control, nor is it in the mortal world. Killing him won't alarm the Ji family. I'm just curious how he managed to provoke you. Harming my saint heir deserves death." The response from the avatar of Void Saint was extremely terse. He did not disclose that the ordeal of accepting disciples in the mortal world had revealed the youth before him to be from the Seven Extreme Realm. He knew that news of this would shake the entire land of all saints, despite awareness that the primordial Holy Land and Heavenly Phoenix Holy Land had witnessed it and could not be kept in the dark. However, if he could slay Li Hao before the news spread, it would all vanish like bubbles. A fleeting monster will, at best, be a topic of lively conversations for a while before dissipating into the clouds and being buried in the dust of time. If he revealed this news now, it might lead to unforeseen complications and possible second thoughts. I see. After hearing this, the young saint did not ponder further. Besides this, he could think of no other way Li Hao could have provoked a saint. "It's all yours then," the young saint said and turned to glance at Li Hao, seemingly offering a faint smile. "Seeking my aid? Did you not consider why I was the first to appear after the Ji family's extreme Dao steel test? Do you think those who frequently linger at your doorstep are neighbors, or are they enemies? Hey, Ji family, I will ensure the Ji family never rises again." He sneered slightly, yet his figure gradually faded from Li Hao's sight, not worrying for a moment about Li Hao's chances of survival. After all, an avatar of a saint was acting personally. No amount of monstrous talent would help. Seeing the other party vanish without attacking him, Li Hao felt a mix of shock and rage but also a slight release of tension. He had thought he summoned a strong ally, only to find it nearly a path to doom. Saints, saints. Li Hao clenched his fists with indescribable anger. While the two conversed just now, he had quietly healed his body and realized the treacherous nature behind the Dao mark. The other party was the Ji family ancestor's enemy, constantly observing the Ji family. The extreme Dao steel test could showcase the true talents of geniuses. If the Ji family really birthed a monster from the Four Extremes realm, he would be discerned by the adversary, who, under the guise of offering apprenticeship, would essentially be leading the G family into a trap. Everything was a plot, a saint's scheme, not to eradicate the G family entirely but essentially to obliterate it. There would be no hope for advancement unless this saint were to fall. In the presence of saints, they were reduced to mere straws, thinking they had a future when, in reality, they lived without hope. At this moment, Li Hao felt an extra hint of relief. It was fortunate he had many aspirations and did not rush things earlier. If he had rashly attempted to activate this mark and become the disciple of the adversary. With his earlier situation in the mortal world, the adversary would certainly have accepted him first, then, as suggested, would either lead him astray, misteach him, leaving no hope of becoming a saint, or simply put him to death. Nothing was more satisfying and reassuring than keeping the descendants of one's foe under their watch to serve their own ends. Devious, ruthless, Li Hao now also realized that saints were not without desires. Instead, their cravings were immeasurable and unimaginable. However, thinking about this was useless at the moment. His gaze turned to the avatar of Void Saint, his eyes brimming with anger that was heavy and faintly savage. "So that was your last card just now, wasn't it? Time to die?" The avatar of Void Saint said indifferently, pronouncing Li Hao's death sentence without any fuss. As soon as the words fell, void power surged around like boiling water suddenly swept over, forming countless sharp blades squeezing towards Li Hao, unstoppable. Li Hao's eyes were filled with rage and the intent to kill. At this point, he had nothing to lose to carve out a sliver of chance. But was there truly such a chance? Li Hao did not know, but he did know he could not die so easily. "Saints, saints. If I don't die, I will shatter your holy lands and twist off your heads." Li Hao's eyes reddened, and he roared fiercely as his body refinement realm rapidly circulated, bones cracking, and his physical body's strength concentrating and increasing. His physical body strength gradually approached tens of millions of pounds, which, though incomparable to the heaven and earth power he could now harness, the pure physical body strength amplified all aspects of his body, greatly impacting his ability to manipulate and endure the heaven and earth power, and more. Boom! Li Hao roared, swinging his sword in a chop, with his limbs turning red with exertion, swiftly pulling the power of heaven and earth, and cutting down viciously. The sword chi was like a rainbow, immediately shattering two vortexes before tearing straight through them. At the same time, more void vortexes attacked, cutting openings across his body. Various silhouettes emerged behind Li Hao, projections of different body refinement techniques. His entire skeletal structure jumped and transformed, his muscle strength was enhancing, and his self-healing ability increased. Yet, these void blades were too sharp, unstoppable. Even the stacking of his 9-layer Dao domain only slowed their assault. Void Annihilation Hand. Seeing Li Hao still struggling, the eyes of the avatar of Void Saint chilled slightly, and he suddenly raised his hand. The surrounding void power converged, fiercely transforming into a collapsing black hole like palm, slamming down toward Li Hao. Upon contact with the great void hand, the Dao domain began to crumble and disintegrate. Li Hao, driven by anger, swung his sword, yet the torrential heaven and earth power was swallowed directly upon touching that great void hand, incapable even of delaying its crushing blow. Li Hao watched with his eyes nearly bursting, his body's major veins violently ruptured, breaking even the heaven and earth vein, letting out a roar as he pushed his bodily strength to its utmost limit. Boom! He fiercely swung his sword, unleashing infinite momentum. In that instant, his flesh and blood condensed and tightened. Under the extreme operation of numerous body refinement techniques, his body underwent a rapid transformation. Dazzling sword light sliced through, colliding with the immense hand in the void. The void trembled, laws grew chaotic, countless sharp blades impacted, slashing across Li Hao's body. And in the surrounding emptiness, many more towering blades came killing, not halted nor impeded by that one sword. His body felt as though it was being torn apart, wounds kept appearing. Li Hao's flesh writhed and trembled, continuing to contract. His physical body strength gradually climbed until it reached the massive threshold of tens of millions of pounds. At a certain moment, Li Hao felt his entire body quiver, every bit of his flesh and blood, all his cells, seemed to be shaking. He felt as though he was being peeled open, and from the trembling flesh and blood, trickles of an even more extreme, more special strength emerged. At this moment, his physical body touched the limit of life, unable to cross, the deepest secrets of his flesh seemed to be activated. Waves of heat, erupting like a volcano, emerged from all over his body, from every bone, from every drop of blood. Radiant golden light blossomed from the wounds all over his body. The blood that once flowed turned into dazzling reddish gold at this moment, the blood emanating endless golden brilliance as if it were the blood of divine beings. Li Hao's brain, thoughts, and everything else were crushed by the transformation, as numerous pieces of information flooded into his mind. The extraordinary insights of the 9-stage of physical body path quickly enlightened him to the transformation and condition he was experiencing at that moment. He had touched the power transmission ultimate realm. The extreme realm of universal force is divine power, and this ultimate realm is like divine blood. If divine power is just a temporary entry into a state where one's strength explosively increases by tenfold, the flesh turning reddish gold like a deity, then now, he had undergone a thorough transformation, his flesh had changed fundamentally. Divine blood. This was true divine blood. If the 3 immortal realms' powerful beings bred descendants, they could pass down a portion of their bloodline power in the blood, which mortals revered as divine blood. But in reality, it was like the mortal world's sword saints, saber saints etc., who were merely praised using those grand titles, rather than being truly as the name implies. But now, Li Hao had touched the limit of life, his flesh transformed, and the blood in his body underwent a true change, turning into divine blood. The once unattainable in his youth was now cultivated by his abilities. And it was true divine blood. This also meant that, at this moment, he was no longer a mere mortal, but had transformed into a deity. That golden blood seemed to contain infinite, majestic life force, each droplet of divine blood capable of unleashing an instance of unwithering strength. Li Hao felt that this divine blood was like the great Tao, seemingly indestructible. The avatar of Void Saint sensed the sudden change in Li Hao's aura, pausing in surprise, and his expression immediately changed. That radiant golden light and familiar aura made a name surface in his mind, demon race. No, more accurately, the divine clan. But that was an ancient race, long sealed off by the All Saints, and also the most primal race in the land of All Saints. Transformation. So that's it. This is the secret of the divine clan, cultivated into being by the human race, but what realm is this? The avatar of Void Saint noticed this earth-shattering secret from Li Hao and a trace of gravity appeared in his eyes. It turned out that the divine clan was not another clan, they had originally been the human race. Could it be that the ancestor of the divine clan had also achieved this through cultivation, and then propagated the bloodline, hence giving birth to a race like the divine clan? He thought of many things in an instant, but soon, those thoughts were also temporarily put aside. Looking at Li Hao, whose flesh was rapidly healing and radiating a fearsome and healthy aura, the killing intent in his eyes turned even colder. Then you should die even more, accompanied by the Void Saint taking action again. A sudden surge of waves arose in the void. That was the void tide, and also the true power of the Void Saint using his reflected incarnation. Li Hao propped up his Dao domain, but the 49-layer Dao domain was rapidly pierced through, unable to make any changes. He mobilized the power of the void, condensed a sword, and cleaved the tide in front of him in half. The Dao power within his entire body circulated, and then he raised his hand to slap the surrounding waves. Boom, boom, boom. Consecutive explosions of Dao power echoed in the void, but the void tide seemed endless, ceaselessly assaulting Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao felt an inexhaustible sensation throughout his entire body, brimming with energy, constantly at the peak of divine power eruption. However, despite the power transmission ultimate realm causing a qualitative change in his body, the transformation was a bloodline anomaly, and the enhancement in strength was not significantly apparent. 10 million jin of pure physical body strength was no match for the void tide, falling to pieces at one blow. Boom! The tide pressed closer, and Li Hao's arms were torn apart. A large quantity of golden divine blood spurted out but was not obliterated by the void's sharp edges. If it were his original physical body, it would quickly be worn away and disappear, but now, this divine blood stayed suspended in the void, twirling like golden beads. In the face of the void's power capable of grinding even a saint heart treasure to dust, the blood only deformed but was not annihilated. This change seemed insignificant, but at this moment, it gave Li Hao a glimpse of hope for life. He continued to struggle, wielding his sword and slapping, but he allowed the void's power to shred his flesh even more. His blood and flesh splattered, his body riddled with holes like a hornet's nest due to the erosion of the void's power. But his bone and blood were scattered all around, and Li Hao could feel that every drop of blood contained his Tao thoughts and will, ready to gather at any moment, each drop capable of condensing into his true form. At this moment, Li Hao suddenly understood that the various realms of the martial arts, including the final realm, seemed interconnected and mutually reinforcing. Like the seventh extreme realm's blood rebirth, with this realm, one can achieve ultimate immortal transformation, fully unleashing the power of the sixth extreme realm. And now, the divine blood of the power transmission ultimate realm, with all his bodily blood able to condense into his true form, but without the integration of will into heaven and earth of the ultimate immortal transformation. Even if divine blood could regenerate, what would be reborn would only be a puppet without the main body's consciousness. But now, his consciousness could merge with heaven and earth, making it difficult to be instantly annihilated. Furthermore, divine blood was incredibly tough and indelible, significantly enhancing his life-preserving capabilities. Swoosh, controlled by his will, divine blood flew out in all directions. Li Hao dispersed from a hole into many, shooting out in all directions. The Void Saint also noticed that Li Hao's flesh and blood were difficult for the Void's power to annihilate, a trace of solemnity appearing in his eyes. The strength of the divine clan, which made all saints wary, primarily lay in their ability to achieve extreme path to saint ascension. This path was too convenient, and yet their physical bodies were not as robust as the young man before them. This was probably also because most of the divine clan they encountered were descendants of ancestors, with their bloodline diluted. Boom! The Void Saint raised his hand, brought the Void together to confine all of Li Hao's divine blood. As the Void's power enveloped and obliterated, much of the divine blood was confined but was like being in the Void's furnace, continuously melting but not immediately dissipating. Instead, it slowly dissolved at a rate of tens of thousands of splits per second. This process looked like refining. The rest of the divine blood quickly condensed into Li Hao's appearance, and at this moment, it suddenly multiplied into thousands, charging in all directions into the Void. The Void Saint's face grew cold as he confined the Void, imprisoning these droplets of divine blood one by one, melting them drop by drop. He hadn't expected that a mere Tao comprehension realm individual would be so difficult to kill. The distance between saints and those in the Tao comprehension realm was vast. Even a semi-saint could slay with a single thought, let alone that he had gathered his incarnation for this. As a large amount of divine blood was confined and refined, his power was split, allowing Li Hao's fragmented body to escape into the distance, his spattered divine blood forming behind him, wielding heaven and earth power to throw, stirring the entire Void into chaos. Li Hao noticed that when he previously connected to the saint's mark, the reflection of the other party's descent, although it didn't save him, the appearance of the other made the Void tear open a crack. Although that crack was quickly concealed, Li Hao still caught a trace of it. He continued to wield his sword and erupt with power while not deliberately resisting the eroding Void power, allowing his body to become even more damaged, his divine blood scattering. Among the large amounts of fresh blood, tens of drops of divine blood quietly disappeared, using the power of the supreme Taoist body to transform into Tao and slip into the Void. Covered by all phenomena attributes, they scattered in all directions. Escape. Li Hao knew that engaging in combat with this saintly incarnation here brought no benefit. Even if he could slay the incarnation, what might arrive next could be its original body. Moreover, he currently did not have the power to destroy that incarnation. The disparity in power was too great, and the seven extreme realm was still far from sufficient. Had he not touched upon the sixth final realm's celestial venerable will, a mere hint of saint's will would have been enough to obliterate him. The difficulty of battling in such adverse conditions was beyond imagination. Swoosh, all of Li Hao's divine blood shot out, and under his will's control, this blood could explode with tremendous power, all employing returning ruin instantaneous movement. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of droplets of divine blood, simultaneously using instant teleportation to scatter and escape. Such a tactic incensed the Void Saint. What was expected to be an easily suppressed ant had now exploded with a tenacity to escape that was terrifying. He swiftly acted, condensing and solidifying the Void, trapping many of the divine blood droplets that had just sprung from the ruins, confining them in the Void. But the Void's power couldn't directly grind them down, it could only slowly refine them. If the confinement was released, the divine blood would escape, and continuing to confine would drain the Void Saint's power. He felt unexpectedly powerless at this moment, as if his incarnation reflected here struggled to exert its strength. Cutting down a mere Tao comprehension realm cultivator, He actually felt it was troublesome and difficult. But this only made him more resolute in his determination to slay Li Hao. Another avatar shimmered into existence in the void, and two avatars simultaneously made their move, aiming to kill and restrain the divine blood in all directions. Boom! Li Hao's body was completely torn apart by the void tide, but his blood and bones fled in all directions. If the opponent used the saint's will to capture him, he would directly use the will of the celestial venerable to annihilate it, forcing the void saint to search and suppress with greater effort. Li Hao's thoughts became unprecedentedly focused and calm, suppressing his rage deep within his heart. He discreetly overlaid the river snow painting and hidden bow with other concealed attributes onto a small amount of his divine blood and elongated strings of this blood with the invisible line technique of fishing, burying them in the chaotic void. The remaining divine blood either fled or condensed into his body, unleashing the sword tide against the foe, stirring up a terrifying momentum. His goal was not to kill but to conceal. With his current strength, facing a saint meant he had no chance of battle, only to conceal and escape. He had memorized the previous rift, and now he covertly shifted a portion of the divine blood there. Boom boom boom, in the void, waves and sword chi collided. The void saint appeared to grow irritated and suddenly merged the power of his two avatars, pressing down with his hand. Instantly, the entire void solidified, as if time itself had stopped. The divine blood, which had been escaping to an extremely remote place using returning ruin instantaneous movement, was now also restricted. The void within 10,000 miles stood still. Afterward, the void saint raised his hand and began to smelt the frozen divine blood incessantly. The blood, which he could previously obliterate with a wave of his hand, now had to be slowly grinded down, just like golden beads, and it was extremely time-consuming. Although the void saint was annoyed, he had no choice. There were gains from this battle for him, as he had personally witnessed the hidden origins of the divine clan. As time went by, the divine blood, bone fragments, and remnants scattered in the void were all gradually destroyed and ground down by the void saint. Such a hard-to-kill being from the Tao comprehension realm is indeed rare in the world. The divine clan actually cultivated their physical bodies. It seems that I still need to improve my physical cultivation. The void saint muttered to himself, then looked towards the emptiness, where his gaze swept through, leaving nothing behind. He extended his senses and soon detected a trace of fluctuation in the void. Boom! With a grip of his hand, the void trembled, and a drop of divine blood was squeezed out. The void saint gazed at it briefly, then continued smelting. The various abilities this youth possessed had indeed broadened his horizons. The subtlety of this concealment would have gone unnoticed had he not become a saint through the void Tao. After more than 10 minutes, having ground away the drop of divine blood, the void saint glanced around once more, and then, without lingering, disappeared from the spot. Shortly after his departure, suddenly, 3 drops of divine blood emerged in the void. These 3 drops of blood carried Li Hao's will and swiftly rushed towards the void rift he had previously captured, to prevent it from disappearing. Yet, as soon as the divine blood reached the rift, a figure emerged. It was the previously vanished void saint. With cold and mocking eyes, he stretched out his hand and grasped all 3 drops of divine blood. "You thought I didn't notice the rift? I left it there on purpose?" The void saint's eyes were cold as he squeezed the divine blood in his palm. Void power surged and tore it apart continuously, refining it. Li Hao let out a scream of agony and a roar of fury, struggling to resist, but with only 3 drops of divine blood, he could hardly tap into the power of heaven and earth. It didn't take long before he was obliterated. The Tao power within the divine blood was stripped away and began to dissipate in the void. Tao power cannot be eradicated, but as the will that wields it is destroyed, it will gradually dissipate and return to heaven and earth. The void saint looked at the emptiness, laughed coldly, and then his avatar dissipated. The void also returned to normal, silent and still. A long, long time passed. Only then did a drop of golden divine blood emerge from the void. As soon as this drop of blood appeared, it rushed rapidly toward the rift. As it did so, the divine blood rapidly transformed, coalescing into the form of Li Hao. Swoosh, finally, touching the rift, Li Hao escaped through it. However, as soon as he crossed the rift, Li Hao saw a familiar figure and aura. It was the Void Saint's avatar. The adversary stood outside the rift in the universe, with a smile that was not quite a smile, watching Li Hao. Turns out there really is something, quite adept at disguising. He reached out with a hand, pressing down directly at Li Hao as the void became restricted. Li Hao, revived through blood rebirth but in an extremely weak state, looked at him in shock and rage, roaring, "I will never let you go, even in death." Soon his body was crushed by the suppression and exploded on the spot. The Void Saint congealed the exploded flesh into a sphere in his palm, refining it. This method of concealment is indeed unique. Even I was unable to detect it, the Void Saint murmured to himself. He had noticed earlier that the opponent possessed some very special abilities that could even escape the eyes of a saint. This made him take the matter even more seriously. Such a monstrous individual must not be allowed to break free. While his avatar was present to kill Li Hao, his true body was being held accountable by the saints of the primordial Holy Land and the heavenly Phoenix Holy Land and could not split his attention. Though his true form was preoccupied, that didn't matter. The Void Saint's avatar had no intention of leaving, continuing to watch over this section of the void. As a saint, he had all the time in the world. Meanwhile, inside the Immortal Gate, Ancestor Yu and the goddess sensed the disturbances within the Immortal Gate had ceased, as if the battlefield was moved, or more likely, the young man had been killed by the Void Saint. After all, he was merely at the Tao Comprehension realm, and the instant the avatar of Void Saint personally descended, his fate had been sealed. This revelation filled their eyes with shock and anger. Such a monstrous genius had been eradicated by the Void Holy Land. The Seven Extremes realm, both ancient and dazzling, was a rare existence across the entire Land of All Saints, and they had never heard of it before. You see, within the Land of All Saints, in nearly 1,000 years, many saints had reincarnated and rebuilt themselves. Even some saints had reincarnated personally, all in an attempt to break through to the Eight Extreme realm. Now, this youth was only a step away and yet was slain by a saint. Even many of the reincarnated saints had never cultivated to the Seven Extremes realm, and even if this youth was a reincarnated saint, his achievements and insights in this life alone were already unparalleled across the ages. The hardships of the Seven Extremes realm were harder than others could imagine. Beyond the universal force and the cycle of the usual realms, certain realms could not be achieved merely through time and inheritance, such as the soul succession realm. Without a grand spirit in reincarnation, one still couldn't harness the soul of heaven and earth. And comparatively, the most challenging was the Sixth Extreme realm. Perception and cultivation techniques could not make up for it. You, from the Void Holy Land, prepare for the wrath of all saints. Ancestor Yu's eyes blazed with rage. Such a monster should have belonged to their primordial Holy Land. If he could have reached saint in the primordial Holy Land, even if he regained the memories of his past life as a saint, it would have been a good connection, an asset for them. But now, it was all in vain. HMPH, should we continue the test, or else, perhaps this Immortal Gate should withdraw? The elder snorted, not bothering to argue. G and others, upon hearing their words, all turned pale, barely able to believe. The astoundingly brilliant youth had just died like that? They hadn't even caught up to his pace, yet he had already turned to dust. They were somewhat dazed, somewhat distracted, as if suddenly missing something in their hearts, leaving an emptiness. The elders' indifferent attitude towards life angered them, but they knew that compared to a holy land, they were still too weak. Anger was of no use, in the chaos of the void. As time passed, there being no concept of time here, it felt like months, or perhaps years, had gone by. Suddenly, a golden bead appeared in the void, a drop of divine blood. However, the luster of the divine blood was no longer as dazzling as before, now dim, eroded by the forces of the void. After the divine blood revealed itself, its aura remained obscure, but this time, it did not head towards the gap but drifted elsewhere in the void, searching for another exit. As this drop of divine blood drifted, it gradually congealed into the form of Li Hao. Has that guy left already? Li Hao cautiously looked around. But suddenly, a figure emerged before him and softly said, "Are you looking for me? You're quite patient. This must be the last drop, right?" The figure that appeared was indeed the Void Saint. He watched as Li Hao's body was eroded by the void forces, his vitality waning, a hint of indifferent killing intent in his eyes, which was within his expectations. The void was not a pleasant place to stay. After so long, even if Li Hao could disguise himself, he would still be eroded and perish unless he could comprehend the void Tao here and manage to stay indefinitely. But if someone could comprehend the void Tao, he, being a saint of the void Tao, would definitely detect it. You. Li Hao looked at him in shock and then showed despair in his eyes. You seemed quite convincing earlier, but now it should all truly end. Void Saint's eyes were cold and harsh. With a swift hand movement, he unleashed a suppression, a power of the void enveloping the area. Li Hao burst out in a mad rush of power, but he was too weak at the moment and was quickly subdued. Then his body exploded. This time, the burst flesh and bone did not splatter. Instead, Void Saint confined and directly refined them.
Void Saint glanced around and slightly shook his head, his avatar dissipating from there.
However, he had not truly left but was still hiding in the void, silently waiting. Although he perceived that this might be the young man's last drop, to be cautious, he decided to stay a bit longer.
The one from his previous life must have experienced heavenly tribulation as a supreme saint. There's something disturbing about him that makes it impossible for me to calculate.
Void Saint's avatar's eyes flickered. Under normal circumstances, he could easily figure out someone's situation without just waiting around here. During this period, his main body also underwent a lot of pressure, as many saints who heard the news came here to hold him accountable, and others took advantage of the situation to cause trouble. However, compared to these folks who were only verbally aggressive, the real hurt came from two other saints who openly confronted and engaged in a vast saints battle with him. Saints rarely fought each other because it was difficult to completely kill one's adversary. Without absolute certainty of killing, they would not easily take action. Nevertheless, those two saints attacked recklessly, as if mad, and if he were not a void saint, whose survival skills in all saints were excellent, he would truly have been injured. In the void, this was his battleground. Every saint's Tao was different, and in a battlefield that matched their own great Tao, they were almost invincible beings. Even supreme saints were reluctant to confront him. They also attempted to rescue this youth, but fortunately, he had earlier shifted the void battlefield. The place he guarded was now far away in a zone beyond the reach of the immortal gate, unknown to anyone but him. Those two saints were so enraged probably because they knew the youth from his past life. Unfortunately, you provoked my void holy land first. Void Saint's avatar did not regret attacking Li Hao. Even if they had no prior grievances, it was done. After all, from the intelligence he gathered, this youth had a deep relationship with the Zhang family, and since the Zhang family had disciples in the primordial Holy Land, this youth would likely have entered there too. If the primordial Holy Land were to produce another monster like this, the Void Holy Land would have to give way even more in the Cloud Realm from now on. Time flew by. The avatar of Void Saint still stood guard here. When he last decimated that young man's final drop of blood, the opponent had already been suspended in the void for a year. Eroded by the void, his flesh had decayed, even the divine blood had dimmed. 3 years had now passed, and still, there was no sign of life inside. The Void Saint had calculated, based on the dimness and depth he had previously observed in Li Hao's divine blood, that after these 3 years, the power of the void should have completely decayed it. That is to say, even if the other side was still hidden in here, he would have already rotted away, unable to disguise his aura anymore. Just like prey chased by a hunter into a cave, even though it doesn't come out for a long time, it has already starved to death inside, or even rotted away. However, to prevent the slightest possibility of an accident, the avatar of Void Saint still did not leave. He intended to eradicate even the what-ifs. When saints acted, they cut the grass and removed the roots, leaving no trace of calamity. As time went on, his Void Holy Land also faced repeated provocations from those two saints, but he had already dispatched another avatar to make good with the young saint. Asking for his aid, now things had temporarily stabilized. In a daze, another 3 years passed. The avatar of Void Saint sat there, staring at the unchanging void, the last despairing visage of that youth surfacing in his mind, and was now certain that the other had truly died. That last drop of blood had been obliterated. Even if he hadn't died, he must have left the void by now. Continuing the vigil was meaningless. After all, such a long time exposed to the void's erosion was enough to reduce the other to dregs. Still, due to his cautious nature, he chose to stay 3 more years. Time passed quickly. Since that instance, when the mortal world opened the immortal gate, a total of 10 years had passed.
The avatar of Void Saint slowly stood up, taking one last glance at the space flowing with chaotic heaven and earth power like a river. After such a long time, with no divine blood reappearing, there was no doubt he had slain his foe.
His avatar dissipated right there, his thoughts returning to the Void Holy Land. As the avatar of Void Saint dissipated, the void remained as tranquil as ever. Time subtly changed, with several more months passing. Suddenly, a faint gold light emerged. It was an extremely weak thread of gold. Not easy to notice, and very inconspicuous. It was covered with all phenomena attributes, the river snow painting, hidden bow, and other familiar concealments, camouflaging its own aura to the extreme. In addition, there was the art of fishing, which concealed oneself as the line. Many acts of camouflage combined together had finally eluded the saint's perception. At this moment, the gold thread was very weak. After emerging, it did not probe its surroundings but instead dashed straight into the void. Without the avatar of Void Saint to block it, the gold thread used returning ruin instantaneous movement, traversing continuously without encountering the avatar of Void Saint. Li Hao finally understood that the other side had left. He wandered through the void, his golden threads immensely weak. This thread of golden divine blood had sustained until now because he had covered other divine blood around it like clothing, corroding layer by layer, which had allowed it to hold on until this moment, but it was also severely damaged, and the void's power eroded away nearly all of his Tao power. After an unknown duration, in the flowing void, as the golden thread was on the brink of erosion and obliteration, Li Hao finally glimpsed a crack that led to the outside world. Without hesitation, he swam toward it and quickly squeezed out of the void, arriving in the outside world. In that instant, abundant heaven and earth energy surged in. At this moment, Li Hao truly entered the All Saints world within the Immortal Gate. As soon as he made contact, Li Hao could feel the power here was richer and stronger than in the mortal world, so intense that even without actively absorbing it, it seemed to force itself into his body. Li Hao looked around and not seeing the avatar of Void Saint, finally let out a sigh of relief. In that void, he had hidden 2 other golden threads, making a total of 3. This one was meant to scout, but it seemed the other really had left. During the explosion of his body and the scattering escape of his divine blood, he had utilized all kinds of methods and schemes, including the desperate cries and curses of his divine blood, all to convince the other that he had truly died. The drop of divine blood had been intentionally eroded by the void, a calculated gamble, and now it seemed that he had guessed right, and bet correctly. He had won this wager. At this moment, as he absorbed the heaven and earth power, Li Hao's body gradually stretched out. Constituted of golden filaments, it transformed into the shape of a body. However, having stayed in the void for too long, the power's erosion was too profound, and his self-healing speed had slowed down, becoming sluggish. The chi force throughout his body was also thin and scattered. During the previous combat, even the heaven and earth vein had shattered. This battle had resulted in extremely serious injuries. As soon as his body had formed, Li Hao's consciousness succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. His body plummeted straight from the high heavens, his flesh falling like a meteor, directly descending. With a thud, he crashed onto a mountaintop, causing the ground to tremble. In a hazy state, Li Hao thought he smelled a soft fragrance and felt a pair of delicate and smooth hands lifting his arm. His consciousness then completely succumbed to slumber, alone in the darkness, until he heard a series of calls, and after a long time, Li Hao slowly opened his eyes to the gentle voice of an old man. "Are you awake?" Li Hao was startled, his heart suddenly chilled, and he swiftly opened his eyes to see a benevolent-looking white-haired old man. At the same time, a pungent and strong herbal scent wafted over, along with other musty smells. As Li Hao's consciousness gradually cleared, he looked around to see that he was lying on a straw mat, surrounded by ancient and dim trees within a courtyard-like building, with an empty yard beside it. Hanging from the eaves in various places were some dried herbs. Not far from the straw mat was a large bronze furnace, emitting steam and the scent of medicine. Li Hao paused, then turned to the old man beside him and asked, "Where is this?" "This is the Sword Ancestor Holy Land." The white-bearded old man smiled and said, "You look heavily injured. Were you fighting with someone, or being pursued by an enemy? Fortunately, you met me. I treated your wounds, though no medicine seemed to work on you. Luckily, I had another kind of medicated ointment that helped stabilize your condition." Li Hao was slightly startled. He looked down to see himself dressed in a simple blue and white robe. On the inside of the garment, there were still faint scars visible on his chest. He possessed the attribute of concealing brilliance and nourishing obscurity. If he relaxed out of combat, his body would slowly self-heal. After reaching the 3 immortal realms, this attribute was not of much importance to him, but now that his flesh was damaged, this attribute seemed to have played a role again. "I owe you my life, Senior." Li Hao immediately sat up and thanked. The white-bearded old man chuckled and said, "No need to thank me, she's the one who saved you. If you want to thank someone, thank her." Saying this, he pursed his lips towards the yard. There stood a woman in green clothes, practicing her swordsmanship slowly and gently. Yet her sword momentum was robust, seemingly driving the chi force of the surrounding heaven and earth. Li Hao concentrated and could see that the woman's cultivation was extremely high, her movements imbued with Tao power. She was unmistakably of the true man realm. Simultaneously, her sword intent was refined and full of spirituality. Li Hao suddenly recalled the faint scent of fragrance when he had been unconscious and abruptly got up, walked barefoot into the courtyard, and bowed with his hands folded in front. "Thank you for saving my life, miss. May I ask how to address you, so I can repay you in the future?" "No need. Just leave once your injuries are healed, and try not to disturb my sword training." The woman in green didn't turn around, her sword movements unceasing, her voice as pure as melting snow on a snow-capped mountain. Li Hao was taken aback, glanced at her silhouette, and suddenly remembered, when he had fainted earlier, his body had just reconstituted and he was naked. A blush crept onto his face, he coughed lightly, and without further disturbing her, slowly retreated back to the courtyard. Sitting on a wooden plank under the eaves, he brushed the mud off his feet, and then Li Hao returned to the straw mat inside the house. He looked around the room, which seemed to be an alchemy room, filled with medicinal herbs. "Qing Ying is just like that, don't take offense." Seeing Li Hao's embarrassed expression, the white-bearded old man smiled and said to him. Li Hao quickly replied, "Of course not, of course not. How could I take offense at a life-saving grace? You've only just recovered a bit, so it's best not to walk around too much. Resting quietly would be good for you." The kind old man with white beard advised. "Okay." Li Hao nodded. He also felt the current condition of his body, which was worse than ever before. Staying in the void for too long, his war body shattered, suffering deep erosion from the void powers. These forces seemed to solidify within him, like vicious piercings, constantly damaging his flesh, balancing out with his body's natural healing. He could only rely on the attribute of keeping a low profile to heal slowly. The Tao power that was converted within his body also dissipated quite a bit, and his cultivation fell to the true person initial stage, thus needing to concentrate Tao power once again. The injury he sustained this time was severe, but the only consolation was that his life was at least saved. To have escaped from a saint's grasp was also considered a miracle. Thinking of the Void Saint and the Young Saint, a killing intent involuntarily emerged in Li Hao's heart, but he quickly suppressed it and set aside such thoughts for the moment, focusing on recovering from his injuries. "By the sound of your accent, you don't seem to be from my Kanglin realm, are you?" The old man with white beard asked kindly in a warm voice. Kanglin realm? Li Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he was not in the cloud realm. Otherwise, lying low right under his enemies' noses, with his current strength, would still be too dangerous. "I was chased by enemies and fled here from somewhere else. Thank you for taking me in, elder." Li Hao said humbly. His words were honest, though he omitted the fact that his pursuers were saints. The old man with the white beard's eyes flickered slightly and a smile appeared on his lips as he said, "Getting involved in Zhonghu affairs, it's hard to avoid trouble. I won't inquire about your enemy. This place is the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. You can stay here and heal in peace." "Thank you," Li Hao expressed his gratitude once again. The old man with the white beard did not say much more, but instead picked up some herbs beside him and began to crush and grind them into powder. In the courtyard, the breeze blew gently. The swordsmanship of the young lady seemed to draw in the energy of the air, with streams of white mist gathering at the tip of her sword like ribbons, graceful yet contained a sharp, crisp attack. It embodied both softness and hardness and hinted at the profound path of ultimate tenderness. Li Hao sat on a grass mat and watched. He could tell that the young lady's sword techniques were profound and in no way inferior to his own. At present, his sword Dao was still at 6th stage, yet he hadn't realized any other artistic skills into the 7th stage through spirit entering. Previously, despite the advancement in his realm from consecutive battles, his swordsmanship and fist skill were falling behind. In combat, he felt somewhat powerless, and now it seemed a good opportunity to improve his sword Dao while recuperating. With a thought, Li Hao opened his panel and looked at his current attributes. Physical body Dao at 9th stage, control Dao at 7th stage, body path at 6th stage, sword Dao at 6th stage, fist skill at 6th stage. As for artistic skills, chess Dao at 6th stage, musical rhythm at 4th stage, poetry and books at 4th stage, carving at 4th stage, cooking Dao at 9th stage, artistic path at 7th stage, fishing Dao at 5th stage. Skill points remaining. 5 points. State of mind, heart of poetry and books, heart of carving, usable. The 2 states of mind he had exchanged for only 200 merit in the merit treasure vault made his poetry and books and carving smoothly enter 4th stage, able to continue gaining experience. Had he attempted to comprehend them on his own, he would have had to ignore everything else for at least 2 to 3 months, fully immersing himself, thus saving several months of effort. Now it seemed that among the 3rd types of artistic skills, choosing to focus on chess Dao at the 6th stage was the best option. Li Hao had played a game of chess with Emperor Yu before, and he had already vaguely touched upon the chess Dao spirit entering. Now he was just 1 step away from breaking through. At this moment, suddenly, a distant bell tolling sound came. The bell tolls resonated like the beating of an evening drum, giving one a comfortable feeling of vibrating spleen and heart. It seemed as if all stray thoughts in the brain were swept away. "Grandfather, I'm going to the Holy Land to practice my morning exercises." In the courtyard, the young lady packed up from practicing swordsmanship, turned, and glanced toward the alchemy room, quickly moving her gaze past Li Hao, and spoke to the old man with the white beard. "Okay." The old man with the white beard was focused on grinding medicine and only responded with a word, without raising his head. Li Hao watched as his life-saving benefactor flew away with sword control, disappearing into the horizon. The courtyard returned to tranquility, leaving only the crunching sound of a stone pestle grinding the medicine. Li Hao was curious about his surroundings but knew that being too eager and reckless would be counterproductive. He wasn't in a rush, so he closed his eyes to rest, planning to recuperate and heal quietly. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After recuperation and self-healing by keeping a low profile, a third of the void erosion in Li Hao's body was purified, and his complexion was improving. At this moment, in the courtyard, Li Hao sat in the corridor, swinging his feet as if on a swing, hanging outside the corridor in midair. He held a small knife and a piece of wood the length of chopsticks in his hand. The knife moved nimbly between his fingers as he gradually carved out the figure of an old man, benevolent and kindly. Soon, after the final cut, Li Hao finished his work. Seeing the experience tips floating up on the panel, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This past month, he had planned to explore chess Dao and fishing, hoping these 2 artistic skills would enter spirit entering, but alas, no one here was fond of playing chess. Playing against himself did not accumulate any experience, and as for fishing, even more needless to say, he would have to go outside of the Holy Land to find a place. Since he had not yet recovered from his injuries, it was inconvenient for Li Hao to wander around too much, to prevent any accidents. With nothing better to do, he took the opportunity to improve his carving arts while in the yard. After all, it was something he needed to improve sooner or later, and in the tranquility, it was particularly suitable for carving alone. Apart from accumulating carving experience, he would also ponder over the last hint of spirit light in the chess Dao. For the moment, however, he still had no clue. "You're quite skilled at carving. You've studied it before, haven't you?" The voice of the old man with the white beard came from behind him. He glanced at the carved figure of the elder in Li Hao's hand, which was his own likeness, showing an even softer look in his eyes, and gently said, "I just received news that today we need to refine 300 soul condensing pills. Come help out." "All right." Li Hao heard the words, put away his small knife, and placed the wood carving of the old man on the wooden rack beside him. There, aside from the old man, many other things were carved, many of which were acquaintances of Li Hao from the mortal world, including the little white fox and impressive great demons he remembered. After arranging everything, Li Hao then headed to the pill room. After a month of interaction, Li Hao had come to know the identity of this elder. His name was Lin Shanhai, a high-ranking alchemist from the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, with an extremely prestigious position, second only to the half-saint elders. The Deu Divine Dynasty also had alchemists, under the control of the royal family, and the sects in Zhonghu had them too, but the pill formulas and techniques they possessed were limited, and their treatment could not compare with that of the alchemists in the Royal Pill Refining Institute. It's the same old routine, you start by stirring, and I'll follow with the refining. Lin Shanhai moved the herbs over and said to Li Hao, "Your family's unique stirring technique is truly remarkable. Ever since you've been helping me, not only has the success rate of my pills increased, but so has their quality. However, these trivial tasks have indeed multiplied." Saying this, he seemed somewhat helpless, but there was still a smile on his face. After all, every time he refined pills, he would get a certain commission, and many tasks meant many benefits. A small knack, it's not worth mentioning. Li Hao smiled. He hadn't expected that his culinary path would intersect with alchemy. Previously, as he watched the elder refine pills and smelled the unusual fragrance of the pills, he had a sudden inspiration, wondering if his culinary path could cook the herbs into a delicacy comparable to the pills. With this idea in mind, he borrowed some low-grade herbs left over by the elder and tried cooking them. Under the core refinement ability of the 9th stage cooking path, the essence of the herbs was extracted, turning them into simple herbal meals with effects that weren't inferior to the pills at all. Moreover, compared to pills, there was no fire toxin, allowing for pure absorption. Even in Li Hao's unique situation, he could absorb them, treating them as dishes without being blocked by the panel. This is no small knack, it's a refinement technique many alchemists dream of mastering. One of the cores of alchemy is refining, followed by portioning and compounding. Your refining technique is the best I've seen so far, and also the most unusual. Even an old fellow like me is ashamed compared to you. Lin Shanhai expressed his admiration. Your ancestor must have been an extremely formidable alchemist, turning this purification method into a cooking method to keep it hidden from prying eyes, thus subtly passing it on. Perhaps. Li Hao felt a bit awkward. When he first demonstrated his cooking refinement, he had casually fabricated a story, leading the elder to imagine a saga of grudges and rivalries, even believing that Li Hao's being hunted by enemies was due to the leakage of this secret, coveted by those with ulterior motives. Regarding this, Li Hao naturally didn't go on to explain, so much the better. At this moment, he stepped forward to help, getting the herbs ready. When Lin Shanhai started the furnace, Li Hao immediately stimulated the herbs in his palm, stirring and melting them in midair, using his chi force as a spatula to refine the herbs. Soon, the cooked herbs let out a greenish juice. Having the experience, Lin Shanhai opened the furnace lid without an announcement. Li Hao guided all of the refined herbal juice into the alchemy furnace. Lin Shanhai's palm revealed a light of fire, beginning to manipulate the medicine inside the furnace to condense. The two had clear responsibilities collaborating. Soon, spherical pills exuding fragrance were taken out of the furnace. Done. 2 hours later, 300 soul-condensing pills were completely refined. A smile spread across Lin Shanhai's face as he patted his old back and said, "With your help, it's much easier. You're a stranger in the Kanglan realm, with neither relatives nor friends. If you're willing, stay here in the future as my alchemy assistant. Once you learn those middle-rank pill formulas, you can become a middle-rank alchemist and enjoy a significant status. In the future, I'll also pass on to you the few high-rank formulas I hold." "Mr. Lin, you're too kind. Offering a helping hand is a small matter. There's no need to bring up formulas." Li Hao shook his head. Lin Shanhai smiled at the response. Not the first time he had brought it up, but Li Hao had consistently refused, so he had grown accustomed to it. "Come, drink some tea." Lin Shanhai brought over the tea and called for Li Hao to have a tea break. Li Hao also sat down at the tea table, slowly sipping the tea with him, his gaze landing on the girl practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard. The girl, named Lin Qingyue, was Lin Shanhai's granddaughter and one of the 10 saintesses of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. She had exceptional talent in the sword Dao and possessed a holy bone, suspected to be the reincarnation of a saint. However, a saint reincarnate could not retrieve all their memories until they became a saint again. At this moment, she was still Lin Shanhai's granddaughter. Miss Lin is really diligent. Li Hao, watching the girl practice her sword day after day without pause, couldn't help but feel moved. Whenever he saw these people earnestly cultivating, he felt somewhat ashamed. But then, considering that his carving was also a form of cultivation, he felt somewhat better. In a short while, the Sword God War of the Holy Land will decide the strongest geniuses within the land, representing the Sword Ancestor Holy Land in fighting the Pride of Heaven Battle of All Saints. The spot is extremely precious and concerns the path of becoming a saint. Naturally, she dare not slack. Lin Shanhai, cupping his teacup, smiled as he spoke, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Competing with others risked injury or even death. But in a world where all things vie for survival, not advancing means retreating. This path was destined to be paved with blood and tears. During this time, Li Hao had also heard much about the Land of All Saints and had become less unfamiliar with this place than when he first arrived. In the 33 realms, 108 saints have been using incarnations or direct reincarnations since 1,000 years ago to cultivate anew in the mortal world. Also starting 1,000 years ago, every 100 years, A Pride of Heaven battle swept through the 33 realms, covering numerous dynasties. It was said that the person who achieved first place would receive the incense fire of all nations and instantly become a saint. This made the Pride of Heaven battle every 100 years extremely fierce. Countless reincarnated saints participated in the competition. Dong, the morning bell chimed. Upon hearing the bell, Lin Qingyue slowly put away her sword and turned to look at an old man and a young man drinking tea in the courtyard, her gaze calm. After spending a month together, she had grown accustomed to the presence of Li Hao, and had also learned from her grandfather that this man she had brought back was from a pill-refining family. Apparently, something might have befallen his ancestors, causing the family's decline, and now he had become her grandfather's alchemy assistant. She had no interest in alchemy, so naturally, she didn't bother to pay much attention. "Grandfather, I'm off to practice my morning routine at the Holy Land." Lin Qingyue spoke to Lin Shanhai, then she flew away on her sword. "I hope that this child can cultivate what she desires in this life." Mr. Lin watched his departing granddaughter and shook his head with a light sigh. Given Lin Qingyu's talent, equipped with holy bone, coupled with the frequent reincarnations and manifestations of saints over the past millennium, it was hard not to speculate that she, too, might be the reincarnation of a saint. However, which particular saint was a mystery. But Mr. Lin didn't feel disgusted by this. At least in this life's memories, she was his granddaughter, whom he had lovingly held since she was a child. Lin Qingyu's parents had died early, and it was he who took care of her as a child, amusing her when she cried. The playful and well-behaved moments of her childhood were deeply etched in his heart. "Mr. Lin, why do these saints need to rebuild?" Li Hao asked curiously, holding a teacup. Mr. Lin, holding a teapot, refilled his cup and looked up at the clouds floating beyond the eaves as a gentle breeze blew through the courtyard, a sense of leisure and comfort in the air. He smacked his lips after a sip of tea, turned his head with a light chuckle, and said, "You kid, you still claim you don't practice alchemy. If you were a true martial artist, you should know that these saints reincarnate in search of a fully unobstructed martial arts extreme realm. I have heard that cultivating each realm to the utmost involves a shocking secret of the universe, especially the sixth extreme realm. I really don't practice alchemy." Li Hao gave a wry smile. Ever since he had demonstrated his skill in purification, the old master had taken to treating him as a descendant of his family's declining alchemic legacy. His explanations were seen as hiding his identity, as not trusting the other party, and being secretive. On this account, he naturally wouldn't bother to explain further, so as not to provoke annoyance. The sixth extreme realm? Is there something mysterious about it? Li Hao's curiosity stirred. "How would I know? I haven't heard of anyone who has cultivated all the extreme realms yet, including the saints," Mr. Lin said, shaking his head. "What?" Li Hao was taken aback, looking at him in astonishment. Saints had long lifespans, and the history of the land of all saints was incredibly ancient, far predating the Deu divine dynasty. Although the various martial arts extreme realms were difficult to master, beings who became saints naturally lacked neither talent nor resources. Given enough time, they could eventually refine themselves. And yet, these exalted saints had not mastered all the extreme realms? Ever since he had killed the Daola realm and encountered beings who mastered several extreme realms, Li Hao had subconsciously assumed that saints had generally perfected all the extreme realms. But it seemed that this was not the case. "Your ancestors were alchemists, so it's normal for you not to understand about the martial arts. These extreme realms are not so easily cultivated." Seeing Li Hao's shocked expression, Mr. Lin patiently and gently explained, "If it were any other extreme realm, perhaps it wouldn't matter, but the third extreme realm, heaven and earth law manifestation, requires one to be born with the heart of a saint, daring to contend with heaven and earth. And as for the sixth extreme realm, it's universally acknowledged as the most difficult to cultivate, very mysterious. According to the secret information I have received, most saints reincarnate precisely for this reason." Li Hao was somewhat stunned. The sixth extreme realm was the hardest to cultivate? It even forced the all saints to reincarnate for it? He suddenly felt unexpectedly flattered. Could his talent surpass that of saints? When he first cultivated the six extremes realm, although he did spend several months in contemplation, compared to the other realms, it didn't seem to differ much. It just seemed to require some perception and understanding of heaven and earth. This sixth extreme realm is very mysterious. It's not about perception, ambition, nor the depth of cultivation techniques. No one can clearly state how to achieve it, but all of the saints suppose it might be a certain state of mind. Mr. Lin continued, but the state of mind happens to be the most elusive thing. Oddly enough, among the myriad talents of the world, each with different experiences and differing states of mind, none who are qualified to touch the sixth extreme realm has grasped this state of mind. It is indeed strange. Li Hao froze, not expecting the sixth extreme realm to be so challenging. Had he arrived from the immortal gate in the usual way, he might have startled the entire land of all saints. The Void Saint's disregard for face in attacking him was likely due to this apprehension as well. If one is to cultivate the six extremes realm, why do saints need to reincarnate? Li Hao couldn't help asking. Of course, it's because, just like the third extreme realm, the sixth extreme realm is an irreversible state. Once attempted, it cannot be recultivated. Mr. Lin said. Moreover, if it's a matter of state of mind, with the thoughts of saints being unable to figure it out, it's naturally best to start from scratch. After all, the will of a saint can sometimes be an interference. Once you become aware of certain things, it's hard to pretend you're unaware. Experience, history, can sometimes be a terrifying intrusion, one that can completely alter your appearance. Hearing this, Li Hao immediately understood the other's meaning. With the Tao thoughts born of a saint's mind, attempting to comprehend things beyond one's own Tao could instead become an obstacle. It was easier to start from scratch. Even if saints pretended to be naive, some things, once known, could not be forgotten. Along with my wine to celebrate the sale of my orchids, this era cannot compare to the travels of youth. Li Hao murmured to himself. This was probably the reason why saints needed to reincarnate for cultivation. Only by living another life, truly starting anew, could one return to the genuine simplicity of youth. Seeing the jump in his poetry and book experience, Li Hao ignored it. Beside him, Mr. Lin heard Li Hao's murmuring and was a bit stunned, feeling something poetic in his words. After pondering it carefully, a look of surprise emerged on his face as it dawned on him how fitting it was for the mindset of saints who reincarnate for recultivation. With such talent, you would have no trouble securing the position of scholar of literature in the mortal realm's dynasties. Lin Shanhai said to Li Hao. Li Hao blushed slightly. Becoming a top scholar wasn't an easy feat, not something that could be fudged with just a line or two of poetry. Let's not talk about this anymore. We have guests arriving, and this bunch. Lin Shanhai suddenly put down his teacup, flicked the dust off his sleeve, and was about to stand up to greet them when suddenly, he remembered something. He glanced at the teapot and motioned to Li Hao with his lips. Hurry and put this away. Also, hide that packet of dragon ginseng tea in the drawer under my table in the stove, and cover it up with the scent of the medicine. Those guys have very keen noses. While speaking, he put on simple cloth shoes and walked toward the courtyard. Li Hao was startled, but his actions were swift. He gathered up the dragon ginseng tea from the teapot, then tucked away another packet from the drawer into the heaven and earth space. He then gathered several slices of fragrantly scented herbs and threw them into the teapot, pouring a cup each for himself and the other. Palms slightly warmed, he hastened the herbs' release of medicinal power, with the herbal fragrance wafting between the cups. At this moment, bursts of laughter came from outside as several elders walked in led by Lin Shanhai. Why didn't you guys tell me in advance that you were coming? Why would we need to notify for such a short trip? We just came over together to check out your new apprentice and see what kind of genius he really is. 4 figures entered the courtyard, 3 elderly men and a glamorous-looking middle-aged woman. Except for one elder who was dressed extravagantly in gold and jewels, the others were dressed quite plainly with wooden hairpins. Yet without exception, all 4 bore a scent of medicinal herbs. Is this the young man? Once they entered the yard, their eyes quickly noticed Li Hao. Since they were guests, they didn't rashly use divine thought to probe, they just glanced around a bit. Li Hao also stood up swiftly. Lin Shanhai noticed the teapot still on the side and was briefly stunned, but he quickly noticed the medicinal fragrance drifting from the cups. He could not help but smile wryly, giving Li Hao a glance, thinking how this young man was even sneakier than himself. Please, have a seat. Lin Shanhai greeted them with a smile, asking Li Hao to fetch some more tea sets and pastries. Lin Shanhai's old friend remarked while rolling a jade slab in his hand, Lin, that batch of pills you recently made, this young man helped you concoct them, right? Lin Shanhai seemed to read the other's mind and hummed, don't get any ideas about him, I have already planned to pass on my mantle to him. Look at you, getting all worked up with a single comment. Who said we're here to take him? The middle-aged female alchemist covered her mouth and laughed. That's still Lin for you, but I must say, those pills you have been concocting lately are truly remarkable. Such purity is not something you could achieve on your own, another elder stated. Lin Shanhai, hearing this, did not intend to hide the facts. In fact, he had anticipated these old friends' visit today and wanted to introduce Li Hao to them to help expand his network of contacts. He intended to keep Li Hao close by, recognizing the rare alchemy talent in him. This skill alone was enough for him to enter the ranks of senior alchemist. Should he keep studying the alchemy Dao intently for another several decades, becoming a Grand Master was within reach. Indeed, Qingfeng was a great help. He had fallen off a cliff early in life and obtained a fortunate encounter. Later, he was pursued and nearly killed on account of being spied on, but was saved by Qing Ying. Now he has finally settled down, Lin Shanhai said. Qingfeng was the alias Li Hao had told him to use. Although they were not in the cloud realm, Li Hao was unaware of the extent of a saint's methods and worried about being traced by his name. Moreover, many people knew his real name. If his whereabouts were revealed through those people's mouths, trouble might arise again. Hearing Lin Shanhai's explanation, Li Hao was somewhat speechless. The old man had really gone through the effort of fabricating a background for him to prevent others from investigating. Is that so? The four exchanged glances, not probing further. After all, everyone had their secrets. Could you give us a demonstration? Don't worry, we won't divulge anything. We just want to learn, one of the elders proposed. Lin Shanhai replied unhappily. This is his signature specialty. You think you can just learn it because you say so? Aren't you supposed to offer a couple of your high-level pill formulas in exchange? Lin, he hasn't even opened his mouth yet, and you're already worked up, the elder replied agitated, and 2 high-level pill formulas. I think you're the one who covets them. If you're capable, why don't we exchange, or how about a competition in alchemy? Each of us stakes a pill formula, how about that? Who wants to compete with you? I'm not that keen, Lin Shanhai hummed. Enough, that one pill contest at that time didn't even calm you two down. You still want the younger generation to laugh at us? The well-dressed woman said in resignation. Lin Shanhai stopped bickering with them and turned to introduce the 4 people to Li Hao. All 4 were senior alchemists from Sword Ancestor Holy Land and were old friends of Lin Shanhai. Li Hao memorized their names one by one and greeted them accordingly. Young man, would you mind giving us a demonstration? Whatever conditions Lin has given you, I can match them, Zhao Yingzhen, who was playing with the jade slab, said. That's right, if it's an exchange, I can offer a high-level alchemy formula in exchange, offered the elegantly dressed woman named Shi Huajin, her eyes earnest as she gazed at Li Hao. As senior alchemists, they had all analyzed the pills Lin Shanhai recently concocted, which had caused quite a stir of positive reviews within the Holy Land. After analyzing, they realized the technique used to refine the medicinal power within the pill was exceedingly profound, even surpassing theirs. When they inquired further, they found out that their old friend Lin Shanhai had picked up a treasure. Seeing the envious looks of his old friends, Lin Shanhai secretly chuckled to himself and picked up his tea, tasting it indifferently. However, after taking just a couple of sips, he frowned slightly. The medicinal fragrance was too overpowering, making the tea really hard to drink. This kid didn't know how to pick something good, he thought to himself in complaint, but the thought of his 100-year-old stash of dragon ginseng tea, which had almost been exposed, much improved his mood. If the seniors wish to see, this young one will shamelessly show his skills. No need to exchange pill formulas, Li Hao said with a smile. The 4 were taken aback, not expecting Li Hao to be so easygoing. They exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a bit guilty. There's no reason to learn for free, young man, just tell us what you need, and as long as we can do it, we will try our best to help you, Zhao Yingzhen said seriously, stopping his fiddling with a wooden device in his hands. Exactly, another elder, Sun Zhengsheng, nodded in agreement. As for me, I don't need anything at the moment, Li Hao shook his head. The group looked at each other, all feeling a bit of a headache. With Lin Shanhai there, they couldn't just shamelessly take advantage of a younger generation. But owing a favor was even more troublesome. Lin Shanhai sensed their difficulty and, with a smile, said, since Qingfeng is willing to show you, just watch for now and talk about it later. If Qingfeng runs into trouble in the future, just lend him a hand slightly. With Lin Shanhai having spoken, the 4 no longer hesitated and immediately invited Li Hao to demonstrate his skills. Li Hao went to the pill chamber, selected some medicinal materials, and started to stir them in the air. Watching Li Hao's actions, all 4 widened their eyes. Stir-frying, the way he handled it, if it weren't for the medicinal materials in his hands, they'd think the young man was cooking. And indeed, their feeling was right. Li Hao was actually cooking, refining through his cooking. Soon, the cooking of the medicinal materials was finished, and a burst of medicinal fragrance spread out. The four were astonished, quickly extending their divine thoughts to observe closely, and were immediately shocked. The strength of the medicine in the materials had really been simply stir-fried out. Using such medicinal power for further alchemy, no wonder the purity improved and the quality increased. With such a treasured assistant, they could do it too. So it is a unique refining technique. After overcoming their shock, they all understood. It wasn't some secret technique but a special method of refinement which seemed difficult to master. Merely demonstrating it once was not enough to grasp it. No wonder he didn't mind showing it. The technique was too mysterious, and they plainly didn't fear them learning it. I never thought there would be such an alchemy method. It really broadens one's horizons. Zhao Yingzhen was somewhat lost in thought, and when he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but light up, as if it had opened up new possibilities in alchemy. Qingfeng, right? Qingfeng, would you be willing to assist me in refining a high-level pill, during which I won't deliberately hide anything from you if you can learn it, then count it as your skill? I need your refinement ability to help me condense the medicine. Shi Huajin gazed at Li Hao, extending the invitation. Li Hao was momentarily stunned, looking towards Lin Shanhai beside him. Seeing Li Hao's gaze, Lin Shanhai was also startled, instantly seeing through Li Hao's thoughts. He was asking whether to accept. It seemed if he agreed, he was doing so out of respect for Lin Shanhai, while if he showed indifference, the young man would likely refuse. Such was the invitation of a high-level pill master, and they were even going to refine a high-level pill formula with no reservations. What a precious opportunity. Was this young man really not interested? Lin Shanhai was somewhat speechless. This was the first time he had encountered such a person. Since Master Shi is asking for your help, if you are willing to help, just agree. It's up to you, but this opportunity is rare. If you are not interested in the pill formula, you can ask for something else. Master Shi has extensive connections and is very wealthy, Lin Shanhai said with a smile. Hearing this, Shi Huajin was slightly stunned. Listening to what was said, this young man really wasn't interested in an unrestrained display of a high-level pill formula? Since it is a senior inviting, I shall humbly comply, Li Hao considered for a moment and then accepted. Although this would delay his carving, it wouldn't be by much. After all, Lin Shanhai was a friend. Rejecting him would be a bit disappointing, and he also owed Lin Shanhai a great favor. Moreover, being unfamiliar with the place, receiving such help from the other party to this extent, making some friends couldn't be bad. What do you need then? Shi Huajin curiously asked Li Hao. Li Hao shook his head. I don't need anything, but if possible, anything like famous paintings and chess manuals would interest me. Paintings and chess manuals? Shi Huajin and the others were stunned. Such things, of negligible value except to some merchants feigning interest in elegance, were basically useless to cultivators. Lin Shanhai, having seen Li Hao spend his free time carving and never meddling with alchemy or cultivation, had already learned of Li Hao's unconventional interests, but still, he couldn't help but be astounded upon hearing this. Slightly skeptical, Shi Huajin asked Li Hao repeatedly to confirm that he really only wanted these. She then stopped overthinking it. Whatever Li Hao's reasons, she would find out eventually. Lin, why on earth would you brew tea with medicinal materials? It tastes terrible. Another elder, Lu Dongjing, spat out the medicinal herbs from his tea, complaining irritably. You don't appreciate tea, so have some medicinal herbs to strengthen your body, Lin Shanhai said with a light chuckle. The group then casually chatted about alchemy, masters, Holy Land pill formulas, tasks, and the topic occasionally shifted to Lin Shanhai's granddaughter, Lin Qingyue. Mentioning her inevitably led to discussions about the upcoming Sword God War in the Holy Land. The many disciples inside the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, including the Saintesses, all held swordsmanship in the highest regard. The ultimate test of cultivation and swordsmanship doesn't leave room for excuses like disparities in weaponry. The loser would be in complete and utter defeat, without a doubt. Li Hao sat quietly on the side, simply sitting and listening in silence. When occasionally praised, he would respond with a laugh. After a leisurely chat, Li Hao became somewhat familiar with the names and personalities of the four, and they also remembered the quiet, polite young man. After saying goodbye, life in the yard went on as usual. Time quickly passed. In the following days, Li Hao not only assisted Lin Shanhai in refining and purifying pills but was also invited to help out at the alchemy places of the four masters. His frequent appearances began to create a small reputation. Both the attendants of the pill masters and those disciples of the Holy Land who buttered up to the attendants heard that there was a pill refining assistant who had won the favor of several senior alchemists. In Lin Shanhai's courtyard, the night sky was dazzling, and sword light flashed. After completing a set of swordsmanship, Lin Qingyue wiped the sweat from her forehead, then was immediately greeted by the wafting aroma of pastries. She turned her head and saw the alchemist she had found, carrying a plate of pastries from another part of the yard's kitchen. "Are you hungry? Want some snacks?" Li Hao saw her looking and smiled, gesturing with the pastries in his hands. Lin Qingyu's eyes were calm. Without a response, she continued to practice another sword technique. During her practice, she also pondered the course of the sword momentum. Gurgle. Perhaps it was the drifting scent of food, but halfway through her routine, her stomach quietly rumbled. Lin Qingyue frowned slightly, took a break from her sword-intent contemplation, and glanced at the pill room, where an old man and a young man were eating and drinking, appearing to be very cheerful. These two, since when did they get so familiar? Lin Qingyue paused, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. She knew her grandfather's temperament. Although he seemed easygoing, he had been through many dangers in his early years and was always slightly guarded against others. But now, he seemed extremely amiable toward the alchemist he had brought back. "Qingyue, if you're tired, come take a break. Try Qingfeng's culinary art. It's really fantastic," Lin Shanhai called out, holding up a pastry when he saw his granddaughter's gaze. Lin Qingyue looked at the pastries, fell silent for a moment, and eventually put away her sword and walked into the pill room. "Here." Li Hao handed over the plate for her to help herself, as someone as fastidious as him would dislike food others had touched. Lin Qingyue noticed Li Hao's subtle actions. Her eyes sparkled briefly, but she didn't speak. With her slender fingers like green onions, she lightly picked up a pastry and put it in her mouth. The instantly melting flavor and ineffable spread of sensation slightly widened Lin Qingyu's eyes, but she quickly returned to her usual expression, silently chewing a couple of times before tasting quietly. Li Hao saw she swallowed and, not being stingy, handed the plate over again. Lin Qingyue paused, picked another piece, chewed slowly, and after swallowing, she looked at Li Hao and nodded. "The taste is good, thanks for the pastry." She then turned and went back outside to the courtyard, resuming her sword practice. Li Hao was unconcerned, pushing the plate towards Lin Shanhai, and the old and the young casually ate. From the day Lin Shanhai introduced Li Hao mixed well with Zhao Yingzhen and others, frequently assisting in Lin Shanhai's courtyard or at their places, even leisurely visiting them.
Lin Shanhai was only interested in alchemy and had no interest in playing chess, calligraphy, fishing, and so on.
But to Li Hao's surprise, Shi Huajin, the woman, was quite accomplished in chess. So aside from helping out, Li Hao would occasionally visit Shi Huajin's peak to discuss chess Tao during his leisure time. The alchemists lived in the core area of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, a secluded environment surrounded by medicine mountains, where disciples of the Holy Land typically were not permitted to disturb. The Sword Ancestor Holy Land was vast, and by combining what he heard from Lin Shanhai and his own reasoning, Li Hao concluded that the area of the Holy Land alone was about twice the size of the Dayu Divine Dynasty, roughly equivalent to the size of 38 states. The area where Li Hao helped Lin Shanhai with alchemy was as large as a city, yet housed only a few servants and attendants, incredibly quiet and spacious. It was similar with the others, but Zhao Yingzhen's medicine mountain was bustling with many attendants and disciples, with the entire peak decorated lavishly, like the imperial capital in the mortal world. "You must have put a lot of effort into your chess skills. It's not something achieved by playing casually." Shi Huajin made her move in the pavilion on Medicine Mountain, blocking Li Hao's white pieces. After half a month of getting to know the young man, she became more and more interested in him, as he was different from the others she had met before. "It's just a casual interest, a little study," Li Hao said with a smile, his attention on the chessboard. Her playing skill was not poor, about the 5th stage. If he was careless, even as a chess path 6th stage, he would lose. Overconfidence leads to defeat. Only a remarkable difference in skill level would allow a comeback. "If you're willing, I could recommend you to the Holy Land. With our mutual recommendation, you could immediately hold a position as an intermediate alchemist, with a status comparable to an inner sect disciple of the Holy Land," Shi Huajin seriously suggested to Li Hao. Li Hao shook his head slightly. He was here to heal and incidentally improve his artistic skill. The alchemist status didn't mean much to him. Seeing Li Hao focused, Shi Huajin also did not say more and focused on making her chess moves. Black and white pieces mingled on the chessboard, absorbing all of Li Hao's attention as the board seemed to enlarge in his vision, the grid lines infinitively stretching to envelop him. He felt as if he became a piece on the board himself. That spirit light, fleetingly appearing, Li Hao finally caught it. What is chess? Chess comes in many forms, including Go, 5 in a row, and Shangqi, among others. The game of Go, which Li Hao plays, is also referred to as sitting in seclusion, hantok, and playing. On the chessboard, vertical and horizontal lines intersect to form squares, and place the pieces within these squares. Connecting pieces create the situation on the board. For beginners in chess Dao, familiarizing oneself with the rules, those who have mastered it place their pieces with skilled precision and fierce offensive strategies, focusing on the critical decisions of gains and losses. But a true master of chess Dao emphasizes overall momentum over individual pieces, no longer fixated on capturing or killing but orchestrating one's strategy. Whether it's Shangqi, 5 in a row, Go, and so forth, all involve building incremental momentum. When the momentum naturally develops, victory leads itself, and nothing can stop it. Formerly, in chess Dao of the 6th stage, Li Hao had already glimpsed the path of momentum, but now he realized that solely relying on himself as a player to gather momentum was too conspicuous in the eyes of masters. True chess Dao appears naturally, without enforced momentum. The moment the first piece is placed, there is already momentum. Each piece has its mission, seemingly all white, yet with varied strengths. Some white pieces are soldiers, while others are generals, with ferociously cohesive prowess. Clack! Li Hao's white piece landed, piercing deeply into the enemy's black pieces like a lone army unit, but its impact was like thunder, reviving a previously trapped white piece and breaking the opponent's stance like a sharp dagger. This move was full of spiritual ingenuity, indescribably brilliant, commanding the situation like strategizing within a command tent, watching the clouds gather and disperse. Shi Huajin was stunned, hesitating with her black piece in hand, wanting to make a move but stopping short. She gazed at the board, and after a moment let out a sigh. I lost. She had intended to capture that cluster of white pieces to bolster her offensive, but this path was cut off. She had predicted Li Hao's next moves, realizing that in 7 moves, she would be at a disadvantage with her position broken, thus decisively choosing to admit defeat. In battles between masters, the outcome is clear. It's much less predictable in skirmishes between lesser players. Until the final moment, you never know what desperate or peculiar moves your opponent might pull. Seeing her concede, Li Hao also emerged from his epiphany, withdrew his white piece, and then asked, "Another round?"
No more, I have not yet finished today's alchemy. You need to help me refine it.
Shi Huajin responded somewhat irritably, "No problem." Li Hao smiled, immediately standing up to accompany her to the alchemy room. Along the way, he glanced at his panel and saw a new prompt, his lips curving into a slight smile. Soon, using culinary techniques to refine, Li Hao helped Shi Huajin process all the medicinal ingredients needed for her alchemy.
Afterward, he sat outside waiting, not choosing to observe by her side, which made Shi Huajin feel a bit helpless. She was a high-level alchemist, and many alchemists dreamt of watching her refine pills at close quarters. Having this opportunity was akin to being a direct disciple.
But Li Hao showed little interest in such an opportunity offered freely by her. She could only call her own disciple to assist. Meanwhile, Li Hao found a quiet branch outside the alchemy room, lying on it while resting and accessing his panel. Chess Dao, 7th stage. State of mind, Chess Dao spirit entering, usable. Li Hao smiled slightly, without hesitation, chose to apply this state of mind to swordsmanship.
Soon, his swordsmanship, which had been at the 6th stage bottleneck for a while, finally broke through.
Swordsmanship, 7th stage. An influx of swordsmanship information immediately flooded into his mind, which Li Hao absorbed tranquilly. Reaching 7th stage in swordsmanship shared a commonality with chess Dao. Previously it was about exquisite technique, but now it was about momentum. No longer restrained by specific techniques, the sword follows the heart, and the heart follows the intent. At will, he could perform ultimate moves, unleashing the strongest sword skills.
The numerous sword Dao techniques in his panel were also evolving, simplifying from complexity.
After a long while, Li Hao slowly opened his eyes, having absorbed all the insights of swordsmanship. Suddenly, he recalled his previous battle with Zhang Liken. Although he had won, the opponent's swordsmanship had surpassed his. reaching the peak of 7th stage sword Dao. His sword reflecting his heart, embodying a frenzied momentum. With the cultivation of ultimate study realm to split open the Dao domain, if I can advance another step and reach the sword Dao 8th stage, I could probably split open even a 10-layer Dao domain. A gleam flickered in Li Hao's eyes. 7th stage sword Dao was already at the level of a mortal world sword saint, capable of cutting through thousands with a mere flick, the momentum like a rainbow. But for his current cultivation, such swordsmanship was still insufficient. Recalling the swordsmanship performed by Lin Qingyue in the courtyard earlier, Li Hao now realized that her seemingly simple practice was deeper than what he had initially perceived, even surpassing mere momentum to embody a distinct conception style. Her sword Dao was beyond 7th stage. Li Hao silently thought to himself, adding points. Soon, sword Dao 7th stage sharply climbed to the 8th stage. A surge of information entered his mind again, and Li Hao seemed to plunge into an ocean of sword Dao, studying and swimming within. After a long time, Li Hao emerged from his realization, with a hint of enlightenment in his eyes. Sword Dao 7th stage was about momentum, while sword Dao 8th stage was about intent. Intent was more refined than momentum. Momentum was the exterior, while intent was the core. Perhaps influenced by his own Dao heart, Li Hao's sword intent was simple: to cut whatever he aimed to cut. All things in the world could be severed, as the heart thinks, so the sword moves. Li Hao named this sword intent, Only Me. Understanding this sword intent, Li Hao reviewed his previous battle with Zhang Liken, and immediately felt that his opponent was still confined to the superficial aspect of momentum. Should they fight again, he need only unleash a single sword stroke to break his momentum and sever his sword, easily defeating him. Li Hao then revisited Lin Qingyu's sword techniques, his eyes suddenly clearing. She indeed wielded 8th stage sword Dao. Her slow practice involved both momentum and intent, with intent driving the momentum, and her sword intent embodied utmost gentleness. Utmost gentleness is ultimately tough, the utmost gentle cannot be broken. Li Hao's eyes flickered, unsure if his Only Me sword intent could sever the opponent's most gentle sword intent. He had never compared their strengths, so he couldn't judge which was stronger. Li Hao's gaze fell on the panel, and he tried to add points again. Adding points failed. Please choose Heart of Dao entrance. Indeed, Li Hao sighed inwardly. Just like the physical body Dao, it seemed necessary to elevate some artistic skill to the 9th stage. Currently, his artistic skills in the 9th stage entering Dao were limited to cooking. Now, having crossed the threshold of spirit entering in Chesspath, he could continue to accrue experience, but the accumulation through Chesspath was too slow and depended on external conditions, requiring him to find opponents. In comparison, the artistic path allowed him to accumulate experience on his own, much faster. The 9th stage of the sword path. What the saints have mastered should be just this level. Li Hao's eyes flickered again. The 9th stage of the physical body Dao corresponded to Dao comprehension realm, so the 10th stage would be becoming a saint. So goes sword Dao. Reaching the 10th stage sword Dao meant one could take the ritual path to saint ascension, directly breaking through saint path obstacles with sword Dao and becoming a saint through the sword arts. And this path was the hardest. Even a sword saint from the sword ancestor Holy Land might have chosen the path of incense sainthood instead, which meant their sword Dao realm would still be at the 9th stage, not the 10th. It might seem not fit for their sword saint title, but actually reaching the 9th stage sword Dao was incredibly rare and difficult, 1 in a billion. The 9th stage meant entering the path of sword Dao. Except for some obsessed individuals, the majority of martial artists focused their efforts on cultivation realms. Being able to step into the Dao comprehension realm was already among the few gifted ones, let alone integrating sword Dao into entering Dao, which required tremendous dedication. Even if there were such individuals, they were rare and mostly at the semi-saint level. Understanding all this, Li Hao gathered his thoughts. Having been continuously battling before, his various artistic skills were lagging far behind. If he could now have 3 artistic skills reaching the 9th stage entering Dao, his strength would increase to an unimaginable level. At this moment, Li Hao noticed that Shi Wahin's pills were ready. He jumped down from the tree branch and approached the alchemy room, greeting Shi Wajin before ambling back to Lin Shanhai's Pill Refining Institute. They were separated by merely 1,000 miles, and within a few hundred miles around, besides his own attendant disciples and servants, there were hardly any idlers, offering a very quiet and comfortable environment. Alchemists often needed to study pill formulas on their own and truly required a peaceful setting. You're back, and you seem to be in a good mood today. Lin Shanhai saw Li Hao returning and said cheerfully. Li Hao glanced around the courtyard, noticing Lin Qingyue practicing swordsmanship, as always. She showed no response to his arrival, still focused on her practice. Li Hao didn't disturb her and walked around through the corridor to sit next to Mr. Lin, who was tasting medicinal ingredients, and said, I won a few games from her. Lin Shanhai, feeling helpless, had heard about Li Hao's exploits from his old friends during this period. Going to help them purify materials was indeed just a favor. He asked for nothing in return, nor did he take the gifted pills or look at the pill formulas. He didn't know if Li Hao had any concerns or if he truly wasn't interested. But dealing with Li Hao, he felt that this young man had an unusual mindset, different from those he had met before. Oh right, I casually brought some 5 tones tea for you from her. Li Hao seemed to remember something and took out a pack of tea from the heaven and earth space to give to Lin Shanhai. Lin Shanhai was stunned, quickly taking it as he had no hobbies other than alchemy, expecting to enjoy a cup of tea. Good fellow, she gave you 5 tones tea. It seems the mistress really likes you. I've asked her many times and never got it, several hundred years of friendship, and she prefers you over me. Lin Shanhai opened it to confirm it was 5 tones tea, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed. Li Hao couldn't help but give him a sideways glance and said, Is there a possibility that she didn't give it to you not because of your friendship? What could it be then? You could try changing how you address her next time. A mistress? I've called her that for hundreds of years, how else should I call her? Li Hao gave him another look, amazed that he hadn't been killed for such a habit after hundreds of years. It truly indicated deep friendship. Lin Shanhai eventually caught the hint, with the comment saying that women don't like being regarded as old. He suspiciously asked Li Hao. Then what do you call her, Sister Shi? Li Hao said calmly and smoothly. Lin Shanhai's eyes widened in shock. You really are bold. She's old enough to be your grandmother, and that address is far too frivolous. That's what she told me to call her, Li Hao explained. Lin Shanhai was astonished. Li Hao simply shrugged without saying more, his gaze casually falling onto the courtyard, watching the figure dancing gracefully like a sword dance. Now, watching her practice swordsmanship, Li Hao realized he could completely understand it. This sword is a bit too gentle. When he saw a specific soft twist in her sword momentum, Li Hao couldn't help shaking his head. In other areas, he hadn't compared and didn't know if he could sever it, but he believed that he definitely could sever such a gentle dispersing sword. She was pursuing ultimate gentleness, but excessive pursuit leads to dispersion. Huh? Although Li Hao spoke softly, the woman in the courtyard had already stopped her swordplay. Hearing the whispers behind her, Lin Qingyue slightly frowned. She didn't like being disturbed while practicing her swordsmanship, especially by laymen. However, she didn't immediately turn around, but instead held onto her sword, bowed her head in thought, and reflected on the sword momentum she had just displayed. The sword intent she cultivated was the utmost softness, but the ultimate in softness lies in ultimate, which is the extreme, and extremes are hard to grasp. If exceeded, the sword intent would dissipate. If not reached, the sword intent isn't optimal and would leave vulnerabilities. At this moment, as she reflected in her heart, she realized that her sword intent had indeed become a bit scattered, exceeding the limits of utmost softness. If such a mistake were to occur in battle, it would be a significant vulnerability. However, to notice such a flaw, at least someone with swordsmanship comparable to hers would be required to catch it. Do you also understand swords? Lin Qingyue turned around, and her eyes, cool as the autumn moon, fell upon Li Hao, revealing a trace of skepticism. If his sword Dao could compare with hers, he would at least have to be at the Saint Air level in the Holy Land. How could such a person be seriously injured here and, by sheer coincidence, be saved by her? Was it a deliberate approach, or a simple accident? I was just saying. Seeing the skepticism in her eyes, Li Hao quickly changed his statement. He had just blurted out the words, with good intentions. After all, the person was his savior. But now, with his injuries not yet healed, if he revealed too much, it might instead lead to unnecessary suspicion and trouble. Just saying? Lin Qingyue raised an eyebrow. Just saying, and yet you happened to pinpoint her mistake. Such a story wouldn't even deceive a child. She gazed intently at Li Hao and asked, How exactly did you spot it? Seeing her serious look, Li Hao knew that if he didn't give a reasonable explanation, she would most likely suspect that he had ulterior motives for approaching her. Actually, it's a feeling, Li Hao said. A feeling? Yes, I like painting and am quite sensitive to gestures and lines. Just now, when I saw your sword-wielding posture, it was obviously too soft. As a swordsman, such a soft sword is ineffective and easily becomes a vulnerability, Li Hao explained, mixing truth and fiction. You think I will believe such a far-fetched explanation? Lin Qingyue slightly raised her eyebrows, a hint of chill appearing in her eyes. With the sword god selection in the Holy Land approaching, a matter of great importance, she had no choice but to suspect that someone might deliberately approach her. Was Qingfeng right? Lin Shanhai, hearing their conversation, also stopped fussing with his medicinal herbs, looked at them in surprise, and thought Li Hao's offhand comment was just casual talk. He didn't understand swords, but seeing his granddaughter's reaction, it seemed Li Hao had hit the nail on the head. Li Hao gave a wry smile and simply said, "Wait for me, I'll draw it for you." Saying this, he got up to find paper and a brush, then took a wooden board as a makeshift easel and began to paint. Soon, on the white paper, a figure emerged, as breathtakingly beautiful as a startled swan, wielding a long sword with a graceful posture. Artistic Path Experience plus 32837. Wow, truly worthy of someone at the Tao Comprehension realm. Even the painting experience given is so generous. Li Hao put his brush aside. Lin Shanhai, who had approached to watch Li Hao's painting, witnessed the process, and when he saw Li Hao's pen and ink bring his granddaughter to life on paper, especially toward the end when the entire posture seemed infused with a soul as if a real person was dancing on the paper, was somewhat stunned. Despite his interest only in alchemy and tea, knowing nothing about the artistic path, Shanhai's age brought wisdom, and he could recognize something significant. This was no simple painting but had captured the immersive essence within the artwork. Lin Qingyue also came over, and upon seeing the figure on the paper, she couldn't help but be taken aback. That image she knew all too well, now meticulously captured in painting, and the sword's posture even carried a semblance of her sword intent. He had actually captured a semblance of her sword intent in his drawing. Lin Qingyue stared in amazement, somewhat lost in the drawing. After a moment, she snapped out of it and suddenly realized something, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes. The drawing was too meticulous, as if memorized in his mind thousands of times over. Although she didn't understand painting, she knew that the first step in drawing was meticulous observation. At this thought, her neck reddened slightly, and she couldn't help but glare briefly at Li Hao. Li Hao was puzzled by her glare, thinking she didn't understand, and he immediately pointed to the drawing and explained. Look here, your arm lines, including your waistline, they're overall graceful, as if boneless. But your sword is like your spine, supporting you. It's just that when you swung to this point, the arc of the sword became a bit loose. Stop talking. Lin Qingyu's face flushed with embarrassment. Although she and Li Hao had shared a roof for more than a month, they had barely spoken a few words to each other, not even familiar, and now he was discussing her body curves with her, pointing at her painting. If not for Li Hao's earnest and pure gaze, she would have thought he was being a scoundrel. Li Hao also realized that he might have been a bit offensive. Lin Qingyue didn't bother with him anymore, just staring at the drawing, scrutinizing it closely. Soon, she roughly understood why Li Hao could pinpoint the flaw in her sword Dao. He had judged through the painting, not through the sword Dao. Usually, cultivation is about using the Dao to shape the form, and here Li Hao was using the form to guide the Dao. Lin Qingyu's eyes flickered, glancing sideways to see him looking helplessly innocent. She quickly withdrew her gaze and fell silent. Being able to capture sword intent through the artistic path, she wasn't sure whether to consider this man a prodigy of the artistic path or a prodigy of the sword Dao. Grandpa had been singing high praises non-stop, claiming that the other party possessed exceptional talent in alchemy. During this period, Zhao Yingzhen and Shi Huajin had visited as well, and she had seen it all. They too spoke highly of Li Hao. She might not understand alchemy, but she had come to know that the other party had extraordinary talent for it and was indeed an alchemical genius. Perhaps the other party wasn't lying? Lin Qingyue appeared deep in thought. The top talents would never squander their energy mastering various paths. Even if they were to practice other paths, it would be other aspects of martial arts, such as movement techniques and fist skills, which could enhance their cultivation. There were just too many aspects in martial arts alone to refine, leaving no energy to research other paths. Unless it was some old monster who had hit a bottleneck in martial arts. With that thought, Lin Qingyue left the easel and said, "Wait for me here, I'll be back shortly." In the middle of speaking, her figure vanished instantaneously, leaving the courtyard. You, kid. As soon as Lin Qingyue had left, Lin Shanhai also snapped out of it, glaring irritably at Li Hao. You better not have any designs on my granddaughter. Li Hao was startled, somewhat puzzled. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by that? As long as you're aware of it. When it came to his granddaughter, Lin Shanhai obviously became even more protective, glaring unhappily at Li Hao. Qingyue is a being that is destined to become a saint. Whether it's for her good or yours, you two are not suitable. Li Hao was speechless. Why the sudden mention of this matter? Looking at the drawing paper, he soon realized and said with a bitter smile, Mr. Lin, you've misunderstood. I don't have such thoughts about Qingyue. You call her Qingyue? Lin Shanhai immediately became agitated. He only had this one precious granddaughter. Although he appreciated Li Hao, he also felt the sensation of his treasure being snatched away by a wolf. Li Hao could only offer a wry smile. Lin Shanhai went on and on advising Li Hao, who could only nod continuously in agreement, promising not to entertain any inappropriate ideas. What are you talking about? Soon after, the figure of Lin Qingyue suddenly appeared through instant teleportation, seemingly having heard something. She raised an eyebrow and glanced at Li Hao. Lin Shanhai shook his head and asked, What's that in your hand? The bone-reflecting mirror. Lin Qingyue was holding an oval mirror of pure black in her hand. Li Hao had seen such a mirror before at the Immortal Gate, but that mirror was much larger than this one. May I check your age? It won't be a problem, right? Lin Qingyue stared at Li Hao. Li Hao nodded. There was no need for secrecy on this matter. Lin Qingyue immediately aimed the bone-reflecting mirror at Li Hao, and soon, his reflection appeared on the pitch-black mirror, revealing his age. 27 years old. Lin Qingyue was taken aback, her eyes showing a hint of astonishment as she looked at Li Hao. That age was too young. Previously, when Li Hao was unconscious, and she had picked him up, she had also casually explored Li Hao's body, sensing that he was extremely injured inside, but was at the Four Stands realm. To be able to cultivate to the Four Stands realm at 27 was to be considered a dragon among men, a talent among the elite. Within the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, that would be the top tier among inner sect disciples. For such an age to have cultivated martial arts to the Four Stands realm, coupled with what her grandfather mentioned about mastering a unique alchemy purification skill, and now seeing Li Hao's profound understanding of the artistic path, all these activities required significant energy expenditure. Sword Dao, it would be impossible to find the additional energy to dabble in that. After all, a person's energy is limited. She felt reassured in her heart. This age was enough to prove that what Li Hao had said earlier was true. He had simply captured the flaws in her Sword Dao through artistic form. She didn't understand painting, nor could she comprehend it, but now this was the only explanation. You're this young? Upon seeing Li Hao's age, Lin Shanhai was also somewhat surprised. Reaching the Four Stands realm at 27, your martial arts talent is quite exaggerated. Has your family ever given you any divine pills? It feels like with such a talent, you could directly join the inner sect of a holy land to cultivate for 100 years, and it wouldn't be impossible to have the potential to become a disciple of a semi-saint. Hearing the other's words, Li Hao gave a wry smile. In his heart, though, he felt remorse. The battle with the Void Saint had been an accidental disaster, having squandered 10 years of his time in vain. When he had escaped from the Void, his war body was shattered, his Dao power dissipated, and his realm fell. They had assumed he was at the Four Stands realm, but with concealment and recovery of his Dao power, he had already returned to the Dao comprehension realm. However, due to his all-phenomena attribute concealment, Li Hao had not deliberately exposed it, and his bodily injuries were yet to heal. Pills? Hearing Lin Shanhai's words, Lin Qingyue turned her surprise into understanding. Li Hao's purification technique had been regarded by Lin Shanhai as that of a declining alchemical family, but with a glorious ancestral past and divine medicines passed down, it was not too strange. To have cultivated to such a realm by relying on pills was not all that unusual. Yet, pills that could greatly assist in the cultivation of the three immortalities in Four Stands realm were rather rare, and even high-level alchemists could only produce a small amount. If you wish to join the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, I can recommend you. Lin Qingyue put away the bone-reflecting mirror and spoke indifferently. This was to make up for her previous suspicion towards Li Hao. Li Hao discerned her intentions and shook his head slightly. I'm not interested in cultivation. Hearing Li Hao say this, Lin Qingyue didn't push the issue further, becoming even more convinced that Li Hao reached this realm by consuming pills. After all, During this period, although she hadn't intentionally observed Li Hao, she had noticed that he had never practiced cultivation. Having such a realm was mostly for the sake of alchemy, relying on pills to promote himself, much like her grandfather. Generally, an alchemist must master some fire system skills or even Tao techniques to refine certain pills, as alchemy is somewhat physically demanding. If one's own realm is too low, it's impossible to refine high-grade elixirs. Some divine medicines, just for the raw ingredients, are extremely difficult to tame. When refining with the blood of demons, it's necessary to suppress the soul thought within the blood, which requires a certain realm. No matter what, I must thank you for pointing out the flaws in my sword Dao, Bian Rushui said, her expression cold as usual, for it was her nature not to like owing anyone anything, and she preferred to settle matters clearly. Your life-saving grace before has not yet been repaid, this little matter counts for nothing, and it was just a casual remark. Li Hao glanced at her, thought of the tremendous amount of experience just earned, and hesitated before saying, if you really want to express your thanks, you could let me paint a few more portraits for you in the future? You, young man. Before Bian Rushui could speak, Lin Shanhai was the one who grew anxious, glaring at Li Hao with anger. Did all he said just go in vain? Bian Rushui was also slightly stunned, recalling the painting from earlier, her earlobes turning faintly red. She gazed at Li Hao, as if searching for and confirming something in his eyes. But Li Hao looked at her calmly, without any hint of evasion. Bian Rushui took a long look at him, then turned her head away and said calmly, no problem. If you can find more flaws in my sword Dao, I will only be grateful. So, you agree? Li Hao's face showed a smile. Bian Rushui didn't respond but flew into the courtyard to continue practicing her swordplay. This action was akin to tacit agreement. Otherwise, if she were unwilling, she had 1,000 ways to make Li Hao unable even to see her again. After all, she was the saintess of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, second only to the authority of the half-saint elders. Qingfeng, oh Qingfeng, why wouldn't you heed advice? Lin Shanhai murmured with a troubled expression, suddenly feeling as if he had let the wolf in. Old Lin, oh old Lin, there's no need for you to worry. I have no other intentions towards Qingyue. Please trust my devotion to the artistic path. It's just simple painting. How about I do a couple of portraits for you too? Li Hao promised earnestly. Lin Shanhai looked into Li Hao's sincere eyes with some skepticism. Really? Truly, it couldn't be more real, Li Hao insisted. Seeing Li Hao's assurance, Lin Shanhai's heart quietly relaxed and he said, all right then, I'll trust you this once. Li Hao felt somewhat helpless and didn't continue the topic. Their conversation, however, reached Bian Rushui's ears, causing her to frown slightly and swing her sword faster, as if to whisk away the words. Soon, she was once again engrossed in the practice of sword intent. Since Li Hao had agreed to paint for Bian Rushui, Lin Shanhai had his attendant build an additional courtyard behind his own for Li Hao. Though Lin professed trust in Li Hao with his words, his actions were still quietly guarded. Li Hao could only give a wry smile at this but wasn't offended. Having his own courtyard meant he could enjoy much more peace and quiet. Aside from painting and carving, he was also quietly recuperating from his injuries. The void energy that had penetrated his body had nearly half disappeared unnoticed, for this land of all saints provided one benefit. The heaven and earth energy was extremely dense, over 10 times that of the mortal world. No wonder all martial artists long to enter the immortal gate. The tenfold increase in cultivation speed and the slowing of lifespan decay were considerable benefits. A year of cultivation here was equivalent to 10 years in the mortal world, with only 1 year's worth of life expended. However, for Li Hao, whether here or in the mortal world, it didn't make much difference. He just wanted to live each day in a satisfying and interesting way. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Li Hao's injuries had almost completely healed, and the rift-like void energy within him, along with the continuous mending of his flesh, was being cleared away more quickly. As his body recovered, Li Hao began to cultivate in addition to painting and carving. Previously, when he fought the Void Saint, he had shattered the heaven and earth vein, which meant that all the major meridians in his body were damaged and destroyed. Although the flesh had healed, these opened meridians needed to be reconstructed. Fortunately, with the previous cultivation techniques, reopening these meridians was not difficult for Li Hao. He set up a barrier in the courtyard, used the hidden bow and the all phenomena attribute to completely conceal his presence. Then he began to operate the meridian opening skill, reopening each of the previously opened meridians one by one. All 108 meridians were re-established as Li Hao's cultivation technique progressed. The remaining 2 meridians, the Mystic Vein and the Yang Meridian, needed to be reopened. The Mystic Vein could be reopened with the cultivation of the Thousand Jiao's holy body skill. The position of the Yang Meridian was found within the top of the skull, a location fraught with extreme danger. A light mishap could lead to idiocy, and a serious one to instant death by brain explosion. But for Li Hao, now in possession of the 7th extreme realm, reopening the Yang Meridian was the least of his concerns. Even if his head burst, he could be reborn from a single drop of blood. Quickly, after 2 attempts, the first ended in failure. His head exploded, but upon regeneration, the second attempt was successful. Without the 7th extreme realm or some special secret technique, other prodigies, no matter how monstrously talented, would meet their end if the opening of the Yang Meridian failed. With the opening of the Yin and Yang Meridians, the Heaven and Earth Vein also reappeared. The 7 extreme realm, plus 1/2 ultimate realm, was where Li Hao's current apex stood. In the following days, he began to condense Dao power. Previously, when he entered the Immortal Gate, he had just stepped into the Dao comprehension realm and his Dao power had not fully transformed. Later, the battle dissipated his Dao power, and now he was in the early stages of the Enlightened Truth realm with shallow Dao power within. The strength of the Enlightened Truth realm depends on the concentration of the Dao power inside. With the indelible attribute of Dao power, in theory, as long as the Dao power is sufficiently deep and strong, it could even have a taste of absolute defense. Seated in the courtyard, apart from the occasional carving and painting for entertainment, what remained was the monotonous conversion of Dao power. Every morning, Li Hao would also visit Lin Shanhai's alchemy room to help him refine medicinal materials. Every now and then, Li Hao would be invited to visit Zhao Yingzhen, Shi Huajin, and others, as they attempted to refine high-grade divine pills, soliciting Li Hao's help to purify the medicinal power and increase the pill success rate. With Li Hao's assistance in purification, their success rate for refining high-grade pills greatly increased, from an original probability of 30% directly up to 70%. This also made Li Hao incredibly sought after within the pill refining circle of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, causing his reputation to skyrocket. Day after day passed. Another month went by. Li Hao had fully consolidated his power in the Enlightened Truth realm, his strength restored to its previous level. To be precise, compared to before, his strength had now gone up a notch. The conversion of Dao power in the Land of All Saints was much faster than when Li Hao was in the mortal world. It took merely 5 days to completely convert, filling his body with Dao power. In the remaining 20 or so days, Li Hao continued to condense and solidify without rest. Now his physical body was even more durable than the hardness of the Saint Heart treasures. With Dao power pervading his entire body, he himself was a top-notch treasure. Every move he made was laced with enormous destructive force. Furthermore, his sword Dao was now at stage 8, mastering both sword momentum and sword intent. If he were to take action again, his attacks would be even more fierce and terrifying. However, after the previous battle with the avatar of the Void Saint, Li Hao fully recognized the existence of the Saint realm and knew that there was still a huge gap compared to a saint, despite his current strength. During this time, Li Hao conversed with Lin Shanhai to deepen his understanding of saints, which was clearer than before. The saint realm is a general term, but even within the saint realm, there are different levels. A saint must undergo 3 calamities, with each calamity traversed resulting in a huge leap in strength. When one survives the most difficult heavenly tribulation, they become a supreme saint. Among the saints, these beings are the true rulers of the Land of All Saints. According to Lin Shanhai, there are only about 10 supreme saints in total, truly unmatched in the world with the power to overshadow all under heaven. As for the Void Saint who attempted to assassinate Li Hao had made inquiries. Although the Kanglin realm was far away from the Cloud realm, the names of saints were significant, renowned across the 33 realms, universally known. Lin Shanhai also knew of the Void Saint, who was not a supreme saint. The prestige of a saint undergoing the heavenly tribulation was immense. A supreme saint was basically an entity that drew the attention of the whole world. Qingfeng Pill Master, here is the Fire Dragon Liver, 100 Fragrance Ganoderma, Purple Sandalwood. Atop Medicine Mountain, Li Hao sat outside the alchemy room in a pavilion, toying with a chess piece. Zhang Xiaowei, the direct disciple of Shi Huajin, delivered many alchemy ingredients with respect, handing them to Li Hao. Zhang Xiaowei was extremely humble and courteous toward the young man before her, as the name of Qingfeng Pill Master was well known within the pill refining circle of the Holy Land. Although Li Hao did not hold the official title of an alchemist, many regarded him as one, even on par with a high-level alchemist. After all, Li Hao had many connections with alchemists. Aside from people like Shi Huajin, other alchemists also sought Li Hao's help, with some delivering gifts multiple times just to have him assist in purifying medicinal power and to refine a batch of advanced divine pills. Just put it here. Li Hao responded nonchalantly. Zhang Xiaowei secretly glanced at Li Hao. His method of purifying medicinal power was spoken of as if it were something magical. She envied it deeply, and from rumors, she heard it was his ancestral secret technique. Even though Li Hao had demonstrated it, many who watched understood that it was not something that could be learned in a day or two unless Li Hao meticulously taught it hand by hand. But who would impart such an extraordinary skill to others without significant benefit? Soon after, a metallic twang resounded from within the alchemy room. Li Hao looked in that direction and detected a hint of an unusual medicinal fragrance. He knew that the pill was formed. Quickly, the door of the alchemy room was opened, and its barrier was lifted. This barrier was not to prevent Li Hao from peeking but to guard against other attendants and even a few of Shi Huahin's disciples. The pill refined today was a high-grade divine pill, one of Shi Huahin's unique techniques, which even direct disciples were not readily taught. It required evaluations of character and other considerations, retained as her most guarded legacy. Qingfeng, come take a look. Shi Huajin opened the door, saw Li Hao listlessly in the pavilion, and chuckled. She had previously invited Li Hao inside to observe, but he was unwilling, saying it was stuffy inside, almost making her burst with annoyance. Her disciples, hearing of Li Hao's refusal, all widened their eyes, not understanding what kind of tactic Li Hao was pulling off, playing hard to get. Li Hao tossed the chess piece back into the chess box, stood up, and entered the alchemy room. He then saw on a jade tray 7 spherical pills, each exuding a misty aura of treasure, lying there. This is the condensation Dao pill. It can be consumed by those in the 4 stands realm and can help condense a trace of Dao power within the body, enough to suppress peers in the same realm. Shi Huajin wore a smile as she introduced her exceptional pill formula craftsmanship to Li Hao. This batch was specially requested by a saintess from the Dao comprehension realm. For someone in the Dao comprehension realm, consuming 1 pill is better than several years of hard cultivation. Li Hao listened and couldn't help but click his tongue in awe. Indeed, the status of an alchemist was high for a reason. A single pill could allow someone in the 4 stands realm to condense Dao power and dominate their peers. This made both talent and effort seem somewhat laughable. However, this was the foundation and accumulation of a powerful force. Inside the Deu divine dynasty, that old alchemist from the Pill Refining Institute seemed to be of only middle rank. The pills he refined were already considered divine pills in the mortal world. Aside from supplying the imperial family, factions of all sides were stuffing him with benefits just for one-time assistance. Even the 5 divine general mansions relied on tough relations to get one chance to Q-jump. If this condensation Dao pill were to be taken to Deu, it would surely drive all within the 4 stands realm mad, and the standing of Shi Huajin, who could concoct such a medicine, would be self-evident. If you want to learn, I can teach you, Shi Huajin said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Li Hao shook his head. He could learn and even make it for others, but he had already memorized the herbal ingredients for this pill. Using cooking techniques, he could make it himself, only his would be a dish with a slightly weaker effect. But the advantage was that dishes didn't contain pill toxins and could be consumed every day. However, the ingredients for this pill were so rare that even Shi Huajin would feel the pinch of a failed attempt, which was why she had called him to help purify the ingredients to increase the success rate. Such ingredients would be hard to gather in the mortal world, he guessed. Even if one learned the method, it would be like trying to cook a meal without rice upon returning to the mortal world. Are you worried I'm testing you? I'm serious, Shi Huajin said with a grin. Just learn it and agree to become my disciple. Sister Shi, stop teasing me. I really have no interest in alchemy, Li Hao said with resignation. Shi Huajin gave him a displeased look. Anyone else would have been trembling with excitement at these words. Do you really expect me to beg you to accept me as your master? She felt even more helpless than Li Hao. The pill formula that they, as alchemists, treasured was something others could only dream of obtaining. And here they were, begging Li Hao to learn, hoping he would inherit their mantle and thus assault the peaks of the alchemy Dao. yet Li Hao simply couldn't be bothered to learn, which was utterly preposterous. Forget it, I'm a bit tired from alchemy today. This is the pill I made for Saintess Share. Take it to her with little Wei, Shi Huajin said, her eyes revealing a trace of fatigue. Alchemy was incredibly draining, and if it were not for the excitement of a successful pill cultivation, she would have wanted to sleep and rest by now. All right, Li Hao agreed, seeing her state. Zhang Xiaowei, standing outside the door and hearing the explosive dialogue, had the corners of her mouth twitch involuntarily. She was dying to cover the mouth of this Qingfeng pill master and shout on his behalf, I want to learn, I really want to learn. Shi Huajin put the condensation Dao pill into a precious gourd and handed it to Li Hao, then waved her hand lethargically. Li Hao took the gourd and didn't say much, signaling to Zhang Xiaowei at the door to lead the way. Zhang Xiaowei knew that her master did not trust her to deliver such a precious medicine, and she smiled wryly. Compared to her, a direct disciple who had been by her side for many years, the master seemed to trust this Qingfeng pill master even more. Qingfeng pill master, please, Zhang Xiaowei set aside her thoughts without showing the slightest sign, and spoke submissively to Li Hao. Then, the two flew out from Medicine Mountain, heading toward the disciple area of Sword Ancestor Holy Land. This was also Li Hao's first time leaving the alchemist's living area to visit the places where disciples practiced cultivation. Sword Ancestor Holy Land was vast, with the disciples' cultivating area occupying the larger part. After flying thousands of miles and entering a mountain range with undulating peaks, where each peak was adorned with arrays and bathed in treasure light, the silhouettes of numerous disciples were visible moving about. It took flying over tens of thousands of miles to reach a towering mountain peak. The mountain was so high it seemed to pierce the sky, dwarfing all surrounding peaks. Around the mountain, rivers flowed, and there were several smaller peaks in a pentagon arrangement, seemingly a sort of formation that condensed the energy of heaven and earth, channeling it onto the towering peak. This was clearly not a natural occurrence but a manipulation of the geo-pulse into an array by human efforts. The extent of the efforts and the grandeur of the work suggested a person of no ordinary standing on the mountain. Zhang Xiaowei, leading Li Hao, flew up and landed before the pavilion at the peak's staircase, where attendants stood guard. Following the master's orders, we're here to deliver medicine to the saintess, Zhang Xiaowei said, producing Shi Huajin's token. Upon seeing it, the attendant's originally stern face softened, and he smiled warmly, quickly saying, "Oh, it's the esteemed disciple of Master Shi, you've worked hard." Zhang Xiaowei nodded slightly without pleasantries, asking to be led inside. Crossing the plaza, they soon arrived at a grand and radiant building complex at the mountain's summit. Li Hao was slightly startled by the central building. Its structure looked similar to the gates of the Divine General Mansion. "The saintess is waiting inside, please," said the attendant at the entrance, respectfully. Entering through the gate, Li Hao scanned the long hallway and the layout, which seemed familiar. Led by a maid to a courtyard, as soon as Li Hao stepped in, he saw that it was modeled after mountain and river courtyard. The lotus pond, the poplar trees, the main hall, the side chambers, the firewood shed, the layout was exactly the same, even the size had hardly changed. The pavilion in the courtyard also sat in the same spot, as did the stone pathway. Li Hao shifted his gaze and looked up around the courtyard, spotting a familiar figure in white practicing swordplay at a leisurely pace in a particular area. Her movements were similar to Lin Qingyu's, as if dancing. However, Li Hao could tell she was cultivating sword intent. Stealing glances of her profile as she occasionally turned, Li Hao's eyes shook slightly, and he instantly understood why. He hadn't expected to encounter an acquaintance here. Before he had rushed to the Imperial Palace in the Imperial City, he had met Sword Saint Jian Wudao, who had mentioned she was chosen by a saint and brought into the world within the Immortal Gate. So it was here. Li Hao felt a sense of sudden realization, surprise, and disbelief, yet everything also seemed expected. The Saint of Sword Ancestor Holy Land was known as Sword Saint. This was the true Sword Saint, and only she would show interest in Bian Rushui, who wielded a sword. Jian Wudao said her sword bone was covered in dust and spotted by a saint. "Saintess, the pill master has come to deliver your medicine." The leading maidservant approached the lady, bowed her head, and spoke softly. That snow-white figure also seized the sword in her hand and slightly lifted her head to glance in the direction of Li Hao and Zhang Xiaowei. Time had sculpted her features, but the familiar contours of the past remained. Li Hao was not mistaken, it indeed was Bian Rushui. Only now, She was no longer the girl inseparable from her sword but a stunningly beautiful woman with a calm demeanor that seemed above the mundane world, possessing the grace of an immortal. Her eyes, serene and deep like lakes on snowy mountains, radiated utmost composure. And such tranquility often stemmed from profound inner confidence. Greeting the saintess, Shaer, Zhang Xiaowei stepped forward, bowing deeply. Although she was a direct disciple of Shi Huajin, she was but one of many, and before her stood the saintess, whose status was even slightly higher than her master's. More importantly, the one the saintess aspired to equal in the future was the saint. Whether she would succeed in becoming a saint was uncertain, but at least she possessed such a possibility. While countless other martial artists in the world lacked even a sliver of such a chance. Who's he? Bian Rushui's gaze swept past the young woman before her, catching scent of the faint medicinal odor on her, which made her feel uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Bian Rushui did not show it, and instead, her focus landed on the male figure in his 20s behind the woman. She had noticed his gaze long before, which puzzled her. His look was different from the covetousness and admiration others concealed when they saw her. It was an indescribable feeling. Moreover, that feeling, astonishingly, seemed familiar to her. He is the Qingfeng pill master, who has come with me to deliver the medicine to the saintess, Zhang Xiaowei hurriedly explained. Is he a high-ranking pill master? Why does he not bow before the saintess and dares to look directly at her? Does he wish to have his eyeballs gouged out? The previously smiling maidservant who guided them suddenly changed her demeanor, berating Li Hao. Qingfeng pill master is new here and unaware of the etiquettes. I hope the saintess will forgive him, Zhang Xiaowei hastened to say, tugging at Li Hao's sleeve to urge him to quickly bow and apologize to the saintess. Li Hao, too, averted his gaze, feeling a tinge of amusement at the maidservant's outburst. Though human, she acted like a dog, showing her fangs and hubris only in the presence of her master. The speed of her face changing was truly astonishing. Qingfeng has seen the saintess. Li Hao gave a slight salute, a token of respect. At that moment, he had no intention of revealing his identity, to avoid complications. Moreover, the girl he once knew no longer had the same tales he was familiar with. Once parting ways at the Sword Cottage 7 years ago, everything had changed. Now, after more than 10 years without seeing each other, whether she remained the person he knew was uncertain. What kind of attitude is this? The maidservant beside him, seeing Li Hao's simple gesture of respect, was about to scold him when Bian Rushui signaled her to let it be, then turned to Li Hao to ask. Have we met before? Li Hao's eyes flickered as he said, why does the saintess say this? You resemble someone I know. Bian Rushui spoke softly, unsure why she felt such an association. Clearly, the man before her looked quite different from the one in her memory, and his aura had completely changed, yet she could not help but be reminded of him. There are many people in the world, and it's not uncommon to find similar faces. The saintess must have mistaken me for someone else. Li Hao replied. Bian Rushui stared at him for a moment, then fell silent. Indeed, he remained in the mortal world, while her master had brought her to the All Saints world, a divide between the holy and the mundane. Remembering their last farewell, the conversation before the campfire, she pursed her lips slightly. Now, she finally had the chance to ascend to the pinnacle of the sword Dao and see the summit for herself. If she could master the ultimate sword, she wished to show it to him, just like their promise. But would he truly be dazzled by that sword? At the thought, a silent sigh escaped Bian Rushui's heart. The sword Dao pinnacle was a fatal attraction only for swordsmen. Like her brother, he was always unlike the others, fond of useless diversions, squandering his talent. Even if she displayed it, he might not understand or appreciate the sword's intricacies and how precious it was to master it. Such sharing was doomed to be unrelatable. Just as they were to each other, she could not see what he yearned for, nor did he understand her passion for the sword Dao. Nonetheless, she promised him she'd climb the summit to see what lay beyond and tell him what she saw. Are you an alchemist? Bian Rushui asked gently. Suppose I am. Bian Rushui withdrew her gaze, knowing the person before her could not be Li Hao. When her master had brought her to this land of all saints, he was still at Heavenly Gate Pass. Now, decades had passed in the mortal world. With that thought, she sighed softly, saying, leave the pills behind, thank you both, pill masters. She turned, took up her sword, and began to move it once again. Li Hao noticed that her sword intent was that of ice and snow. Her first superior swordsmanship was the falling snow sword skill. Had she continually refined it? Li Hao wondered if she and Lin Qingyue would confront each other in the upcoming Sword Saint battle. One embodied the utmost softness in their sword intent, the other ice and snow. While similar in nature, one gentle, the other harsh, it was unclear who would prevail. Li Hao withdrew his gaze, resisting the urge to correct her. The young girl was no longer the tale he once knew. She had her own master, her own path. He had no right to offer guidance anymore. Taking out his gourd, Li Hao handed it to the leading maidservant and departed without lingering. In the courtyard, the silhouettes of this man and woman from the mortal world once again slowly receded into the distance, neither glancing back. After returning from Holy Maiden Peak, Li Hao began his own cultivation. As true force gathered within him day by day, one day Li Hao suddenly felt strands of energy drift through the void, flowing into his body. This energy differed from heaven and earth energy. It was an inscrutable force. After considering it, Li Hao realized that it seemed to be incense fire. During these days, through idle chats with alchemists like Lin Shanhai, Li Hao gained a deeper understanding of incense fire and many matters related to saints. It is not something ordinary people can bear, as it requires a Taoist body great accomplishment. In this period, his Tao power constantly transformed, filling all his acupuncture points and main channels, so that his Taoist body now rivaled that of the Tao La realm at perfection. And after attaining perfection in the Tao La realm, the next step was to begin accumulating incense fire. This power of incense fire gathered in Li Hao's body without any barriers, slowly settling and transforming into dust like particles of incense, accumulating within his body and slowly condensing into a soybean-sized granule. This granule was the initial form of a stick of incense. To become a saint, one must aggregate the power of 3 sticks of incense fire within the body. At present, the absorbed incense fire has only condensed into about 1/10 of a stick of incense in his body. This was because he had only recently achieved Taoist body perfection, and began to perceive and receive incense fire, which was the precipitation and accumulation from before. Emperor Yu had once promised him that he would transfer the great Yu incense fire to him after 10 years. Li Hao had been fleeing in the void for 10 years, which corresponded to 100 years in the mortal world. With the Taoist body reaching perfection, these 90+ years of accumulated incense fire had all gathered and only then condensed into a granule the size of a soybean. After the previously accumulated incense fire rushed over all at once, the subsequent incense fires that continued to come did not have the previous torrential momentum, but they still arrived like threads and wisps, every single day. Li Hao had not expected that the power of incense fire could actually pass through the immortal gate and come from the mortal world to the land of all saints without obstruction. This power truly was capable of turning one into a saint. At the current rate of accumulation, he could lie flat for 300 years and then condense into a saint. These 300 years in the land of all saints would equate to 3,000 years in the mortal world. 3,000 years of incense fire cultivation producing a saint was a relatively fast pace, mainly because the population of the Deu divine dynasty was large, ranking as a middle-ranked divine dynasty among the entire Dongwang. If it were the smaller nations surrounding Deu, it might take 7,000 or 8,000 years, or even upwards of 10,000 years, for their people's belief and faith to cultivate a saint. This was also why those smaller nations had no saints since ancient times. After all, cultivating just one person over 7,000 or 8,000 years was nearly impossible. The turnover of power, court struggles, heavenly disasters, and other calamities would cause gaps in belief. Absorbing the drifts of daily incense fire, Li Hao couldn't help but miss the mortal world. The incense fire was extremely precious, yet Emperor Yu did not break his promise. Even for saints, incense fire was a beneficial boon, so saints would teach their ways and gather beliefs. Now, Li Hao could also utilize the incense fire he absorbed. He only needed to ignite it with divine thought, but once ignited and consumed, it would vanish. Below the level of a saint, it was a desperate measure reserved for life or death struggles. Usually, being forced to burn incense fire in battle meant a death feud that could not end until one side was extinct. After becoming a saint, 3 sticks of incense fire could endure indefinitely. Even if ignited, they would be enveloped by the saint path, unceasing and everlasting, like steam inside a sealed boiler, cycling endlessly. Only then could one truly mobilize the power of incense fire for battle at will. Before that point, one could only accumulate, not use. Now, with the great accomplishment of his Taoist body, Li Hao's physical body had condensed to an extremely horrifying extent. He practiced the physical body Tao, and his bones, blood, and physical body were his Tao, capable of withstanding divine skills simply with his physical form. However, the physical body Tao had its flaws. It meant that Li Hao could not achieve instant manifestation of laws with spoken words. Put simply, although he had reached perfection in the Tao Law realm, in some ways, he had not. Indeed, the physical body Tao is the path of body refinement, essentially condensing the Tao power and laws inside one's body. To manifest laws with a word, Li Hao still needed to raise his control Tao to the 9th stage, allowing him to call the winds and summon the rain, and to reverse the flow of rivers with a thought. When he achieved great accomplishment and perfection of the Taoist body, Li Hao discovered that his physical body strength had not increased further. Without entering the divine power state, his normal physical strength remained at tens of millions of pounds, only fluctuating slightly, which appears to be the limit of the physical body. At this moment, Li Hao also realized for the first time what "there is a limit to human effort" meant. This was no longer a problem that cultivation could resolve but a limitation of life itself. Like a bottle filled with water, adding any more would cause it to overflow. And so it was with the physical body. No matter how much more one cultivated or practiced body refinement, it would only impart varying effects of body refinement. However, his own physical body had already reached its peak, amounting to becoming a god with the physical body. The final realm, to cultivate to this point, is to reach the end. Maximal effort could take something to the utmost. But this is the limit of effort and not the limit of the thing itself because, in this world, the vast majority of things are unreachable despite effort. The final realm represents the ultimate boundary of a thing itself. Even if one followed the most perfect path, there would be no more paths to take, because there would be no paths left. However, although the constant strength of 10 million pounds had become fixed, with the divine power state, he could still temporarily unleash 10 times that strength. Now, with Tao power integrated, the Taoist body at perfection, if combined with Tao power, the force he could unleash became even more terrifying, capable of easily shattering mountains and ripping through the earth with his fists and kicks. Most importantly, with Tao power spread throughout his body, it enabled Li Hao to disregard others' methods, overpowering all laws with sheer strength. However, Li Hao felt that the current perfection of his Taoist body was not yet the limit for himself. Perhaps it was because of the divine blood within him that post-Taoist body perfection, he could continue to absorb and transform Tao power, infusing this power into his divine blood. The divine blood acted like a sponge, absorbing a vast amount of Tao power, allowing him to withstand transformations of Tao power far surpassing other beings in the Tao comprehension realm. As time passed, Li Hao's divine blood increasingly transformed Tao power like an unfathomable abyss. His physical body harbored the power of the final realm and carried unimaginable Tao power. Li Hao realized that cultivating the physical body Tao could be one of the essential paths to touching the limits of the Tao comprehension realm, even reaching the final realm. The limits in the final realm of each stage of martial arts seemed interconnected, aiding and influencing one another. Li Hao couldn't imagine what it would be like if one could cultivate them all. Even saints would probably be unable to compare. Days passed unnoticed in their simplicity. Li Hao had grown accustomed to life here, following a routine every day. These activities were occasionally purifying herbs for Lin Shanhai, training by converting the Tao power of his divine blood, and spending time alone in the courtyard, painting and carving, immersed in his own enlightenment. And the line was occasionally helping out at the invitations of various alchemists. With his extraordinary skill in purification through cooking techniques, Li Hao was favored by all kinds of alchemists. Not interested in alchemy himself and harmless without competitive intentions, he paradoxically became a central figure in the circle of alchemists. Where individuals had conflicts, they wouldn't face each other, or they would only exchange cold looks, but facing Li Hao, they all greeted him with smiles. This resulted in the Qingfeng Pill Master becoming increasingly renowned, even spreading among the disciples within the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. Many disciples were aware that there was such an exceptional person among alchemists. While who was the best in alchemy might be debatable, there was no doubt about who had the best relationships. This led many of the highly regarded disciples, including some saint heirs and saintesses, to consider befriending Li Hao. Some came in person while others sent representatives to show their goodwill. After all, procuring the services of a high-level alchemist to refine precious medicinal substances required one's own materials and a report to the Holy Land for the alchemist's consent. And this often necessitated substantial incentives. If offered too little, One might worry about the alchemist's lack of dedication. If they were to ruin a batch of Dan, the precious materials would be wasted without the alchemist facing any consequences. After all, alchemy inherently had a high failure rate, especially with advanced divine pills. But if Li Hao could help, that would guarantee success in alchemy. Even if it failed, one could only blame their own bad luck and wouldn't resent the alchemist. Against these various signs of goodwill, Li Hao didn't refuse as long as they were cordial, accepting their kindness. After all, these prodigies came with their own powerful backgrounds, not lone fighters without connection. A prodigy without backing and connections would have been dead in an unknown gutter long ago. The land of all saints never lacked prodigies, but even prodigies had to bow down and rely on the protection and resources of various forces. These connections didn't greatly help Li Hao personally, but there might be uses for them in the future, and they could also help him collect famous paintings, chess manuals, and other diagrams. In the Pill Refining Institute, Li Hao, carrying the unique and rare fruits given by inner sect Heavenly Pride disciples, found Lin Shanhai to share them with the elder. This rare spirit fruit could nourish the body. For Li Hao, the effect was average. He mainly enjoyed the taste. It was crisp and filled with a unique fragrance, utterly delicious. Thanks to you, I can enjoy great delicacies again, Lin Shanhai said with a smile. He fetched his cherished tea leaves to brew tea for Li Hao. The two chatted while munching on the spirit fruit. The threshold of Li Hao's courtyard had been worn out recently, with endless visits from various people, creating a bustling scene reminiscent of the grand feast Lin Shanhai hosted when he first became a high-level alchemist. I'm also basking in your glow, Li Hao said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Shanhai smiled and felt somewhat sentimental. Seeing someone clowns around in their low moments, it's hard to tell the genuine from the fake, but when someone reaches the peak of life, their true character shows. Given Li Hao's contacts now, even without him, he would navigate well. All alchemists would be willing to establish deep connections with Li Hao. Yet, Li Hao still stayed here, unhurried and calm. Those who visited Li Hao and learned of his relationship with Lin Shanhai sometimes chose indirect methods, reaping many benefits for him as well. Li Hao treated him with the same humility and politeness as before, but their relationship had grown closer. They would occasionally jest, calling each other, "You little scamp," and "You old coot." "Now that your injuries are nearly healed, what are your plans?" asked Lin Shanhai. He had lived for over 1,000 years and seen many people, but Li Hao was someone he couldn't read completely. His unreadability pertained to Li Hao's desires. It felt as though Li Hao's name, like a breeze in the mortal world, arose spontaneously and settled just as freely. Apart from painting and carving, which he enjoyed in his leisure time, he seemed to care little for other matters people pursued, like alchemy and martial arts. "If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, I plan to stay here a bit longer. Once I create a top-tier painting, I will consider my further plans," Li Hao stated. Although the land of all saints was vast, he only wanted to stay secluded here for now, to continue refining his artistic skills. When the time came, it would be his moment to seek revenge against the Void Saint. Lin Shanhai was momentarily speechless, staring deeply into Li Hao's eyes as if to discern his true intentions. However, all he saw was a pair of clear and calm eyes, without a flicker of deceit. Lin Shanhai couldn't help but smile bitterly, sighing, "This is the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, a place countless people dream of entering. Staying here, with your current identity and connections, you can basically get whatever you want if you desire it. If you're interested in learning martial arts, just show a slight interest in the Saint Heirs and Saintesses, including others, would happily open their doors for you to enter the inner sect and become a disciple of a semi-saint. Even if your martial arts aptitude is low, those semi-saints would probably be willing to take you as a disciple, since your current connections are your confidence and foundation. If you want to practice alchemy, just a word is enough, and I can give you 2 out of the 3 high-level pill formulas I have, and others would probably be willing to trade with you as well." He looked at Li Hao helplessly. "But you're staying in this treasure trove of a place, and you only want to paint?" Li Hao could understand his point of view and chuckled. "There's no rule saying you can't paint in a holy land, must drink in a tavern, or must study intensively in an academy. An environment is just an environment. Being influenced by it is the most interesting thing. Life's journey is long. I will encounter many sceneries, but I remain myself. The essence of an environment is that it is formed when a group of people do the same thing." Lin Shanhai said, "If you remain true to yourself as you pass through, you will seem out of place." Speaking of this, he wanted to teach Li Hao how to fit in, but quickly realized that Li Hao's connections were even wider than his. If anything, it was likely Li Hao who should be teaching him. He smiled wryly, realizing despite being unorthodox, Li Hao was strangely well liked. Li Hao smiled, not saying much more, and lifted his teacup. "Let's drink." "Cheers." Lin Shanhai responded grudgingly, but cooperated by clinking cups with Li Hao. Both finished their drink with a smack of the lips. Their conversation was also heard by Lin Qingyue inside the courtyard. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She had been listening to most of the daily interactions between the elder and the younger these days and had come to understand Li Hao deeper. She didn't necessarily agree with some of Li Hao's ideas, but nor did she dislike them. Instead, there was a hint of envy at the bottom of her heart. Such a carefree life was not something everyone could enjoy. But she had her own path. When she reached the pinnacle and became a saint, completing her ultimate sword Dao, perhaps she too would be as happy as him? Thinking this, her eyes brightened, and her sword momentum became more rounded and gentle. Several months passed. Li Hao's divine blood finally filled up with Dao power, thanks to the vast energy within the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. If the heaven and earth energy of the Land of All Saints was denser than in the mortal world, then the energy inside the Sword Ancestor Holy Land was even denser and purer. If it were in the mortal world, it might have taken Li Hao 7 to 8 years to fully convert his divine blood into Dao power. But here, it was done in just over half a year. Li Hao could also understand why some people in the Dao comprehension realm were often thousands of years old. Cultivation, apart from breakthroughs in understanding, also required time due to cumulative refinement. Usually, one session of seclusion meant decades, even 60 years. In the Land of All Saints, those under 100 years old in the Dao comprehension realm were considered top prodigies, and those within 300 years were still seen as the younger generation. Those beyond 1,000 years old were considered old. As for those several thousand or even 10,000 years old, they were the venerable old monsters. These people were either Dao comprehension realm individuals with mediocre talent, pushed up by the years, or they had already become saints. The age limit for this sword god war was within 300 years. Beyond 300 years, most potential would be almost used up, instead attracting the dust of years, clouding their nature and slowing their progress even more. Now, as the divine blood fully merged into his Dao power, Li Hao also refined his divine blood body, feeling it should be stronger than a regular Taoist body. Most prodigies in Dao comprehension realm had their unique Taoist bodies, such as the sword bone body, and Dao heart body among others. Some people were born with a sword bone, which grew throughout their cultivation journey. Once reaching Dao comprehension realm, they could transfer Dao power into the sword bone, creating an additional receptacle for their Dao power, which made its potency self-evident. Moreover, housing Dao power in the sword bone, forming a sword bone body, made their attacks utterly fearsome. With the great accomplishment of the divine blood body, Li Hao had thought he might have reached the limits of Dao comprehension realm, but it turned out he had not. It was merely akin to him refining a Taoist body. To reach the Wen Dao extreme realm, it seemed he might need a different approach, possibly reaching the 9th stage of controlling Dao before he could stand a chance. After all, a Dao comprehension realm that couldn't enact laws with mere words could hardly be considered the limit. After completing the divine blood body, Li Hao's focus shifted more towards the artistic path, dedicating himself even deeper to painting and exploration. And inside the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, the Sword God War finally commenced. As the Sword God War truly began, the entire Sword Ancestor Holy Land boiled with excitement. For those ordinary disciples, while they had little chance to participate or show themselves, observing the high and mighty prodigies battling fiercely was greatly beneficial for their own cultivation, offering insights. "Child, are you ready?" Inside the Pill Refining Institute, Lin Shanhai looked at Qingfeng, who was clad in green robes, a trace of concern flickering in his eyes. Although he knew his granddaughter was outstanding, the other saint heirs and saintesses were not simple characters either. They were bound to stir up a bloody storm. Lin Qingyu's expression remained calm as usual, her eyes bright and deep. Years of cultivation had all been in preparation for this moment. "Qingfeng, let's go too and watch Qingyue, and let you see how these top prodigies fight." Lin Shanhai called out to Li Hao, hoping to show Li Hao the charm of top prodigies competing, encouraging him to take an interest in martial arts. Regardless of his aptitude, practicing martial arts was fundamentally right. Li Hao nodded, not refusing. After all, during this battle, all factions' prodigies would employ various cultivation techniques, and it was also a good opportunity to record top-tier techniques. After recording this wave, if there was a chance, he thought about leveraging his relationships to visit the Sword Tower in the Holy Land and get a glimpse of the Holy Land's cultivation techniques. His Dao domain still needed filling with many techniques to expand to more levels. Lin Qingyue didn't wait for Li Hao and Lin Shanhai, and went ahead to the Holy Land. She went there as a disciple to assemble and participate in the competition. Meanwhile, Li Hao and Lin Shanhai, after getting ready, headed there leisurely. Midway through their journey, they encountered Zhao Yingzhen and Shi Huajin, dressed opulently, who were also going to watch the competition. Although they were alchemists, such a grand event, occurring only once a century, was too lively to miss. Old Lin, this sword god war is fiercely competitive. Does Qing Ying have a chance to make it into the top 5? Upon meeting, Zhao Yingzhen asked with a smile. Lin Shanhai shook his head. Who can be sure? The other Saint Heirs and Saintesses are no easy opponents, and with over 10 of them, it's brutal just to make it into the top 10. The Sword Ancestor Holy Land had a multitude of disciples. There were 1 million outer sect disciples alone and tens of thousands of inner sect disciples, all meticulously selected prodigies. The Kenglin realm was vast and boundless, housing countless dynasties with billions of people. Apart from the 3 great sacred lands, there were many other top forces as well. Even the outer sect disciples who managed to become disciples in the Holy Lands had the potential to join the inner sect in those top forces. As for the inner sect disciples, they were prodigies of their realm, all starting with a 9th grade war body. Among these leaders, some had astonishing perception, others had even more exceptional talents, and a few even possessed special physiques. Back in their homelands in the dynasty, they were celebrated top talents, but in the Holy Lands, they were just ordinary members among the hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples. It was like a story where a mortal realm's powerhouse worked hard to ascend, only to end up as a mere soldier among 100,000 heavenly soldiers. Indeed, don't put too much pressure on Qing Ying. Getting into the top 10 would be great already, given there are so many prodigies. Nowadays, saints like to reincarnate and cultivate anew, making the competition for these youngsters even more intense. Shi Huajin told Lin Shanhai. Of course, I never interfere in her cultivation. No matter her rank, she's always the first in my heart. Even if she quit cultivation and became a commoner, I, old Lin, could still support a granddaughter, Lin Shanhai said. You really think outside the box. However, that girl Qing Ying doesn't need you to push her. She works harder than anyone. I heard she accomplished the genuinely soft Taoist body. Could it be possible she is the reincarnation of that yin-yang saint? Zhao Yingzhen curiously asked. Lin Shanhai's expression darkened. She is not anyone's reincarnation, she is herself. Zhao Yingzhen was startled, then chuckled awkwardly. Shi Huajin gave him a look. Everyone knew old Lin was extremely fond of his granddaughter and they depended on each other. Mentioning such a thing was completely out of line. The group, now joined together, exited the alchemist's residential area and headed towards the holy mountain of the Sword Ancestors' Holy Land. In the distribution of the Sword Ancestors' Holy Land, outer sect disciples could only live in the cluster of peaks around Holy Mountain while inner sect disciples could cultivate on Holy Mountain, having the chance to hear the saints impart their teachings. Meanwhile, the saintesses and saint heirs had their own dedicated cultivation holy peaks, accumulating heaven and earth energy, making a day's cultivation like 1,000 miles. Leisurely flying for thousands of miles, it took them half an hour before they finally arrived in front of Holy Mountain. Holy Mountain stood vast and lofty. From hundreds of miles away, its imposing structure was faintly visible with clouds swirling beneath its waist, concealing the true face of the peak. As they approached Holy Mountain, thousands of streaks of light could be seen speeding from all directions, all outer sect disciples arriving to watch the battle. This sword god competition was reserved for inner sect disciples to participate, ultimately contending and eliminating along with the saintesses and saint heirs, the strongest prodigies within the Holy Lands. The initial battle selection took place on platforms located on the mountainside, the area vast enough to hold 10 platforms competing simultaneously. When the top 100 were selected, they would gather at the mountaintop, chasing the final 10 under the saints' scrutiny. At the moment, surrounding mist enveloped the area at the waist of the mountain. In an extraordinarily vast space, there stood 10 huge platforms, each enveloped by a law barrier. Outside the platforms lay the spectator seats for the outer sect disciples. Watching such competitions among these prodigies offered them a rare learning opportunity. Once the Sword God War concluded, a new round of inner sect disciple seat challenges would commence, seeing many rise to distinction. Currently, the spectator seats outside the venue were divided into various large zones, each covered by noise reduction laws. As a result, though some voices carried, it wasn't overly noisy. Otherwise, with 1 million people gathered, even if everyone spoke in whispers, the collective noise would be overwhelming and chaotic. Apart from these outer sect disciple seats, there were also floating seats in midair, offering a better view, able to oversee the situation on all 10 platforms simultaneously. These seats were reserved for Lin Shanhai and other alchemists, as well as the Holy Land's artifact refiners, other management officials, dynasty enforcers, and other influential figures in the Holy Lands. Currently, the outer sect disciple spectator seats below were bustling, almost fully occupied. And among the thousands of seats floating in the air, only about half were filled. Lin Shanhai led Li Hao, Zhao Yingzhen, and others to the seating area designated for alchemists. Their arrival naturally drew the attention of some disciples. Many outer sect disciples coveted connections with these alchemy masters, lacking access on their own, and now seized the chance to catch a glimpse of their true appearance. Look, it's a senior alchemist, I've seen that one. It's Alchemist Lin, who previously helped me accumulate resources with his body forging pills to advance to the unwithering realm. There's a junior alchemist in my family who is already venerated much like a deity in our house. Even my father must act cautiously around him. A senior alchemist, if willing to help, could easily nurture a powerhouse in the Tao comprehension realm. Not so exaggerated, he said, having reached the 4 stands realm, the efficacy of pills on the body is reduced. That's because you are not well informed. Have you ever heard of the fruit of enlightenment? Some high-level alchemists can produce pills that have similar effects. Although they can't guarantee enlightenment, they can increase your chances of advancing. That's right, and the most impressive thing about high-level alchemists is their network. If they are willing to speak on your behalf, they can gather their friends to help you craft the pills, turning even the useless into the powerful. See, those are all high-level alchemists. Is that young man in the middle one of them too? Impossible. He must be one of their direct disciples then. Nonsense. That's Qingfeng Pill Master. I saw him once when I helped deliver herbal materials. Qingfeng Pill Master? He is Qingfeng Pill Master? Many people were surprised to hear of Qingfeng Pill Master. Although they had never met Li Hao, Qingfeng Pill Master's name had recently become extremely well known. Everyone in the alchemist circles knew that Qingfeng Pill Master had a wide network and mastered a unique method of refining materials, making his assistance in alchemy almost always successful. Li Hao and Lin Shanhai and others had already settled in their floating seats. You seem to be quite famous, kiddo, they all know it now. Lin Shanhai heard the surprised whispers below and couldn't help but smile at Li Hao. Li Hao noticed but just found it somewhat amusing. He, who had never crafted a pill himself, had now become the famous Qingfeng Pill Master, which felt a bit ludicrous. It's no wonder since Qingfeng's purification technique is truly irreplaceable. These kiddos are well informed indeed, Shi Huajin chuckled. If Qingfeng wishes to become an alchemist, I can teach you, and it doesn't count as taking you as a disciple, Zhao Yingzhen immediately said. Lin Shanhai replied irritably, quit your scheming. I've already told Qingfeng this long ago. If he wanted, he would have had the chance to become a high-level alchemist by now. Zhao Yingzhen was stunned, then bitterly smiled. Li Hao's gaze fell on the 10 stages. At the edge of the stages, many inner sect disciples gathered. What surprised him was that even the weakest among these inner sect disciples were in the 4 stands realm. Some of them had an outstanding demeanor, shining like the sun among the crowd, and had reached the Tao comprehension realm with their deep and hidden yet sharp aura. Li Hao was quietly thoughtful. Merely inner sect disciples had the power of the Tao comprehension realm. This was indeed the profound heritage of a holy land. Over many years, aside from the Buddha Lord, only Master Qin sat stationed in the Deu divine dynasty. As for whether there were other reclusive people in the Tao comprehension realm, it remained unknown. If there were any, there would be at most 1 or 2. Those 6 Tao Law realm subordinates he had killed earlier in the imperial palace were probably dashing inner sect disciples from the Void Holy Land and were also Tao Law realm experts, standing out among the inner sect disciples. But such standout individuals, among the inner sect disciples of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, numbered at least 100. This was the disparity between a holy land and a mortal dynasty, with their powers as different as a dragon to an ant. Qing Ying is over there. Shi Huajin raised her hand and pointed. Across the 10 stages, 3 figures stood together, surrounded by many influential figures from the Holy Land. However, in front of these three figures stood a dozen or so figures with an imposing aura and extraordinary demeanors, like transcendent stars that one couldn't look at directly. Even those outstanding individuals among the inner sect disciples seemed somewhat dull in comparison. Those are the three semi-saints of the Holy Land. Lin Shanhai introduced them to Li Hao. Li Hao fixed his gaze on them. The three semi-saints, just below saints, though the gap between a semi-saint and a saint was immense, compared to the Tao comprehension realm. A semi-saint had overwhelming and absolute domination. The three included a man and a woman, both of middle age, and an elder with a fluctuating but restrained aura, yet like a mysteriously close yet distant godly mountain. His presence appeared to root the heavens and earth, towering and unmoving. Just the casually emitted aura made Li Hao feel a strong sense of oppression. His mind became solemn as he faintly sensed that, with his current strength, even though he could easily annihilate someone from the Daola realm, facing these semi-saints would lead to an uncertain outcome and likely defeat. Semi-saints had long lives, and most harbored extreme realm capabilities, barely half a step from becoming a saint, ranking as some of the top talents of their generation. Overturning and defeating them would be as tough as ascending to the heavens. This preliminary selection, you can watch from here if you like, or you can leave if you prefer not. In front of the 10 stages stood a sturdy, towering middle-aged man with shoulders that seemed capable of supporting the heavens and earth, who spoke calmly to a dozen or so saint heirs and saintesses. Hearing his words, the expressions of the dozen or so were quite indifferent. Some stood quietly, their robes fluttering, curious to see the extent to which these elite inner sect disciples had reached. Others briefly bowed to the three semi-saints before turning to leave, unwilling to linger. For many of the saint sons and saintesses, their competitive focus was primarily on other saint heirs and saintesses. They had little interest in the lower-tier inner sect disciples. After all, they were ultimately just stepping stones. Hao Yue Saint's son isn't here, he must be in seclusion. He probably plans to make an appearance during the top 100 battle. This level of fighting doesn't interest him, and coming here would just waste his time. 30 years since we last met, I wonder what level he has reached now. This time I'm really looking forward to it. Several familiar saint heirs and a saintess spoke of a certain saint heir, their eyes gleaming with a hint of combativeness. Though there were many saint heirs, some had exceptionally resonant reputations, and Hao Yue Saint's son was such an individual. There's also a fair number of rising talents this time, so don't just focus on Hao Yue Saint's son and let other youngsters catch up. A saintess with a graceful figure, her face veiled in misty gauze and eyes like autumn waters, glanced towards a figure in white floating nearby. Hearing her words, the eyes of the other saint heirs and saintesses shifted, some with intense focus, while others remained indifferent. I heard that in the bone-reflecting mirror test, he's not even 27 yet, probably the youngest among us, right? A young man with a tall stature and piercing eyes expressed with interest. After all, he is a personal disciple of the Sword Saint, much like Hao Yue Saint's son. He probably possesses abilities comparable to Hao Yue Saint's son from 30 years ago. Another saint heir stated calmly. They chatted casually, unhindered and exuding confidence and composure, not minding offending or provoking anyone. After all, they could all be competitors in the upcoming Sword God War. Moreover, although they were all saint heirs, only one could receive the incense fire of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land and become the new Sword Saint. Everyone was an opponent unless someone decided to withdraw from the competition. Hearing these discussions, Bian Rushui, dressed in snowy garments, remained silent, paying no attention but just quietly watching the 10 arenas ahead. She did not plan to leave but wanted to see the elite among these inner sect disciples. The top inner sect disciples were not much inferior to the saint heirs and saintesses, and some even had breakthroughs after the last election of saint heirs and could potentially possess power at the saint heir and saintess level. Although this possibility was extremely low, it was not non-existent. Elsewhere, Lin Qingyue was also looking on indifferently, uninterested in the discussions around her and not participating. She knew that those around her were her competitors, her only ally was the sword in her hand. Soon after the casual chat ended, more than 10 saint heirs and saintesses gradually left, with only 5 remaining to watch quietly. These saint heirs and saintesses were all very conspicuous. As they left, many disciples in the audience took notice and started whispering among themselves. At the front of the arenas, the waiting inner sect disciples also noticed and felt a kind of disdain, but they knew it was inevitable as the others were saint heirs and saintesses, much stronger than them. However, a few among them had a cold gleam in their eyes. Before long, the spectator seats gradually filled to capacity, and the floating seats were also nearing full occupancy. The preliminary selection of the Sword God War also began at this moment. There were two types of challenges in the preliminaries. One was one-on-one duels, and the other was a defense battle. If one defended the arena for 10 matches, they could advance directly to the top 100, skipping other bouts. The defense battle was intended for those confident in their strength, while the random pairings allowed other inner sect disciples a chance for sparring. 3 semi-saints presided, and with the rules of the Sword God War explained, they began selecting participants. They gathered the disciple badges and used the laws to assign them randomly in the void. The disciples who chose the defense battle had already arrived at the central arena first. In past Sword God Wars, the defense battles were often more eye-catching, and the elite of the inner sect would choose this more straightforward method. Wow, the first to enter the defense battle is Mu Feng. He's one of the top talents in the inner sect, so it's quite normal for him to choose the defense battle. He even asked me to refine a condensation Dao pill recently. Qingfeng, you helped too, remember? Zhao Yingzhen said to Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, having a vague recollection. So, the old rules, what shall we bet? I'll start. A middle-rank pill formula for the purifying fire pill, which can purify the Dan toxin in the body. Though it leaves a bit of residual toxin, it's minimal compared to the benefits. An elder spoke up, his face full of smiles. Shi Huajin smiled and replied, all right, I'll also put out a middle-rank pill formula for the purple golden pill, which can enhance physical body strength. One pill increases about 50,000 caddies, effective only for 3 pills. I'm not familiar with him, so I'll just put out a low-rank pill formula. Lin Shanhai also joined in. The others also gradually chose their preferred pill formulas, and they soon began to decide on the number of matches and odds. Li Hao listened from the side and discovered that they had set very detailed betting rules, which even resembled a game of German poker somewhat. Qingfeng, do you want to join in? Zhao Yingzhen asked Li Hao. Li Hao shook his head, I am not familiar with this, I won't join you. Go on, don't drag Qingfeng into this, Lin Shanhai said, clearly annoyed. Getting involved in such matters was never a good thing. The others didn't press further, and Li Hao took out the brushes and canvas he had prepared earlier from the heaven and earth space and began to grind the ink. If anyone stood to gain the most from this battle, it would probably be himself. Li Hao thought to himself delightedly. After grinding the ink, he set up his canvas and began to sketch the 3 semi-saints. He wondered how much artistic path experience the presence of semi-saints could provide. Li Hao felt somewhat thrilled. Qingfeng, what is this? Shi Huajin noticed Li Hao's odd behavior, somewhat astonished. The other alchemists also looked over, startled by Li Hao's peculiar actions. Li Hao smiled, it's a rare sight, I'm capturing it as a keepsake. Lin Shanhai knew Li Hao enjoyed the artistic path and was extremely proficient, smiled and said, just paint, don't disturb him, Qingfeng's artwork is unique. Oh, the others showed a look of surprise, then became somewhat interested, thinking they'd like to see the completed painting. Li Hao then began to paint earnestly. The 3 semi-saints stood together. As Li Hao observed and painted, sketching such formidable beings was no simple task, mainly because he had to focus intently in order to observe, but as he continued observing the 3 semi-saints, his spiritual power started to deplete as if navigating a labyrinth. The aura of the semi-saints was so concentrated and profound that it made mimicking them feel challenging. In the distance, the 3 semi-saints felt his gaze and looked up, their eyes settling on the suspended seat where they saw the young man with his canvas. Quickly, they noticed that he was surrounded by alchemists. Whose disciple is that, so bold as to offend? Said the woman, her features mature and her eyes deep and icy. It might not be an offense. I glanced with my divine thought, he is painting us, probably out of admiration, wanting to keep a painting of us, and it seems the painting is not bad either, the burly middle-aged man said with a calm expression and a slight smile. That's not any disciple, there's a pill master among the alchemists recently, mastering the skill of refining medicinal materials. It should be that young man, he is sitting with Lin Shanhai. I remember, he seems to be called Qingfeng Pill Master. The elder glanced over and then spoke with a smile. Qingfeng Pill Master? The woman's eyes flickered as she too had heard of this name, the cold intensity in her eyes softened considerably. Her divine thought swept over and immediately noticed her own figure appearing on his canvas, and moreover, depicted stunningly. Since it's unintended, let's leave it, she said calmly and indifferently. The conversation among the three semi-saints was overheard, as both Lin Qingyue and Bian Rushui listened. Lin Qingyue looked up and saw that Li Hao was indeed setting up a canvas, and he was actually sketching a semi-saint, making her somewhat speechless and secretly amused. Li Hao had been here for almost a year, and in that time, she had gotten to know him well. Outside of painting and carving, he really did little else. Except for refining medicinal materials. Bian Rushui also looked over upon hearing, painting, feeling an inexplicable stir in her heart and looked towards the floating seat. The canvas blocked her view of the man's face, but somehow, the setup of the canvas gave her a deep, familiar sense in her bones, making her blood seem to quicken in an instant. Bian Rushui immediately used her divine thought to investigate, and when she saw Li Hao behind the painting board, she was slightly taken aback. She quickly remembered that he was the alchemist who had come to deliver medicine to her before. Is it him? Bian Rushui's eyes flickered. She looked intently for a moment, but eventually, she shook her head slightly. He was in the mortal world, and even if he had received an opportunity like hers to come to this place, it was impossible for him to become an alchemist. Although she did not understand alchemy, she knew that this path was different from cultivation. It required a long accumulation of experience. And the recent reputation of Qingfeng Pill Master, she had heard, certainly could not be achieved by Li Hao in a mere 100 years. Meanwhile, Li Hao was absorbed in his meticulous drawing. Under his careful observation with heart of painting, he noticed that the three semi-saints were all paying attention to him, but they seemed to have no intention of stopping him, which also allowed Li Hao to breathe a silent sigh of relief in his heart. As the brush and ink delineated, soon, the figures of the three semi-saints vividly appeared on the paper. Next were their momentum and charm. Li Hao captured their unique essences within the painting. Time passed slowly, the arena in front had already started the battle, but Li Hao was still immersed in his artwork. Simultaneously portraying the three semi-saints was far from simple. To say that he put his heart and soul into this piece was no exaggeration. After a while, with the cheering from the spectator stands below, and the laughter and lamentation from people like Lin Shanhai over their gambles and their outcomes, Li Hao gradually transitioned from utter absorption to the gradual return of his thoughts to his body. The surrounding commotion washed over him, and at this moment, his painting was also completed. With the final stroke, Li Hao felt a sense of relief throughout his body, and the experience prompt also appeared before him. Artistic Path Experience plus 150394. 150,000? Li Hao carefully counted the number, making sure he had not read it incorrectly, and could not help but be stunned for a moment. However, he soon understood. After all, they were semi-saints, and moreover, 3 of them were captured in the same frame. At the same time, the panel indicated that his artistic path had advanced, rising to stage 8. Skill points plus 1. And the experience needed to go from stage 8 to 9th stage was double, a whole million. However, during this Sword God War, being able to see many prodigies competing, Li Hao believed that it wouldn't take long to reach the full level. Even if each inner sect disciple of the Four Stands realm only provided him with a few thousand experiences, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. When his artistic path experience elevated to stage 8, a multitude of insights into the artistic path flooded into his mind. 10 minutes later, Li Hao gradually digested and absorbed them, gaining an entirely new understanding of the artistic path. The work he had just given his all to, now seemed to have obvious flaws in his eyes. Not exactly flaws, rather, it was a matter of level. The artwork only captured charm but did not integrate his own style. He had not formed a deep connection with the artwork. Every top-tier artist should possess their own style, which seamlessly blends with their work, appearing neither forced nor easily recognizable. Li Hao had a realization in his heart and immediately decided to put away this painting and create a new one. But suddenly, a voice came to his mind. I will take this painting of yours. What do you need? The voice was that of a woman, calm and indifferent, seemingly indisputable. Li Hao was momentarily dazed and looked up to see the female semi-saint among the 3, quietly staring at him. Their gazes met, and Li Hao immediately knew the person transmitting the message was her. He straightaway replied through transmission, if the senior likes it, I can gift it to the senior. My paintings are not for sale. You do have some integrity. The corners of the woman's mouth showed a faint smile as she transmitted, since that is the case, I will take it directly. If you need anything in the future, just mention my name. I am Yao Ancestor. Yao Ancestor. Li Hao committed the name to memory, nodded, and transmitted, if the senior doesn't mind, I can paint another one for you alone. My hand was a bit stiff just now, and I didn't perform at my best. Oh, Yao Ancestor's eyes moved slightly. She had desired to obtain the painting because her divine thought was constantly monitoring Li Hao's artwork. When he finished the painting, she was struck by its stunning beauty. The image of herself in the painting was even more beautiful than what she saw in the mirror. It seemed like her, and yet it seemed not. This pampered her heart, prompting her wish to obtain it. If he were to paint a piece just for her, it could not be more ideal. She had planned to collect it to admire in her cave mansion and save herself from having to see the other two bothersome figures. With that thought, she glanced at the majestic middle-aged man and the old man beside her and transmitted to Li Hao, "Then paint and let's see." "All right," Li Hao agreed, quickly dried the ink on his recent painting, rolled it up, and set it aside, then promptly began painting once more. This time he was painting Yao Ancestor alone. His gaze was as bright as a torch, staring at her intensely. With her permission, Li Hao's observation was no longer covert but openly focused. Yao Ancestor felt her eyebrows raise slightly when she realized Li Hao's gaze was traversing her entire body. Never had a man dared to be so bold and offend her. Had it been before, she would have slapped him dead in her anger long ago. But considering she had just initiated contact with him, although she was somewhat uncomfortable, she endured it and also used her divine thought to watch Li Hao's drawing, to see if he was genuinely painting or intentionally prying. Among the semi-saints in the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, Yao Ancestor was highly famed, stemming from her stunningly beautiful appearance, and as a young woman, she had been the top saintess of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. Hundreds of years ago, she had already defeated peers of her realm and subsequently stepped into semi-sainthood. Nowadays, she nurtures her temperament, lacking the past sharpness and coldness, but acquiring more composure and dignity. As she observed with divine thought, Yao Ancestor quickly realized that Li Hao was not taking the opportunity to be disrespectful or offensive. He was truly observing intently and painting. Each time Li Hao's gaze focused on a part of her body, his brush likewise captured it in ink. Yao Ancestor's eyes flickered, and the trace of anger and discomfort in her heart also gradually disappeared. She observed Li Hao's eyes, focused and pure, with no hint of lust, but rather like a simple admiration of beauty. This kind of gaze brought a faint sense of joy to her heart. It was utterly different from the covert looks of the inner sect disciples who secretly peeked at her, including those of some saint heirs. Yao Ancestor had previously heard of Qingfeng Pillmaster but hadn't taken it seriously. Even a high-level alchemist could offer her little help now, unless it was to refine pills for her disciples. But now, she began to appreciate this Qingfeng Pillmaster. As time passed, the matches on the stage were fiercely contested, and the cheering from the spectators' seats was loud. Amidst this noisy and lively environment, Li Hao felt as if he was sitting alone in the deep mountains, his entire being exuding a profound and serene tranquility. He quietly painted, quietly watched. Yao Ancestor had no interest in watching the disciples' clashes. With her divine thought, she followed Li Hao's brushstrokes, watching as he drew her likeness. After a long while, as the second round of bets among Lin Shanhai and others concluded, Li Hao also finished his second painting. As Yao Ancestor's figure vividly appeared on the white paper, experience prompts leapt before Li Hao's eyes. Artistic Path Experience plus 42320. This time it was a solo painting and the second one, so the experience was clearly less, but still frightening. The previous overflow of experience was over 70,000, and now with these 42,000 added, the 1 million experience needed to advance to the 9th stage was completed by a 10th in a blink of an eye. Li Hao felt that once he had completely fleeced the wool off the 3 semi-saints, he could probably fill half a tube. At this moment, the Yao Ancestor on the paper was even more beautiful and captivating than before. Although she stood still, with other figures in the environment around her, in Li Hao's painting, she was alone, like a Qinglian on a snow mountain, quietly blooming her fragrance and beauty, exuding an ethereal and transcendent air. Those ink-sketched eyes, with tranquility and a hint of faint sorrow, lingered like an unfading mist, breaking hearts and compelling lingering gazes. Yao Ancestor gazed at her own image in the painting, somewhat lost. Her outward appearance was calm as still water, but the painting revealed the emotions concealed within her heart. The feeling was like someone had peeked into her soul. Could he understand her worries? Yao Ancestor was stunned for a moment, then quickly shifted her divine thought onto Li Hao, staring into his eyes. Yao Ancestor, your painting is finished. Li Hao finished the painting and, upon reviewing it, felt it was quite perfect. although he knew that there might be room for improvement once his artistic path advanced. For now, this was the best he could achieve. Yao Ancestor retracted her divine thought, and her voice became calm. I have seen it. I will accept this painting and owe you a favor. With those words, the painting on Li Hao's easel vanished into thin air. Yao Ancestor stood there, motionless as if nothing had happened. Li Hao couldn't discern how she did it and felt a chill inside. Even just a semi-saint was beyond his comprehension, not to mention the need to take revenge on that void saint later. Yao Ancestor is too kind. I only gift my paintings to those who appreciate them, and I am glad you like it, Li Hao communicated back. Yao Ancestor did not respond, her gaze seemingly indifferent as it drifted toward the stage. But her divine thought lingered high above, quietly watching over Li Hao. Li Hao waited a moment, and upon seeing that she had no more messages, he picked up his brush again and continued to paint, this time including all 3 semi-saints in the artwork. Yao Ancestor saw Li Hao resume painting and withdrew her divine thought, returning her attention to the stage. However, she etched Li Hao's visage into her mind. As the battles on the stage continued to escalate, Li Hao completed his 3rd painting. This time, the experience dropped to around 120,000, still incredibly substantial. Li Hao wasn't surprised. Just as he thought to pick up the brush again, an authoritative male voice spoke in his mind. Just paint a little, don't overdo it. Li Hao was startled, his gaze shifting to one of the semi-saints, the tall and imposing man. The man's eyes were sending a warning glance. Seeing this, Li Hao could only send back a message, my apologies for the offense, senior. Please forgive me. Drawing without others' permission was indeed an overstep on his part. He sighed inwardly, realizing his opportunity to continue shearing their wool was gone. But Yao Ancestor would probably still be willing to sit for a portrait. Rather than continuing to paint Yao Ancestor, Li Hao's attention turned back to the stage below. He could seek her out for another portrait when she visited in the future. The grand event was also a rare scene worth capturing, and most importantly, he could use it to gather information on cultivation techniques. He had missed some matches while painting before, but those who won would continue to compete, allowing him to see them later on. This time it's Jing Feng. It's said that when he was in the Grand Tao of Peace Realm, he condensed a 7-layer Tao domain, incredibly formidable. His swordsmanship has also reached a very high level. Now that he has reached the Tao comprehension realm, his renown is significant among the inner sect young talents. Do you think he can win all 10 battles? Zhao Yingzhen recognized the young man defending the stage and spoke with a smile to Lin Shanhai and the others. A 7-layer Tao domain? That's outdated news. He had already formed a 9-layer Tao domain before he crossed into the Tao comprehension realm. It's said he is barely 70 years old, so young, but he is a disciple of a semi-saint, taken in by that mountain ancestor when he was a child. Born into a prestigious family, it's understandable for him to achieve such feats at this age. True, Yao Ancestor indeed entered the Tao comprehension realm within 60 years and defeated all other saintesses, a truly dazzling talent. Other alchemists were also exchanging thoughts and praising. All being from the same circle, their voices carried a light tone. Li Hao, hearing them mention Yao Ancestor, was quite surprised and glanced over at Yao Ancestor, only to notice that she had also glanced back. But when their gazes met, hers just lightly swept past him without lingering. Li Hao hadn't expected that this semi-saint had been so stunning in her youth. Indeed, those who become semi-saints were top geniuses of their times. This is precisely why the trials get increasingly tough. Those who can cultivate to such a level had also been capable of crossing realms to defeat enemies, dominating unchallenged. A semi-saint like this was truly monstrous, let alone the saints. Stop talking now, place your bets, it's starting. Lin Shanhai said languidly. Several people promptly placed their bets. Li Hao then watched the defending stage where a tall, graceful young man stood. He didn't hide his aura, naturally revealing it like a true dragon standing majestically on the stage, seemingly gentle but with an extremely domineering presence. Soon, someone stepped up to challenge, but they quickly fell defeated as the young man simply unleashed his Tao domain, pressing them till they couldn't move. Then came the second, and the third. Successive challengers went up but were all effortlessly defeated until the 7th person, who appeared to be another inner sect prodigy. Their Tao domains clashed, and they drew swords to fight. Both their swordsmanship reached the peak of the 7th stage with fierce momentum. Acquired superficial knowledge, recorded? A prompt popped up before Li Hao. Li Hao smiled slightly and selected yes. quickly, successive movement and sword techniques were recorded into his panel. 4 new cultivation techniques appeared in his panel, comprising the movement techniques and swordsmanship demonstrated by the 2 combatants. As he recorded the cultivation techniques, a wealth of information poured into his mind. Li Hao digested and assimilated it slowly, mastering it soon enough. Although his movement technique wasn't quite at their level, his understanding of the Sword Dao 8th stage refined both sword techniques to a higher tier, realizing their sword intent. Thus, when Li Hao observed their sword moves again, he found their styles intense yet plainly flawed. If one realized the sword intent, a single sword strike could break the opponent's sword momentum. A momentum without intent condensed is merely loose and vulnerable to a single strike. However, having comprehended the sword intent from their techniques, Li Hao felt his own unique sword intent becoming more complete. His unique sword intent could sever anything he wished to cut through. But to truly achieve that, one must have a deep understanding of all things in the world. Only with understanding can one solve mysteries. That is, collecting more sword intent makes my unique sword intent stronger. Li Hao realized inwardly, suddenly curious, could there be different levels to sword intent? If he understood enough sword intents, could his unique sword intent reach a truly complete level? Li Hao's eyes sparkled. Regardless, the more sword intents he gathered, the stronger his unique sword intent would become. Li Hao's divine thought spread out, observing the fights on 10 different stages simultaneously. Soon, multiple prompts sounded. Acquired superficial knowledge, recorded? Yes, yes, yes. Li Hao kept confirming, with more and more cultivation techniques appearing on his panel, primarily focused on swordsmanship and movement techniques. After all, Sword Ancestor Holy Land was dedicated to the Sword Dao. Unlike academies or other top-tier forces that dabbled in various cultivation techniques. Within the Holy Land, led by saints, cultivation was more focused and pure. This seemed less comprehensive, but the extreme purity eased the making of powerful figures capable of standing alone against many. When swordsmanship is strong enough, it can break anything. When fist skill is strong enough, it can suppress all other skills. Within the Holy Land, the cultivation realm rises faster, not just because of the intense energy, but also due to the purity. Purity often touches extremity. Unless one reaches a certain level of cultivation, hitting a bottleneck with no progress, would they start to slowly explore other cultivation techniques to increase their versatility. Through observing the competitions, Li Hao found his movement technique similar to that of general inner sect disciples, but far inferior to the top inner sect prodigies. Here, the prodigies had been diligently practicing for decades, their movement techniques reaching around the 6th stage. However, with returning Ruin's extreme realm, Li Hao could compensate for the lack in movement techniques. As he recorded the sword techniques, Li Hao's understanding of sword intent also increased. Each inner sect disciple's sword technique was Taoist level. In the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, there was no shortage of top-tier sword techniques, and what the inner sect disciples cultivated were these types, varying only in depth of mastery. Li Hao felt that, having gone through one round of recording, he had probably stealthily learned about 90% of the sword techniques available in the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. Under his Sword Dao 8th stage comprehension, all these techniques now comprised condensed sword intent. As the number of sword intents he mastered rose from dozens to hundreds, Li Hao, even with his strong physique, felt a bit of swelling in his brain. But his unique sword intent, incorporating more understanding, became even more formidable. Previously, when Lin Qingyue practiced her swordsmanship, Li Hao felt that he could easily sever her weak points. Now, he felt that even if she fought with her strongest gentle sword intent, he could still easily sever it. Through association and insights into numerous sword intents, understanding their deficiencies, his comprehension of sword intent was nearing entering Dao. The battle below continued, and Li Hao was quietly observing. The youth named Jing Feng had already ended his fight earlier, achieving victory in the 7th battle, winning 10 consecutive matches, and thus directly advanced to the top 100. In the 10th battle, he encountered a formidable opponent and had to reveal 3 extreme realm powers to win, which caused a shock among the crowd. These 3 extreme realms included the first 3 extreme realms, divine power, heaven and earth vein, and heaven and earth law manifestation. Especially the heaven and earth law manifestation, it meant that the object of his soul continuation was not a saint but was using heaven and earth for soul continuation, a standard for becoming a saint. Having such extreme realm meant having the potential for becoming a saint. Li Hao also found out later that without the heaven and earth law manifestation, even if one received incense fire, one could only carry 2 sticks of incense. In that case, becoming a saint with 2 sticks of incense would bind one to the saint realm, first realm for life, unable to advance to higher realms, making one the weakest among saints. After all, without the capacity to encompass heaven and earth, how could one encompass all beings? Li Hao observed for several 2-hour periods. In the beginning, he could record different swordsmanship and movement techniques from various disciples in the arenas, and occasionally other cultivation techniques, but such instances gradually decreased as the techniques began to overlap. Despite this, Li Hao reaped great benefits, feeling extremely satisfied. As he could no longer record any more swordsmanship, Li Hao picked up his brush and began to paint again. This time, he depicted the entire scene of the 10 arenas, including the multitude of outer sect disciples below. However, since there were too many outer sect disciples, Li Hao could not finely detail each one. His main focus was on the inner sect disciples clashing in the 10 arenas. For this painting, Li Hao had prepared in advance, taking out a massive scroll that was tens of meters long. Simply using regular drawing paper would hardly capture the magnificent scene before him. Seeing Li Hao's actions, Shi Huajin and others beside him were amazed, and when they saw Li Hao's meticulous brushstrokes, they were somewhat shocked, recognizing that Li Hao's artistic skill was indeed extremely exquisite, far beyond a mere hobby but instead showing profound mastery. This time, Li Hao drew even more slowly, fully concentrated, meticulously outlining the details. Gradually, a vast and magnificent painting of the 10 arenas in battle began to take shape on the paper, slowly extending, as the figures of the inner sect disciples became lifelike. From afar, Yao Ancestor noticed the huge scroll that Li Hao had taken out and sent her divine thought to probe, quite surprised by the discovery. She soon understood Li Hao's intention, a hint of comprehension appearing in her eyes, and a slight smile on her lips. Such an extraordinary scene, if captured in painting, was indeed worth commemorating. But being martial artists on a regular basis, who would have such a mindset and leisure to delve into it? This Qingfeng Pill master is painting the 10 arena battle scene. It looks very grand and imposing. Once he finishes, how about we purchase it and keep it as a decoration in the sword tower, so that the disciples who come later to the sword tower to choose cultivation techniques will know the exact look of the sword god war, proposed Yao Ancestor suddenly. Beside her, one of the semi-saints, Mountain Ancestor, a burly middle-aged man, slightly raised his brows, his divine thought probing, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, this artistic skill is truly remarkable, not merely basic brush control and resemblance. It has a unique charm, something I cannot replicate." Although he had previously warned Li Hao, it was mainly because he disliked being spied upon, yet he appreciated Li Hao's artistic skill greatly. For martial artists, reaching higher realms meant more precise control over their bodies. Mastering brush strokes and detailed depiction was not difficult for them. But what was difficult was capturing this kind of charm, indescribable and ineffable. They could see it, but couldn't understand how it was achieved, seemingly beyond mere replication to achieve likeness. The elder glanced over but did not speak, his gaze returning to the arena. Seeing no opposition, Yao Ancestor smiled slightly. The sword tower was a place where all disciples within the Holy Land had to go to select cultivation techniques. When the time comes, signing the painting would make the person's name known forever. In her view, whether ordinary people or nobles, everyone strove their whole life to leave their name in history. And her proposal was to help Li Hao achieve that, to leave his name forever. As long as the Sword Ancestor Holy Land stood, his name would be eternally known. After a long, long time, as the first battle on the stage below reached its climax, Li Hao's astonishing painting was finally completed. The 10 arenas stood tall, Saint Mountain loomed majestic, numerous inner sect heavenly pride disciples gathered, each with a different demeanor, painted in meticulous detail. The outer sect disciples also formed a sea of people, with the faces of many of the disciples in the painting vaguely visible. Weapons clashing on those arenas, the sword chi, including the sword momentum they displayed, were all captured by Li Hao, as if narrating an exhilarating battle epic. It was an era of heavenly pride, countless brilliant lights shone with their most dazzling brilliance. Lin Shanhai and others eventually lost interest in placing bets, all following Li Hao's brushstrokes, watching the scroll which showcased a spirit more thrilling than watching the battles below directly, giving a stirring feeling that made their blood boil. As he finished his strokes, the painting was complete. Li Hao saw the pop-up notification. Artistic path experience plus 762,892. 760,000. A single painting. Li Hao had spent nearly an entire day on it, from shortly after the battle began to its end. This painting also achieved a tremendous increase in experience, surpassing any of Li Hao's previous works. Li Hao put away his brush, feeling a strong sense of fatigue. This painting had drained him, requiring him to observe each person in detail, fully investing his heart and soul, tantamount to an intense, satisfying practice session. However, upon seeing the huge experience notification, Li Hao felt as if all his tiredness had been swept away. With the prior experience, his artistic path experience was now nearly 1 million. This scroll covered many inner sect disciples, but Li Hao knew, due to limited space, not all inner sect disciples were depicted. Otherwise, if he were to paint every disciple of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land one by one, the experience would be far more than a mere million, at least 10 million. After all, just the outer sect had 1 million disciples, and every person would provide at least 10 points of experience, making it over 10 million. And these outer sect disciples were mostly in the 3 immortal realms. It was impossible to get only 10 points of experience each. Li Hao leaned back in his chair, took a breather, then smiled. Indeed, this time the gains were substantial. Afterwards, just a bit more painting would fill up his artistic path experience. But what he needed to comprehend next was the art of drawing itself. If he could grasp the artistic path, he could break through his bottleneck, elevate his artistic path to the 9th stage, and by obtaining the Heart of Tao entrance, elevate his swordsmanship to the 9th stage as well. Li Hao, looking at the scroll in front of him, the grand and surging battles depicted on it also resonated deeply in his heart. Aside from gaining drawing experience, his understanding of painting deepened. As Li Hao's painting came to an end, so did the initial battle. The outer sect disciples below excitedly discussed today's rankings, and those well-known inner sect disciples became the subjects of their discussions. Li Hao wasn't interested in these, waiting for the ink on the painting to dry, then rolled it up and put it away. "Are you available? Come over here." At this moment, Yao Ancestor suddenly spoke to him. Li Hao, hearing the message, was slightly startled, looked over at the other, and saw the guiding gaze. Li Hao felt somewhat surprised, but after contemplating, he stood up and said to Lin Shanhai, "Lin, Yao Ancestor is looking for me, I'll go over." "Huh?" Lin Shanhai and other alchemists were stunned upon hearing this. "Yao Ancestor?" Lin Shanhai and the others followed the gaze and, upon seeing the look from the Yao Ancestor, were all astonished. Then they immediately turned to look at Li Hao. When had Li Hao become acquainted with the Yao Ancestor? Could it be because of his ability in refining medicinal ingredients that he had caught the Yao Ancestor's favor? Then you should go quickly, don't keep the Yao Ancestor waiting. Lin Shanhai urged in haste. Li Hao nodded, soared up from the floating seats, crossed over 10 stages, and descended in front of the Yao Ancestor and the other 3 semi-saints. Besides Lin Qingyue and Bian Rushui, there were also 2 saint heirs, a male and a female. There had been another saint heir present, who, having watched half of the match, had left with an indifferent face. Greetings to the 3 seniors. Li Hao bowed with his hands clasped. Seeing Li Hao's neither humble nor arrogant demeanor, standing there without trembling with fear, the Yao Ancestor's eyes revealed a smile of appreciation and she said, "We were just discussing placing the painting you made just now in the sword tower. What do you think?" Painting? Li Hao was somewhat surprised, but as a painter, this was undoubtedly a great recognition of his artistry. He smiled and said, "Of course, I am willing." The 3 semi-saints had anticipated Li Hao's response. After all, the sword tower was a place of great importance, and even those who boastfully proclaimed themselves painting saints within the dynasties struggled to have their artwork placed within the sword tower. "In that case, I will send a message over there to have them wait for you. Will you bring it over yourself later?" the Yao Ancestor asked. A thought struck Li Hao's mind, and he nodded, "All right." Originally he had also planned to visit the sword tower. Although he did not have the identity of a disciple from the Holy Lands, he could easily slip in by asking those alchemists to use their connections to open a back door for him. Although in today's initial battle he had already acquired quite a few cultivation techniques carefully selected by these inner sect disciples from the sword tower, he had heard that the sword tower had 9 layers, each layer storing a vast amount of sword Dao skills and other secret techniques. If he could fully explore and include them all, the cultivation techniques he mastered would reach an extremely terrifying level. With these skills and secret techniques accumulated in sufficient numbers, refining all techniques and illuminating each other could also enable Li Hao to create even more powerful secret techniques. Yao Ancestor, may I also take a look at those cultivation techniques in the Sword Tower? Li Hao asked, thereby saving the bother of asking Lin Shanhai and the others to seek various connections, since asking a semi-saint was a matter of a single sentence. The Yao Ancestor was slightly surprised by his request and said, aren't you an alchemist? There is nothing related to alchemists in the Sword Tower. I would also like to take a look at the various swordsmanship. Li Hao coughed lightly. So, witnessing their battles today, you also want to cultivate in the Sword Dao? The burly middle-aged man beside her, the mountain ancestor, frowned and said, the Sword Dao is not child's play. If you want to delve into it, you must be fully immersed. Since you are an alchemist, just focus on refining your pills. Don't aim too high and waste your talent and time. Seeing the mountain ancestor speaking sternly, the Yao ancestor slightly shook her head and said to Li Hao, since you are interested, you can go have a look. However, what mountain ancestor said is also true. Focus is necessary to achieve the Dao. So, here's what we'll do. You go to the Sword Tower and choose a swordsmanship you like. Then, come to Yaoqi Peak to find me, and I will personally guide you in your practice, while also assessing your talent for Sword Dao. If you are mediocre, you might as well rein in your ambitions and concentrate on alchemy. Li Hao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, thank you, Yao Ancestor. The mountain ancestor frowned slightly, but seeing the Yao Ancestor speaking this way, he said no more. Beside him, Lin Qingyue heard Li Hao's words, glanced at him, and her mind stirred with a sudden thought. Did he also want to practice swordsmanship? Previously, when Li Hao had painted for her, pointing out the flaws in her sword intent from the external appearances, she had vaguely sensed that perhaps Li Hao also had a talent for Sword Dao, but just had not practiced or shown it. If he truly displayed a talent for Sword Dao and took the Yao Ancestor as a master, it would be a wonderful thing. Maybe in the future, they could fight side by side. At this thought, she couldn't help but feel a touch of anticipation. On the other hand, Bian Rushui gave Li Hao a fleeting glance and withdrew her attention, unconcerned. The other two Saint Heirs and the Saintess, who recognized this Qingfeng Pill master, had previously sent people to draw closer to Li Hao. Now seeing that Li Hao also wanted to cultivate swordsmanship, they couldn't help but find it amusing. Too young, acting like a child, falling in love with every craft he sees, wanting to learn everything is not necessarily a good thing. This is my hand token. Present it, and you may choose cultivation techniques from any level in the Sword Tower, but remember not to violate the rules there. The Yao Ancestor said to Li Hao while throwing him a purplish-black hand token, upon which the character, Yao, was engraved. The hand token seemed to carry a faint fragrance. Li Hao took it and looked at it with great joy, quickly saying, thank you, Yao Ancestor. Being able to freely choose from the 9 layers of cultivation techniques in the Sword Tower was even better than Lin Shanhai and the others going through connections. The 9-layered Sword Tower was accessible to external disciples only up to the 3rd level. Inner sect disciples could enter up to the 6th level. Only a few exceptional talents, having accumulated a large amount of merit from the Holy Land's disciples, were allowed to enter the higher levels of the Sword Tower to choose cultivation techniques. As for the Saint Heirs, they could enter all 9 layers of the Sword Tower. Now, with this semi-saint's hand token, Li Hao was granted temporary unfettered access. The mountain ancestor glanced at the Yao Ancestor and frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. The Yao Ancestor, usually cold and distant towards men, was showing such favor to the alchemist before her, truly a rare happening. Not long after, the Yao Ancestor summoned one of her female disciples to lead Li Hao to the Sword Tower. She also used other means to pass the message to the Sword Tower. The Sword Tower was located on Saint Mountain, in front of Sword Cliff. This female disciple was a top inner sect talent, already in the Daola realm. Li Hao had seen her battle earlier, successfully defending the stage and demonstrating immense strength. Moreover, she also mastered 3 kinds of extreme realm abilities, truly a bright and brilliant individual. At this moment, having been summoned by her master to lead the way, Zhang Yingyue felt somewhat displeased in her heart, but her expression softened slightly upon learning that Li Hao was the Qingfeng Pill master. Although she was still annoyed, she at least did not show it to Li Hao, for he was the most talked about person among alchemists recently. Offending Li Hao would be like offending half of the alchemist community, which would make future alchemy endeavors difficult. Before long, Zhang Yingyue, riding a flying sword, brought Li Hao to the front of the sword tower. The two descended from the flying sword, and Li Hao looked at the sword tower, immediately feeling as if he were looking at a steep and piercing tower peak. The 9-layered sword tower, each level extremely tall, with eaves and flying corners twined with chains, the whole tower like a sky-reaching treasure sword, and those chains wound around each level as if to limit its sharpness, shrouding and imprisoning it. This is the sword tower. Li Hao felt a sense of shock at the sight, as this was far more majestic and imposing than any building in the mortal world, even surpassing the imperial palace. Outside the sword tower, 2 swordsmen wearing copper masks were waiting. They did not recognize Li Hao but did recognize the top talent of the inner sect, Zhang Yingyue. Thus, they quickly deduced Li Hao's identity and approached, asking, "This must be Qingfeng Pill Master. We heard that Elder Ancestor Yao and the other elders have decided to place your painting within the sword tower. Have you brought the scroll?" "I have." Li Hao flipped his hand, taking out the first battle image of the sword god from the heaven and earth space. Seeing the scroll in Li Hao's hands, the 2 sword attendants nodded and immediately said, "Come with me, please. This requires the sword master's approval." "Sword master?" Li Hao was puzzled. The 2 said no more, only giving Li Hao a look that carried a hint of displeasure. Clearly, they felt offended by Li Hao's ignorance of the sword master's existence. "The sword master is the second sword saint within our sword ancestor Holy Land." Zhang Yingyue, who was accompanying him, communicated to Li Hao through a whispered transmission, "The sword master guards the sword tower year-round. What he says here, goes. You must be careful not to offend him." Her reminder was both out of concern that Li Hao might misspeak and cause trouble for her master and an attempt to curry favor with Li Hao. Although she found the task of guiding wayward, it was an opportune chance to befriend the Qingfeng alchemist. The second sword saint. Li Hao's heart shivered. There were 2 sword saints in the sword ancestor Holy Land? He had always assumed that there was only one saint in the Holy Land. Now, there was a second one? Soon, the 2 sword attendants led Li Hao and Zhang Yingyue along the plaza steps in front of the sword tower, and then they made their way behind the tower to Sword Cliff. Opposite the Sword Cliff was a snow-white waterfall cascading down from a towering fault, the sound of splashing water falling into the depths of the Sword Cliff, where one could faintly hear the sound of rushing water at the bottom, likely a river. At the edge of Sword Cliff, an old man with a straw hat sat upright, and Li Hao was surprised to find that the other held a fishing rod in his hand. It was a true fishing line, not one made of condensed energy, seemingly forged from some treasure, currently being cast into the deep valley within the Sword Cliff. "Master." The 2 sword attendants spoke out, their address startling Li Hao. These 2 were disciples of a saint? "Elder Ancestor Yao and others have sent word to place the painting from the hands of Qingfeng Pill Master within the first level of the sword tower, and we come to seek your opinion," said one of the male sword attendants in a low voice. The figure did not respond, seemingly indifferent. Li Hao and Zhang Yingyue could only wait silently for the person to speak. Zhang Yingyue dared not even breathe too loudly, bowing her head and surreptitiously observing the swordmaster, an even more esteemed figure than her master. Time slowly passed. The 2 sword attendants did not speak further, simply standing with their hands down in front of them, maintaining their posture throughout. Although it was a wait, Li Hao was neither angry nor impatient. He could tell that the other was focusing on fishing, and their arrival was rather an interruption and an offense. Putting himself in the other's shoes, if he were fishing, he would not want others to talk much by his side. Li Hao's gaze moved past the person's figure to the fishing rod in their hand, watching the line gently sway, indicating the swift currents below the sword cliff. Fishing in such turbulent water was a difficult and challenging affair, requiring a great deal of control and skill. If one were to use divine thought to probe and control, to peer into the depths of the water, it would be a different matter altogether. But that would detract from the joy of fishing. Fishing is a blind struggle with the fish, much like humans cannot see heaven's will but still struggle against heaven and earth, offering endless delight. Suddenly, the fishing line hesitated briefly, and Li Hao's eyes brightened, sensing that a fish was nibbling. But the fish had not yet taken the bait and must not be moved hastily. Then, the fishing line slackened again. Apparently, whatever was at the bottom had only brushed against it, possibly probing as well. One must wait a bit longer, wait a bit longer. Li Hao's eyes fixed on the line, his thoughts becoming concentrated. As time went on, there seemed to be no motion at the bottom, the line still loose. Had the fish gotten away? But Li Hao knew it was even more important not to rush at this moment. Suddenly, the fishing line paused again, then slowly grew taut. Don't rush. Li Hao's eyes instantly sharpened. The fish was still probing, not yet a signal of being hooked. He must wait longer. Fortunately, the sword master did not lift the rod, and the just tautened line slowly relaxed again, but the next moment it abruptly tensed. Lift! Li Hao couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. At the same time, the sword master's movement was extremely fast, and as soon as the words left Li Hao's mouth, he sharply lifted the fishing rod, pulling the taut line, and then with a sudden flick of his body, seemed to yank the line with a force, flinging it straight out from the deep valley of the sword cliff. A tremendous shadow suddenly burst forth from within, its body large and elongated, emitting a roar of agony, with long fangs and 5 claws. Indeed, it was a member of the dragon clan. The true dragon's mouth was pierced by a massive iron hook that held its jaws, drawing fresh blood. Li Hao was stunned as he watched. When he sensed the breath of the true dragon, he realized it was a dragon demon of the enlightened truth realm. Had this been in the mortal world, it would have definitely been considered a dragon king level existence. But at that moment, the dragon demon was pulled up by the fishhook that pierced it, letting out a roar. When it clearly saw the sword master's appearance, it immediately went limp with fright, wailing, "Sword master, spare my life." The figure in the wide-brimmed hat did not speak, merely lifting a hand, a vast law power suppressed, transforming its huge dragon body into a small goldfish. As the fishing line retracted, the goldfish was lifted before his face, gently wriggling in front of the fishhook, looking pitifully at the sword master. The sword master, however, casually unhooked it and seemed to chuckle lightly, saying, "Of your 7 siblings, it's you who has a gluttonous mouth. You should learn your lesson." While speaking, he flung it down below Sword Cliff, where it plunged into the dragon pool beneath the waterfall along with it. After doing all this, the sword master then turned around, revealing a gaunt face with cheekbones, as if carved by a sword, aged yet sharp. His eyes were profound, as if harboring the cosmos and stars, dignified and tranquil, yet conveying a sharpness that made it hard for one to look directly at him. His gaze fell on Li Hao. With a hint of surprise, he said, "Kid, were you the one shouting just now? Do you also know about fishing?" Li Hao came back to his senses, feeling a little embarrassed. He had been too absorbed and had lost himself in the moment. "I do fish occasionally," Li Hao replied modestly. A smile appeared at the corner of the sword master's mouth. To discern that exact moment wasn't something one could achieve through simple fishing. Clearly, he was an old hand at it. Yet Li Hao looked extremely young. People of his age were usually striving to advance and pursue the martial arts. Few would have the leisure and interest to delve into other areas. "Just now you were talking about a painting. Let me see it," the sword master said. The 2 masked sword attendants turned their heads to look at Li Hao. Zhang Yingyue also looked at Li Hao curiously. She came here also to incidentally see what kind of painting it was that made her master speak of placing it in the sword tower. Li Hao did not delay, waving his hand, and the tens of meters wide majestic painting scroll unfolded in midair. As the scroll unrolled, the mighty battle scene featuring 10 arenas, 1,000,000 disciples spectating, and thousands of Pride of Heaven contestants clashing gradually appeared. All the exchanges of the sword techniques and the manifestations of the Dao domains were captured in Li Hao's depiction. The expressions on those disciples' faces could be seen clearly, meticulously detailed, allowing one to feel their emotions during the combative struggles and their soaring fighting spirit. The few beholders were immediately immersed in the painting, shaken by the magnificent combat depicted on it. Zhang Yingyue herself, when previously watching by the arena, had not had the sensation she had now. Through the painting, she seemed to hear again the countless cheers from outside the arenas and the fervor of the many disciples competing. The 2 sword attendants exchanged a glance. They too felt their blood boil at the sight of this painting, wishing they could partake in the competition. But they did not go because they were past the age. The Pride of Heaven battle had an age limit of under 300, and they both had surpassed that age. After watching for a while, the sword master displayed a hint of admiration in his eyes, saying, "Exquisite artistic path, not bad. Such a painting is no wonder the child in the turquoise pool would like it." He called the Yao ancestor, the child, a remark that made Zhang Yingyue feel embarrassed, but considering the identity of the sword master, her own master could indeed only be considered a junior before him. "Then let's hang it up," the sword master said, somewhat casually. After saying this, he looked at Li Hao, asking, "Little fella, are you interested in casting a line too? Let's see what you can do." Fishing was lonely, and none of his disciples were cut out for it. unable to learn even if they tried, always preoccupied with the sword Dao. He couldn't teach them. It was rare to meet a youngster with real fishing talent, and he was moved to nurture. Li Hao was startled. As a fisherman, he quickly understood the sword master's intent. If he had a child with an insight into fishing, he too would wish to invite them to join, regardless of his own cultivation. It was purely for the joy. Sword Master Senior, I would like to visit the sword tower first, then come back to accompany you later. How about that? Li Hao said, not forgetting his main task. All right, go ahead, the sword master nodded, then turned back around to cast his line again. Zhang Yingyue gave Li Hao a curious look. It was a rare opportunity to build a closer relationship with a saint, and yet Li Hao had actually declined. The two sword attendants also gave Li Hao a strange glance but said nothing as they led him towards the sword tower. Zhang Yingyue had planned to leave after accompanying Li Hao here, but remembering that he would later accompany the sword master fishing and she could join them, she saw it as a rare chance to be close to a saint. Hence, she said, you go on, I'll wait outside for you, and we can go back together. Wouldn't that delay you? You could go back first, senior sister Zhang, Li Hao quickly said. Irritated inside, Zhang Yingyue still responded with a smiling face, the initial battle has ended. I'm idle anyway. Since my master entrusted you to me, it is only natural for me to bring you back. All right then, I might take a while, Li Hao replied. No problem, I will wait, Zhang Yingyue said. Then I'm sorry to bother you, senior sister Zhang, Li Hao said, giving her a salute before following the two sword attendants into the sword tower. The first level of the sword tower was massive inside, much like an enormous library. The shelves holding the cultivation techniques were clean and orderly, separated left and right. Li Hao glanced over and saw that the books on these shelves exceeded even those in the Dao Treasury Hall of the Gan Dao Palace. And this was only the first layer. The Dao Treasury Hall of the Gan Dao Palace, which gathered cultivation techniques from all over the world, was outdone by just one part of the sword tower. Li Hao marveled in his heart. Following two sword attendants, he came to the back of the sword tower where there was a conspicuous wall in the main hall. The two sword attendants took Li Hao's painting, spread it out, and displayed it on this wall, bounding it with laws, making it untouchable and indestructible. Once the painting was in place, Li Hao took out the hand token from the Yao ancestor and showed it to the two, saying, I would like to look at the cultivation techniques here. Recognizing the hand token of the Yao ancestor, the two exchanged a glance, both somewhat surprised, not expecting the person before them to receive such favor from the Yao ancestor. One of the men said, then, go and choose for yourself. The books here are sealed by laws. You can only glimpse the first part or the summary. Do not attempt to break the laws forcefully, otherwise, you will trigger the sword tower's formation and be directly slain by a myriad of swords on the spot. Li Hao also noticed that there was a pervasive aura of laws around these technique shelves. He nodded, pocketed the hand token, and after the two sword attendants left, he began wandering around the tower. When he took out a cultivation technique to look at, he indeed found that only the beginning pages could be opened. The rest seemed sealed shut, impenetrable even by divine thought. Fortunately, just the first part was enough for Li Hao to get a basic grasp and to record it. Li Hao didn't waste any time, quickly scanning through the books one by one. As the panel's alert sounds kept ringing, one after another, the cultivation skill manuals were recorded into Li Hao's panel. The techniques here were primarily sword-related, with a myriad of swordsmanship styles too numerous to count. Some swordsmanship was even named as swordsmanship, using blade intent to guide the sword. Others used spearmanship to guide the sword, elevating swordsmanship to its peak. With a variety of unconventional types of swordsmanship, although Li Hao was gathering sword techniques, the torrent of information made him feel like he was collecting all things. Just a single sword, yet it embodies countless usages. Perhaps it was the continuous recording, the influx of massive information at once, that led Li Hao to a wave of inspiration and thoughts. He suddenly had a profound understanding and illusion concerning the sword. If you regard it as a sword, it is a sword. If you see it as a blade, it becomes a blade. If you treat it as a gust of wind, it can be a gust of wind. What is a sword? A sword is a sword. A sword can be more than just a sword, but a sword is still a sword. Li Hao felt enlightened, and with many techniques flooding in, his soul sword intent kept honing and advancing. To cut through all things with a sword, one must first recognize all things. Now, Li Hao was on the path of this recognition. The cultivation techniques in this layer of the sword tower were at least of superior quality. After spending several hours, Li Hao had recorded them all, most of which were sword techniques, deduced by the panel to the Taoist level. Li Hao sat in the first level of the sword tower for 3 hours, using numerous techniques to forge a 9-layer Tao domain. Then, he proceeded to the second layer of the sword tower. Here, mostly secret techniques abounded, with a few exquisite high-grade techniques. But the number was much fewer compared to the first level. Still, there were over 1,000 volumes. Li Hao recorded them one by one, and his soul sword intent was greatly enhanced once again. Others who cultivated had to ponder over each technique book by book, spending months or even years and decades. And yet, Li Hao was absorbing thousands all at once, saving untold amounts of time. His sword intent kept condensing, and his understanding of swordsmanship deepened. In the second layer of the sword tower, Li Hao sat for 4 hours and cultivated a 13-layer Tao domain. Afterward, Li Hao got up and headed towards the third layer of the sword tower. When he reached the third layer, there were even fewer cultivation techniques, but still hundreds of secret techniques. Li Hao perused and recorded each one as time passed. When he had absorbed the entire third layer, the Tao domain he had cultivated once again improved, reaching 89 layers. He had the all-phenomena attributes and hidden bow, river snow painting and other encyclopedia attributes to conceal his aura, cultivating the Tao domain within him without causing any disturbances. Still, Li Hao could feel his own Tao domain growing stronger. Even as he was currently only in the Grand Tao of Peace realm, with so many layers of Tao domain, he could easily suppress the True Man realm. Without relying on transform to immortal, his pure Tao domain could fight across realms. Li Hao did not stop, continuing on to the fourth layer of the sword tower. Meanwhile, outside the sword tower, the thoughts of the 2 sword attendants returned from inside the tower. They both felt somewhat bored. This alchemist is quite greedy. They gave each other a look, both slightly shaking their heads. The actions of Li Hao inside the sword tower had been secretly observed by them. He was actually flipping through every single technique, which was akin to carpet selection. Clearly with the hand token from the Yao ancestor, a typical person would have gone straight to the 9th layer sword tower and chosen from the top Tao and Saint techniques. But this pill master, even the superior techniques of the first level, he had checked them all, truly leisurely. Hasn't he come out yet? Zhang Yingyue, waiting outside, couldn't help but inquire upon seeing the 2 sword attendants. She had been waiting nearly a day here. Li Hao said he would be very slow, but she didn't expect it to be this slow. Was he selecting cultivation techniques inside or had he fallen asleep? If you're in a hurry, you can go back first, the man said indifferently. Naturally, he did not reveal that Li Hao was leisurely picking inside. Doing so would expose that they had been secretly spying on someone. Zhang Yingyue was left speechlessly frustrated. She had already promised Li Hao that she would wait for him. How could she possibly go back on her word? Just then, a sound of footsteps approached, and they saw the sword master, leisurely carrying a fishing rod, arriving. When he saw the trio at the entrance of the sword tower, he was somewhat surprised and asked, "What's everyone doing here?" "We're waiting for that alchemist to choose a cultivation technique. He has the hand token from the Yao ancestor and can select one technique to take out," the female sword attendant quickly said, her voice crisp like an oriole. The sword master looked bemused, glancing toward the sword tower. Standing outside the tower, despite the layers of walls, his gaze seemed to pierce through everything. Soon, astonishment appeared in his eyes. "A Tao domain of 97 layers, did you say he's an alchemist?" "Tao domain, 97 layers?" Upon hearing the sword master's words, the 3 of them were stunned, immediately astonished, and looked at each other in disbelief. Had they heard wrong? Zhang Yingyue was utterly bewildered, a bit disoriented, her mind a blank, filled with nothing but question marks. She did not dare to doubt the sword master and would rather believe that her own ears were at fault. That alchemist who came with her had a 97-layer Tao domain. How could that be possible? Such a number of Tao domains was unheard of. Even she had only cultivated 15 layers, and that was already a testament to her exceptional talent. One must know that she also had to focus on cultivating her martial realm and swordsmanship. With limited time, to have reached such a level at her age, not even 100 years old, was already prodigious. Apart from those born with a Taoist body like the Saint Heirs and Saintesses, her achievement was already the pinnacle of what could be achieved through sheer effort. Without waiting for a reaction from the 3, and without responding to their thoughts, the sword master's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared from the spot, only to appear in the 5th layer of the sword tower. There, Li Hao was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. But the sudden appearance of the sword master startled Li Hao out of his trance. Although the sword master's presence was faint, Li Hao could still smell it, a fishy odor. It was the natural instinct of an experienced angler, highly sensitive to the scent of water, which emanated from the sword master's fishing rod and line. Sword master? Li Hao opened his eyes and looked up to see the sword master in front of him, wearing a conical hat, his expression calm, but with an oppressive aura like a shadow looming over him. Although the other party did not deliberately reveal himself, and even took great pains to conceal his presence, that unique breath of a saint still made one feel a formidable sense of awe at such close quarters. 97 layers of Dao domain, are you planning to use this to break through to the extreme realm? The sword master sized up Li Hao, asking with an air of interest. Li Hao felt a chill in his heart, a sense of coldness taking hold. His all phenomena attributes, along with the river snow painting, hidden bow, and other encyclopedia attributes, had always been invincible, practically undiscoverable, but this sword master before him had seen through it. Could it be that the encyclopedia attributes were ineffective against saints? Sensing a hint of panic in the thoughts running through Li Hao's mind, the sword master laughed lightly and said, "You have a method to conceal your aura, very profound, but did you not know that this sword tower is my weapon? In my weapon, when you cultivate, how could I not be aware? No matter how concealed you are, what use is it?" Li Hao was taken aback, somewhat astonished. The sword tower was a weapon? No one had told him that. Li Hao felt like crying but had no tears, and he sheepishly responded. "Cultivating to the extreme realm is incredibly difficult, but I still would like to give it a shot." The sword master nodded slightly. Martial artists who don't aim to cultivate to the extreme realm hardly achieve great accomplishments. Having cultivated to 97 layers of Dao domain, you can indeed be considered exceptionally talented. I heard from my disciple, are you an alchemist? Was that painting from just now your own work? He looked at Li Hao with a spot of interest in his eyes. That painting alone was far from a simple brushstroke and required deep dedication and study to achieve. And it seemed this young fellow was also an experienced angler, which was rather intriguing. Suppose you could call me half an alchemist. Li Hao gave a wry smile, knowing that explaining this was not a simple matter. That painting was my work. If the senior thinks it's acceptable, I wonder if I might have the opportunity to paint one for you as well. Li Hao's thoughts churned. He didn't forget his original intention to take advantage. The sword master was somewhat surprised, looked Li Hao up and down, and then with a flip of his hand, a small black mirror appeared in his palm. Li Hao recognized it. It was the same bone-reflecting mirror that Lin Qingyue had used to reflect upon him earlier, although he wasn't sure if it was the same one. Seriously, how many bone-reflecting mirrors did the Land of All Saints have? Li Hao grumbled internally. At that moment, the mirror's reflection soon revealed Li Hao's age. 28 years old. He had been here for nearly a year now, resting and practicing cultivation, his sword Dao advancing to stage 8, his divine blood body achieving great accomplishment. He could be said to have made successful progress. Just 28 years old, the sword master's gaze sharpened, his calm demeanor turning solemn. 97 layers of Dao domain was enough to surprise him slightly, for while cultivating the Dao domain did require talent, even for top-tier inner sect disciples, given thousands or even tens of thousands of years of painstaking study, they could slowly accumulate that much. But at 28 years old, with 97 layers of Dao domain, even one layer per year would require at least 100 years. Cultivating the Dao domain is not so simple. One has to comprehend a certain ultimate skill to a profoundly deep level, extending it into a Dao domain. Dedication is necessary. Judging by the Dao domain, wouldn't it mean he had cultivated 3 or 4 layers every year? And this is aside from infancy, when cultivation isn't possible, plus the cultivation of realms and so on. That pace was rather astonishing. Such a talent, even among inner sect disciples, you are top-notch, even comparable to the saint heirs and saintesses. The sword master gazed at Li Hao. Are you an inner sect disciple? Who is your master? Li Hao sighed internally, having intended to practice cultivation here discreetly, only to unexpectedly give himself away. At this point, continuing to hide it might bring trouble upon himself, as nobody but another saint could truly understand a saint's methods, and lies could easily be exposed. Thus, he briefly explained how he was persecuted by enemies, fell down here, and was taken in by Lin Qingyue. These matters could also be known by inquiring with Lin Qingyue and Lin Shanhai. As for who his enemies were, he did not mention, as it involved a saint, and there was no guarantee it wouldn't lead to accidents. Hearing Li Hao's words, the sword master showed a look of realization. So you're not a disciple from our holy land. I was wondering why I hadn't heard of such a monster.
He gave Li Hao a glance but did not pry into Li Hao's enemies or past. Since Li Hao had not mentioned them when explaining, it indicated that he did not wish to share, and the sword master did not care about these matters, so he would not investigate further.
No wonder you've caught the attention of the Yao ancestor. Are you thinking of joining our holy land now, or do you just plan to stay here for a while and then leave? Sword master asked. Although he didn't pay attention to the affairs within the Holy Land and didn't care, he still had to ask a few questions when such a monster appeared under his watch. Qing Ying Saintess has been kind to me. She is also a saintess within the Holy Land. If possible, I hope to avoid involvement with the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, so as not to bring trouble to the Holy Land in the future. Li Hao looked forthright and spoke earnestly. Sword Master glanced at him and smiled slightly. He had guessed Li Hao's thoughts. With such monstrous talent, most likely he was a saint heir from another holy land, or even personally taught by a saint, and had now been treacherously abandoned here. Whoever had harmed him must hold a very high position, possibly related to the internal strife within a holy land. When Li Hao sought revenge, it would inevitably bring about violent upheaval. Not joining the Sword Ancestor Holy Land wasn't a sign of double-heartedness but was indeed a conscientious act. You have such a temperament, which is very good. Swordmaster smiled and said, I will pretend as if I have not seen your matters, continue with your cultivation. After speaking, his figure flickered and he disappeared in front of Li Hao, still holding the fishing rod. Li Hao secretly heaved a sigh of relief but dared not continue with his cultivation. From the Swordmaster's tone, it seemed he believed that Li Hao had only just cultivated to the 97-layer Dao domain, not that he had cultivated to the 97-layer Dao domain in one breath. There was a significant difference between the two. He stood up and walked towards the 6th-layer sword tower. This time he still recorded cultivation techniques, collecting them all, with many thoughts surging, but this time he resisted the urge to cultivate on the spot. Then he moved on to the 7th-layer sword tower. By the time he reached the 7th-layer sword tower, it was filled with Taoist-level cultivation techniques and divine skills. There were various kinds of Taoist-level body refinement techniques, as well as Taoist-level swordsmanship, which when cultivated to perfection, could catch a glimpse of the Tao. The 8th-layer sword tower, however, contained purely Taoist-level cultivation techniques, including extremely precious superior divine skills. Divine skills were the killer moves of those in the Tao Law realm, more mysterious and harder to resist than simple use of laws. Reaching the 9th-layer sword tower, there were the top Tao arts and saint laws that could emanate from the Sword Ancestor Holy Land, as well as the top divine skills. Only the saint heirs and saintesses were qualified to cultivate them, just below the unique secret techniques passed down by the various semi-saints and saints. Li Hao recorded them all, then picked a top Taoist-level sword technique. This sword technique was created by a sword saint. Although it was not the strongest swordsmanship of the sword saint, it still ranked as extremely powerful among many sword techniques. However, mastering it was extremely difficult. This sword technique was called the Grand Tao Sword Technique. With Li Hao's understanding of swordsmanship at stage 8, he soon deduced it to a state of perfection after recording it. As Li Hao immersed himself thoughtfully, it quickly improved again, reaching ultimate perfection. Next, Li Hao integrated the enhanced sword intent into it, deepening his comprehension of the sword technique and raising its level to true state. The Grand Tao Sword Technique, aptly named, is no longer a sword in the hand but the Tao. The Tao is the sword, and the sword is the Tao, indelible. The Grand Tao sword intent born from the sword technique was integrated into his own sword intent, making it even purer. The Tao itself could also be severed. Even though he had mastered the sword technique, Li Hao still took the Grand Tao sword technique with him as the technique to bring out of the sword tower. Otherwise, leaving the sword tower empty-handed would be rather suspicious. Upon returning outside the sword tower, Zhang Yingyue along with 2 sword attendants quickly cast their gaze at Li Hao, but their expression towards him had changed somewhat from before. The words of the sword master still resonated like an echoing bell in their ears, and as they watched Li Hao, they increasingly felt that his every step exuded the elegance of a true master. But upon closer inspection, he was merely walking normally. Do you possess the 97-layer Dao domain? As Li Hao approached, Zhang Yingyue couldn't wait and asked first. Her eyes tightly clung to Li Hao, as if waiting for him to nod in confirmation. She didn't know why she was so excited, only that she felt uneasy. Although Li Hao knew the reason, he still asked in return, "Where did you hear that?" The sword master said it himself. Zhang Yingyue stared at Li Hao, as if to say, "Do you want to deny it?" Li Hao showed a look of realization but felt somewhat helpless inside. A saint could not be wrong, and this was something he had to admit. He nodded and said, "Yes, that's correct." Upon hearing Li Hao's admission, Zhang Yingyue felt a jolt in her heart. Even though she knew a saint could not be mistaken and that she couldn't have misheard, after all three of them were there, so it was impossible for all three to be wrong. Seeing Li Hao personally admit it still made her feel as if a huge stone had been thrown into her heart, creating huge ripples. A 97-layer Dao domain was simply astonishing. Even if one were to forego food and drink and ignore everything else, cultivating such a multitude of Dao domains would take an exceedingly long time. In the Grand Dao of Peace Realm, your strength must be at the top. The female sword attendant wearing a copper mask sighed, full of emotion. Unless you encounter one of those monsters at the extreme realm, just the overlay of so many Dao domains would likely slow down the permeation of laws. It's too exaggerated. The male sword attendant also nodded and exclaimed, "Master said, to achieve anything, focus on the soul path. Only the pure can reach the pinnacle. The origin of the extreme realm is the same. Only dedication to the utmost can reach the extreme realm. Are you planning to abandon everything else and concentrate solely on reaching the 8th extreme realm?" Li Hao naturally harbored this thought, but not exclusively concentrating on it, he said. "This matter concerns cultivation. I hope the three of you can keep it a secret for me." Engaging in battle with an enemy, the foundation of cultivation is a hidden killer move. All three understood this point, and the two sword attendants both nodded, indicating they would keep Li Hao's secret and not speak indiscreetly. But Zhang Yingyue was staring at Li Hao and said, "To be able to cultivate to such an extent, have you mastered other extreme realms as well? Aren't you an alchemist? How old are you this year?" Li Hao looked at her with a strange expression and said, "Senior sister Zhang, that should be my secret." Zhang Yingyue's complexion slightly changed, looking somewhat complicated. She knew she had been too agitated, but she couldn't help it. The shock of the 97-layer Dao domain was too great. As a top genius of the inner sect, apart from those saint heirs, she prided herself on having cultivated and strived to the utmost, but now someone with a 97-layer Dao domain had emerged, far surpassing her. If Li Hao's prowess in the previous martial arts realms was mediocre and he had only focused on the 8th extreme realm, she could have accepted it. But if there were other extreme realms before that, it would be quite terrifying. Moreover, Li Hao was also an alchemist. Just now, there was also that astonishing painting. Carrying so many feats, his age must not be small. "Can't you even say your age?" Zhang Yingyue asked persistently. Li Hao helplessly replied, "Asking a man's age is quite impertinent." Zhang Yingyue was somewhat annoyed but also knew that indeed, this was private. However, she recalled the earlier invitation from the swordmaster to Li Hao for fishing. When Li Hao had spoken, the swordmaster had also just happened to start fishing up that true dragon, indicating that Li Hao also had profound accomplishments in fishing. The most critical point was the liking for fishing, which is generally the mentality of the elderly. It was just using cultivation techniques and controlling the flesh to keep one's appearance young. Such means were very common. Like herself, already in her 90s, she could be a great-grandmother amongst commoners, but she still felt like a young girl, so she kept her appearance at her youthful look. After reaching the 3 immortal realms, aging slows down, and in the 4 stands realm, one can manipulate their flesh to change their appearance. For demons, once reaching the 15 Li realm and able to shapeshift, they can randomly become young children or beautiful women at will. Therefore, one's age cannot be judged merely by appearance. Pity I don't have a bone reflecting mirror on hand, Zhang Yingyue thought to herself. The 2 sword attendants beside her had already calmed down. The male sword attendant, seeing Li Hao's book of cultivation technique, asked, "Have you chosen?" Li Hao nodded, handing the sword technique to him to release the seals of the laws upon it. The male sword attendant took it over, and upon seeing it was a supreme Dao sword technique, his eyebrows raised and said, "You want to choose this one? Do you know this cultivation technique was created by a sword saint and is one of the top Taoist level swordsmanships?" Li Hao nodded. Wasn't it precisely because it was supreme that he had chosen it? Seeing Li Hao did not catch his implication, the sword attendant straightaway said, "This top swordsmanship requires extremely high perception. Although its power is unrivaled, the difficulty of cultivation is also great. If you want to focus on refining your Dao domain, this swordsmanship might consume a lot of your attention. Li Hao then heard the undertone of goodwill from the other party, who was worried that the profound and abstruse swordsmanship would lead him to delve into it and neglect his cultivation of the Dao domain. No problem, I have Yao ancestor to instruct me, I believe I can master it, said Li Hao. Seeing Li Hao's resolve, the sword attendant did not say more. After all, for Li Hao to have cultivated his Dao domain to the 97 layer, it was clear his talent was not lacking, it was just that the swordsmanship would consume a bit more of his effort. Quickly, he executed a secret seal to unravel the laws sealing the cultivation technique and handed it over to Li Hao. Not to be disclosed to outsiders, otherwise, once traced back to you, you will be directly imprisoned in the endless sword prison, to suffer from 10,000 sword punishments every day and not be permitted to die. He spoke earnestly, obviously, this was a very serious matter. Li Hao inwardly clicked his tongue, indeed, to any power, cultivation techniques are the foundation and must not be shaken. After choosing the cultivation technique, Li Hao inquired about the whereabouts of the swordmaster, but then he heard the swordmaster's voice in his mind. I am weary today. If you wish to come fishing, you are welcome at any time, this is my sword command. As the voice faded, a silver sword command, like a short dagger, appeared out of thin air in front of Li Hao and fell down. Li Hao caught it swiftly. The two sword attendants, seeing the sword command in Li Hao's hand, were momentarily stunned, somewhat astonished. The master had just casually given his own sword command to an outsider? Zhang Yingyue also recognized it, her eyes bulging almost to the point of choking. That was a saint's hand token, and Li Hao had just obtained it like that? Li Hao was also a bit surprised. He immediately bowed slightly towards the sword tower. Many thanks to the venerable sword master. Then he put away the sword command and signaled that Zhang Yingyue could leave. Zhang Yingyue came back to her senses, looking somewhat bewildered and wordless. She had waited for so long, and just like that, they were going back. Judging by the situation, it seemed that the sword master had exchanged some words with Li Hao through spiritual communication, and today's fishing also seemed to be off. The sword master had just taken up his fishing rod and returned. Obviously, her hope to accompany Li Hao on fishing in front of this saint and become more familiar had vanished. With things having reached this point, Zhang Yingyue did not say much and could only take Li Hao back. But when they returned to the outside of the 10 platforms, the place was already empty of people. Only some disciples were cleaning the ground and repairing the platform. The preliminary selection has ended. I'll take you to see Master at Yaoqi Peak. Zhang Yingyue glanced around and knew the situation, telling Li Hao. Li Hao thought for a moment. Lin Shanhai and the others knew his whereabouts. If they weren't waiting for him here, it probably meant they were quite at ease with him. All right. Li Hao agreed. Having acquired so many cultivation techniques from the sword tower, the harvest was huge. He also felt he should personally express his gratitude to that Yao ancestor. Although a verbal thank you meant little, that was all he could offer for now. Yaoqi Peak. This place was originally named Yaoqi Holy Maiden Peak, but since the Yao ancestor became a semi-saint, the words, Holy Maiden, were omitted, leaving only Yaoqi. The mountains were picturesque and the energy rich. Zhang Yingyue flew with Li Hao on sword control. Possessing an authority token, she directly passed through the array's obstruction, landing on the mountain peak with Li Hao. Few houses were here, somewhat deserted, yet still, several dozen disciples cultivated here. According to Zhang Yingyue, all were registered disciples. 7th senior sister, upon seeing Zhang Yingyue, these registered disciples promptly greeted her. Most of them were women, with only a few men. The men raised their eyebrows upon seeing Li Hao, his gaze catching a hint of solemnity from them, as if it were the kind of seriousness reserved for intruders. He found it amusing and followed Zhang Yingyue directly to the peak. This area was for direct disciples to live. Zhang Yingyue brought Li Hao to the saint platform at the peak, where they saw Yao ancestor sitting there, gazing at the starred sky. Her breathtaking beauty, sitting alone on the Yaodai platform, a gentle breeze blowing, was simply unbeatable. Li Hao glanced at her, momentarily distracted, but quickly composed himself. Master, I have returned with Qingfeng Pillmaster. Zhang Yingyue stood outside the saint platform, bowing as she reported. The Yao ancestor turned, the thoughts between her brows vanishing quietly. She looked at Li Hao, smiling and said, Have you chosen a cultivation technique? Li Hao nodded and solemnly replied, Thank you for your grace, Yao ancestor. After speaking, he took out the hand token and returned it to her. Yao ancestor saw it but did not immediately reach out to take it. Instead, her attention was on the sword Dao technique in Li Hao's hand. Her gaze remained undisturbed. It was natural for Li Hao to choose a cultivation technique from the sword tower's 9-layer, and selecting the sword Dao technique was quite normal. This technique was created by a sword saint. It's a bit difficult. Take it back and cultivate for 10 days, then return here and show me. The Yao ancestor spoke softly. If you haven't grasped the basics within 10 days, then go to the 8th layer of the sword tower and choose a different cultivation technique. Li Hao, hearing this, knew she wanted to repay the favor of the gifted painting with instruction, but the sentiment behind the painting was nothing compared to what he had gained from this trip. Li Hao nodded without saying much, although he had cultivated to ultimate perfection, revealing it would be astonishing and would require excessive justification. Zhang Yinyue glanced at Li Hao, gave it some thought but did not reveal Li Hao's 97 layers Dao domain. After all, she had promised Li Hao earlier, and exposing it now might inadvertently offend others. The hand token wasn't received by Yao ancestor, so Li Hao put it away himself, bade them farewell, and then left Yaoqi Peak to return to the alchemist area. Inside the Pill Refining Institute, Li Hao saw Lin Qingyue sitting in the courtyard, cross-legged, with the bright moon high above. A sword was placed horizontally on her knees, as if she was meditating on something. Moonlight shimmered on the sword's edge, casting a snow-white gleam. Seeing Li Hao return, Lin Shanhai smiled and immediately asked about his visit to the sword tower. Li Hao briefly explained, and Lin Qingyue in the courtyard, hearing the youth's voice, slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping over to see the name of the technique in Li Hao's hand. The sword Dao technique is quite difficult, Lin Qingyue stated succinctly. Li Hao looked towards her, smiled, and nodded. The Yao ancestor also told me it's difficult. I've heard that Saint Cher mastered this sword technique in just 3 days. If you manage to grasp the basics in 10 days, that would be considered extremely talented, Lin Qingyue said to Li Hao. 3 days was on the level of a Saint Cher, and if one could grasp the basics in 10 days, that would also be considered among the top of the heavenly pride in the inner sect. If one took much longer, a month, or even several years, then their future achievements in sword Dao would certainly not be very high. Li Hao knew that the Cher saintess she spoke of was Bian Rushui, who was a direct disciple of the sword saint, and among all the saints and Saint Heirs, she was one of those with the highest status and background. I'm just practicing for fun, so it'd be best if I could master it, Li Hao said with a smile and did not elaborate further. Hearing Li Hao talk this way, Lin Qingyu's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she glanced at him. She had thought that Li Hao was influenced by the heavenly pride battles and had taken an interest, but now it seemed more like a passing fancy. A hint of disappointment and regret flashed in her eyes, but she didn't say anything more and closed her eyes to concentrate and ponder. From this battle observation, she realized that there were many strong cultivators among the heavenly pride of the inner sect, and she had to improve a lot. Li Hao, however, was feeling a bit hungry. He got up and went to the kitchen to make something to eat. When he brought the food over, its aroma made even Lin Shanhai, who had already had dinner, feel his appetite stirring again. Lin Qingyue glanced over but frowned slightly, feeling even more regretful in her heart. With a top-notch swordsmanship just obtained, a true enthusiast would have immersed themselves without thought for food or sleep, not bothered about taking the time to cook a meal. It was a vain expectation on her part, now met with disappointment. However, she remembered that Li Hao was primarily an alchemist with little interest in the sword Dao, which was understandable. She calmed her feelings and stopped dwelling on it. After Li Hao and Lin Shanhai finished eating and filled their stomachs, Li Hao picked up the Grand Dao sword technique, bid farewell to the grandfather and granddaughter, and returned to his own courtyard. This Grand Dao sword technique was already within his grasp, so there was no need for him to practice it anymore. Now that he had eaten and was full, he could continue cultivating his Dao domain. He casually set up a barrier, maxed out the hidden attributes of his manual, and began his cultivation practice in the yard. The many cultivation techniques he had taken in before were gradually extrapolated upon and deepened, and before long, a new Dao domain extended out. Quickly, the Dao domain went from 97 to 100 layers. Within 3 feet of where Li Hao sat cross-legged, the 100-layered Dao domain overlapped, solidifying as if it were substantial. Li Hao felt that even the laws would have a hard time penetrating his Dao domain. Just the simultaneous oppression of the 100-layered Dao domain could even cause someone in the enlightened truth realm to fall to the ground, unable to move, and could even tear them apart and quell them. One should know that this was merely the power of the Tao domain and did not include any other extreme realm. However, what surprised Li Hao was that reaching 100 layers of Tao domain hadn't brought him in contact with an extreme realm. He did not feel the unique state and insights that came with the touch of an extreme realm. Li Hao resumed his cultivation, and soon his Tao domain reached 108 layers, but he still hadn't touched on an extreme realm. For other realms' extreme realms, it was usually about 100 times the original, such as in the Power Passage realm. The common cultivator would wield around 10,000 pounds of force, but the extreme realm required 100,000 pounds. Now, the Tao domain was the same, having reached 100 times the strength of the regular Grand Tao of Peace realm. Could it be that it requires 180 layers? A glint appeared in Li Hao's eyes as he sensed that the higher the realm, the harder it seemed to be to reach its extreme. However, the harder it was to reach an extreme realm, the stronger it indicated the extreme realm once achieved would be. Li Hao didn't feel any disappointment, but instead, became somewhat excited. He threw himself into assimilating the many cultivation techniques within the Sword Tower. His number of Tao domains also kept increasing, climbing gradually to 167 layers. With just the Tao domains stacked together, Li Hao felt as if the very void might shatter under the pressure, as if it couldn't bear the strain. Although he hadn't battled against anyone, Li Hao felt that the laws of the Tao Law realm couldn't penetrate his Tao domain at all and would be instantly obliterated. Even without touching the extreme of the Tao domain in this 8th extreme realm, the power it gave him had already surpassed any extreme realm, except for the ultimate immortal transformation. It could even compare to the ultimate immortal transformation. When all the recorded cultivation techniques in the Sword Tower had been cultivated into Tao domains, Li Hao's count of Tao domains reached 172 layers. Among them, there were over 100 sword domains. Once unfolded, the sword chi soared within the Tao domains. Now stacked together, these domains, each condensed with different sword intent, tended toward merging. Li Hao didn't know what kind of might and situation it would present if the Tao domains merged into a singular, complete domain. Regrettably, he had already recorded all the cultivation techniques within the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. If he wanted to continue improving, he could only check other forces, as his Tao domain once again hit a bottleneck. After Li Hao finished his cultivation, the second choice battle the following day commenced. Before the battle of the top 100, there were 3 rounds of selections to ultimately choose the top 100 fighters who would clash with the Saint Heirs and Saintesses. Li Hao accompanied Lin Shanhai and other alchemists there, but this time he did not go to watch the battle. Having recorded all the techniques from the Sword Tower, staying here would only allow him to draw and harvest experience. However, compared to drawing, Li Hao had more suitable people for that, and presently, he could also gather some fishing experience. Li Hao noticed that besides the Yao ancestor and 2 other semi-saints, the Saint Heirs and Saintesses who watched the battle before hadn't come this time. Lin Qingyue was sitting in the courtyard comprehending Sword Tao before they left, clearly preparing for the upcoming grand battle. Despite the fierce battles before the 10 platforms, Li Hao felt a calm before the storm. Yet at this storm, it was unknown who could stir the wind and clouds, shining uniquely. Li Hao hoped it would be Lin Qingyue. Upon arriving at the Sword Tower where the environment was silent and secluded, as Li Hao approached, a figure appeared in front of him instantaneously. It was the sword attendant man from yesterday. Seeing Li Hao arrive again, somewhat surprised, he asked, "Are you here to return or exchange a cultivation technique?" Understanding the immense difficulty of the great sword technique, the sword attendant could comprehend if Li Hao wanted to exchange, as without considerable innate talent in Sword Tao, pondering over this was merely a waste of time. "No, I've come to visit the Sword Master. I wonder if the Sword Master is fishing today?" Li Hao spoke with a bow. The sword attendant smiled, enlightened. "The Master is fishing at Sword Cliff. It's good you understand, you can indeed keep him company. He gets quite lonely." Saying this, a sigh appeared in his eyes. These disciples, though wanting to accompany their master, unfortunately had terrible fishing skills. During the tedious wait for the fish to bite, their minds often wandered to Sword Tao, and they didn't even notice when their bait was stolen, thus infuriating the master, who eventually preferred not to have their company. In front of Sword Cliff, when Li Hao and the sword attendant arrived, they saw the same scene as yesterday. The sword master was fishing at the edge of the cliff. Sensing something, the sword master's voice carried over. "You're here, did you bring your fishing rod?" "I don't have a rod, I use the casting line method." Li Hao said. Can you form the line with energy? The critters in the dragon pool below are quite cunning. It might not be easy to hook them, said the sword master. Let's give it a try, Li Hao smiled. When it came to fishing, he was not to be underestimated. Then come and try, said the sword master. Li Hao immediately stepped forward, sat near the sword master on a dark brown stone. At that moment, sitting at the edge of the sword cliff, his sight naturally fell to the deep bottom of the cliff, where the depth measured tens of thousands of feet. At the bottom, there was a waterfall furiously crashing, forming a deep pool where vast shadows moved faintly. Li Hao's eyes brightened slightly. He raised his hand, forming the line from energy, then secretly using the concealment skill technique, quietly cast the line down. The sword master glimpsed Li Hao's technique, raising his eyebrows slightly, then curving the corners of his mouth. It seemed the expertise wasn't a fluke yesterday. This young fellow indeed had some research. Such subtle concealment skill, if used on oneself, could indeed cultivate into an advanced concealment skill. Yet he was casually using this effort on fishing. There was no doubt, this was true love. You haven't baited your hook yet, the sword master said plainly. Li Hao smiled and replied, baitless yet willing, the willing shall bite. Hearing this, the sword master's eyes flickered, his thoughts slightly drifting from his own fishing rod, focusing a bit on Li Hao's extremely subtle fishing line. At this moment, Li Hao was also intently waiting. Although fishing seemed leisurely, it was actually a cerebral game of patience and strategy, requiring one to hide their intent, gauge the fish's mood, and strategize the fishing spot, all a mental contest. At this moment, Li Hao's fishing line was hidden near the edge of the dragon pool, at the most inconspicuous position, with the line ending in a curved hook, barely visible. Old Wu, look, is that a hook? It seems like it, a fishing hook. Inside the dragon pool, several large dragon demons were roaming, all noticing the barely visible hook. For a moment, the dragon demon was consumed not only by pain but also by shock and fury. To be fished by the sword master was one thing, after all, the latter was a saint, and being caught by him did not disgrace the dragon. But a youth, why should he be able to do this? Roar! The dragon demon bellowed, lunging at Li Hao. Still struggling? Li Hao chuckled, his fishing line sweeping across casually and sending the dragon demon flying before reeling it in front of him. The dragon demon was in agony, as if its body was ripping apart, and it screamed incessantly. When Li Hao dragged it before Sword Cliff again, panic set in. With the sword master present, injuring the youth was impossible, and it seemed the youth's cultivation was extremely high, beyond what it could overcome. Saint Air, spare my life, Saint Air, spare my life. The dragon demon pleaded desperately, mistaking Li Hao for the Saint Air from the sword ancestor Holy Land. Besides the Saint Air, who else could have the honor of sitting with the sword master while fishing? Hearing its plea, Li Hao couldn't help but laugh. Observing the fishing experience he had acquired, he smiled, his fingertips summoning back the fishing hook that had embedded itself inside the creature. As it was merely a concentration of energy, its dispersal and assembly were all matters of intent. Since you've begged so sincerely, I'll reluctantly let you off. Li Hao said with a smile, go then. Upon hearing this, the dragon demon shed grateful tears. Thank you, Saint Air, thank you, Saint Air. After speaking, it swiftly escaped, burrowing back into the deep pools beneath Sword Cliff. Lu. The other dragon demons quickly gathered around, eyeing cautiously. You're not hurt, are you? Did you just say Saint Air? Another new Saint Air, damn it. So crafty, deliberately revealing the hook for Lu to pick up. Fortunately, the swordmaster is merciful. He never kills us when he hooks us, and that bait is truly irresistible. I can even cultivate sword momentum with it. The dragon demons murmured among themselves. Imprisoned in dragon pool by the sword master, they also delighted in their situation, for feeding under the feet of a saint was an immense opportunity. Nevertheless, they often fell for tricks and entertained the sword master with their capture, a painful yet joyous existence. Be careful, and don't go picking up strange things anymore, we need to be more vigilant. The sword master is also fishing above, but I didn't see his bait. I don't know what it's disguised as this time. We must be careful. The dragon demons were all on high alert. Dealing with the sword master's wit daily, they were nearly paranoid. Had it transformed into something else, they might have not gone for it, but seeing the hook so openly made them curious, and they took the bait. Up on Sword Cliff, the sword master watched Li Hao actually catch one, and with such a simple trick was left speechless. Without pause, Li Hao gathered his fishing line and cast the hook out again. This time the line was still hidden, the hook half exposed, but midway down the line, a second line branched off, extending to another spot above Dragon Pool, appearing completely inconspicuous. Look, the hook has dropped down again. HMPH, running out of tricks, do you think we'll fall for the same tactic again? Look, a silly fish is heading over, sniffing around it. The dragon demons circled nearby, watching the hook intently. Other fish occupied the area, dragon pools downstream connected to a river outside Saint Mountain, where fish demons ventured in hopes of ascending the Dragon Gate. The little fish demon seemed insignificant, but now it tentatively touched the hook and elicited no response. The dragon demons were taken aback, but soon realized the little fish demon's touch was too light. The line probably couldn't detect it, or it sensed it was a small catch and didn't bother with the hook. Go on, pull hard. The recently hooked Lu, the dragon demon, said viciously to the little fish demon. The little fish demon was timid but refused to budge. Lu hadn't expected defiance from such a little fish demon, becoming enraged and immediately inhaling it into its mouth. Die. Before it could feel satisfied, the fish demon in its mouth abruptly hardened and quickly pierced through. The hook? Lu's eyes bulged. Then, suddenly yanked by a powerful force, its body was lifted into the air, hauled up the high sword cliff. And the wielder of the line was still Li Hao. Saint Air, spare my life, cried the dragon demon, Aojia, frantically. Li Hao was slightly exasperated. You again? Can't you learn from your mistakes? Aojia was on the verge of tears. It was your trickery. Who could have thought you'd disguise it as a little fish, making one touch their own hook? Li Hao retracted his palm's power and said, Don't get caught again. I wish I could. Aojia was filled with suppressed grief. What kind of situation was this? Getting hooked and then scolded for it? Beside them, the sword master's grip on the fishing rod twitched slightly. A solemnity that was absent before now crept into his usually impassive gaze. The first catch could be chalked up to luck, a simple trick, but the technique used in the second catch was much more cunning, and it even involved a chain fishing scheme. The first catch targeted curiosity. The second preyed on anger. The emotions, the demon heart, were what was being fished. At that moment, the sword master had to admit that Li Hao's fishing technique was indeed quite good. Li Hao glanced toward the sword master before casting his line once more. The sword master felt slightly flustered by that look. In the realm of sword Dao, he had reached the pinnacle, as solitary as snow, but in the art of fishing, he was still an aspiring climber. And now, he was experiencing the long-lost sensation of rivalry and competition. The sword master remained silent but grew serious. Before long, Li Hao was lifting the rod for the third time. And once again, it was the very same Aojia on the hook. Li Hao was rather exasperated. Was this dragon demon guaranteed to be hooked? Catching the same prey repeatedly would only diminish his fishing experience, and he certainly did not want to hook this dragon demon again. Couldn't you let someone else have a chance at being caught? Li Hao stared at Aojia, quickly debating whether to throw him back into the dragon pool. Aojia, startled by Li Hao's gaze, immediately realized Li Hao's thoughts and hurriedly begged. Saint Air, spare my life. I promise I won't make any more moves. I'll just collapse inside. I won't budge even if the sky falls. Li Hao heard this and after thinking about it, decided to release him again. As time passed, quite a while later, on the fourth try, Li Hao and the sword master simultaneously lifted their rods. Seeing Farron's fishing experience, Li Hao instantly knew he hadn't caught Aojia again. However, when the two dragon demons were pulled up, Li Hao still heard Aojia's voice, but this time it was on the sword master's hook. Sword master, spare my life. Aojia's face was a picture of misery. Just a sneeze, and how did the hook get sucked into his mouth? Li Hao glanced at Aojia, somewhat at a loss for words. This dragon demon was quite fortunate to have lived until now. The sword master said nothing, removed Aojia, and then threw him back into the dragon pool, casting his line once more. Li Hao did the same, not choosing to slay the dragon demon. Not long after, the sword master caught fish after fish, at one point even catching a double dragon in one go. In front of Sword Cliff, the mournful cries of dragon demons occasionally echoed, while in front of Saint Mountain, the intense battles of the 10 platforms continued fiercely. As the sun set in the west, the sword master also packed up his fishing rod, his catches still narrowly beating Li Hao, fishing 7 times to Li Hao's 6. It's getting late today, let's come back tomorrow. The sword master said to Li Hao, a rare smile on his face. Today this young fellow actually made him feel a sense of urgency, a feeling he hadn't had in a long time. Li Hao nodded. Over the next few days, battles continued on the 10 platforms, while Li Hao came to Sword Cliff each day to accompany the sword master in fishing. He had almost become old friends with the few dragon demons in the dragon pool. On this day, while Li Hao was fishing, another young man arrived. Swordmaster saw him and lightly chuckled, "You've come, have a seat." This young man stood tall and straight, yet dressed plainly, with a rusty broken sword at his waist and a sword scar on his forehead, his aura inwardly concealed. The man caught sight of Li Hao, and a hint of surprise flashed through his calm, indifferent eyes, obviously not expecting someone else to be there apart from himself. He didn't say anything, simply walked to the edge of Sword Cliff, took out a fishing rod from the heaven and earth space, and immediately began to bait and cast his line, engaging in fishing as well. "This is Wu Heng Saint's son, and he is Qingfeng." As the sword master continued fishing, he casually introduced the two to each other. Li Hao and Chu Wuan exchanged glances. Chu Wuan's eyes shifted slightly, finding the name Qingfeng somewhat familiar. Quickly, he remembered who it was, nodded slightly to Li Hao as a greeting. Li Hao also nodded in response, and the three of them continued fishing quietly on their own. No one spoke, all immersed in their own enjoyment. As the catches continued, Li Hao noticed that the Wu Heng Saint's son's fishing line revealed a trace of sword intent. This sword intent was flexible and spontaneous, with a feeling both soft and sharp. The softness differed from Lin Qingyu's supreme softness, indicating two different swordsmanship schools. Li Hao thought of a sword technique within the 9-layer sword tower, the 1,000-thread sword rain skill. It seemed the other party cultivated this technique. Cultivated to the top tier, it could condense thousands of threads of sword intent, interweaving like rain, capable of splitting space. Wu Heng uses fishing to comprehend sword Dao. "In the future, you can also try this," said the sword master to Li Hao. "All things in heaven and earth can be used to understand one's own martial arts." He knew Li Hao had extremely high perception and exceptional talent, so this was also a form of cultivation guidance. Li Hao nodded. Upon hearing their conversation, Chu Wuan, who had been frowning and looking down, had his eyes flutter slightly. A trace of surprise arose in his heart. The sword master actually said this to an alchemist? Could it be that besides alchemy, the other also intended to make a showing in martial arts? But spreading oneself too thin could lead to achieving nothing in either field, as most geniuses were already struggling to reach the pinnacle in a single martial arts domain, let alone being distracted with other pursuits. He withdrew his thoughts, deciding not to ponder further, and focused on his own fishing line. After the second choice battles ended, the third choice ones began, which would last nearly half a month. With pairs dueling without defending platforms, battles thus became much slower paced. Li Hao still came to Sword Cliff to fish every day, and occasionally when the sword master was absent, it was just Li Hao and Chu Wuan at the spot. On the 10th day after obtaining the Taoist sword technique, Li Hao arrived at Yaoqi Peak. Seeing Li Hao ascending the mountain, Zhang Yingyue hurried over, leading Li Hao to the Yao ancestor. 10 days are up. How is your sword Dao practice? Perform it for me to see. Yao ancestor was seated on the saint platform, radiating a misty and sacred light, and spoke softly to Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, casually taking a sword from the nearby stand and began to perform the Taoist sword technique. However, he restrained his sword intent and sword momentum, including the charm of sword Dao, not displaying the true state-level Taoist sword technique. Otherwise, it would have caused too much disturbance, extremely shocking to the world. Even so, his swordsmanship was fluid and as he wished, skilled and agile, still attaining the agility level. Surprise emerged in the tranquil eyes of Yao ancestor. Such a difficult and esoteric sword technique, mastered to this extent in just a mere 10 days, indicated an exceptional swordsmanship talent. Beside him, Zhang Yingyue was astonished to see Li Hao perform the agile level Taoist sword technique, her mouth agape. But recalling Li Hao's 7-layer Dao domain, her heart eased. It seemed Li Hao's talent was even higher than she had imagined. Aside from cultivation, his innate gift in sword Dao was seemingly no less remarkable than hers. To think, within 10 days, even she wouldn't be confident in cultivating the sword technique to such a dexterous and skilled level, unless there was semi-saint guidance. But for the past 10 days, Li Hao had not ascended the mountain. Did you come to this realization on your own? or did someone guide you? After Li Hao had finished his demonstration, Yao Ancestor fixed her gaze on him and asked. Li Hao noticed the shock in Zhang Yingyu's eyes nearby and wondered if his performance had been too grand. He immediately said with an honest face, Qing Ying gave me a few pointers. Yao Ancestor understood and said, even if you received guidance, achieving such progress on your own is extremely rare. Your talent in the sword Dao can definitely qualify you for the inner sect. Would you wish to accept me as your master? This is a significant proposition. I would like to consider it further. Li Hao said the refusal he had already prepared. Yao Ancestor's eyes flickered, sensing the evasion in Li Hao's words, feeling somewhat surprised. Accepting a disciple was a rare occurrence for her, and combined with the environment of Yaoqi Peak, many male disciples dreamed of being accepted there. However, Li Hao's polite refusal made her recall the gaze he held while drawing her, clear and pure, devoid of carnal dispersals. Her lips slightly curved, appreciating Li Hao even more, and said, no matter, whenever you are ready to decide, you can give me your answer. I can wait for you. Her last few words carried a slightly heavier tone, letting Li Hao understand her seriousness. Li Hao felt guilty. He originally borrowed her hand token to go to the sword tower and collect cultivation techniques, never intending to take her as his master. Okay. Li Hao nodded, realizing he would have to find another way to repay her in the future. Zhang Yingyue, hearing Li Hao actually refuse her own master, was somewhat astonished, but soon considered Li Hao's exceptional talent, coupled with a 97-layer Dao domain. It was very likely he had a significant background, perhaps already had a master? She suddenly understood, feeling that the identity of Qingfeng Pill Master seemed somewhat suspect. However, since even the sword master had realized but not questioned, it wasn't her place to pry into these matters. After leaving Yaoqi Peak, Li Hao continued his daily fishing at Swordcliff. Half a month quickly passed, and after a total of 20 days of selection, the top 100 list finally came out. The entire Holy Land was extremely lively, causing an uproar among countless disciples. To be among the top 100 in the presence of many exceptional talents was already being cream of the crop. Placed in any first-rate force outside, one would receive the treatment of a direct disciple. Each person who made the list quickly became well-known, and their fame spread far and wide. As the top 100 battle list emerged, the battle platforms on the top of Saint Mountain were also erected high. The upcoming battles would involve the participation of both Saint heirs, with immediate pairings, potentially featuring a clash between two strong Saint heirs on the very first day. The loser would still have the opportunity to challenge again, with a points system determining the top 16. As the top 100 battles commenced, Lin Qingyue, who had spent many days meditating on the sword in the courtyard, also stood up and headed to Saint Mountain. This time, Li Hao followed Lin Shanhai and other alchemists, still having a floating seat available. Below, in the spectator area aside from the million outer sect disciples, the defeated inner sect disciples also came to watch the battles, a rare opportunity to glimpse the gap with the Saint heirs. Look, there is Sword Saint, the Sword Saint himself has come. Atop Saint Mountain, 3 battle platforms were erected high, surrounded by arrays. As everyone arrived, a middle-aged man in a brilliant white snow robe, hands behind his back, slowly descended above the battle platform. His stature was towering, the space around him seemed to slightly crack, with countless flickers of sword chi shadows. His sleeves alone projected a piercingly sharp sensation, too intense to look at directly. Li Hao's eyes slightly narrowed. This was the Sword Ancestor Holy Land's strongest, Sword Saint. No other prefixes, just a simple 2-word title, yet it exuded singularity and supremacy. Besides Sword Saint personally attending, Yao Ancestor and 3 other semi-saints also appeared, situated midair, not concealing their auras, each displaying various phenomena influenced by their saint's will. Behind Mountain Ancestor appeared a towering, heavenly giant peak-like phantom. Behind Yao Ancestor, however, was a faintly ethereal turquoise pool saint platform. Other semi-saints displayed bursts of lightning or gathered flames, reddening the void. Such a powerful oppressive aura made the top 100 talents hold their breath slightly. The Saint heirs also gathered here, their gazes no longer indifferent and scattered as before, but particularly solemn. The Sword Saint personally graced the battlefield, pushing the atmosphere of the event to its climax. Millions of outer sect disciples were boiling with excitement. Given their status, it was extremely difficult to witness the strongest side of the Sword Ancestor Holy Land on a regular day, and they only occasionally had the chance to listen to a saint preaching. Many inner sect geniuses also had serious and focused expressions, filled with eagerness and excitement. If they could demonstrate their own talents and gain the favor of the Sword Saint, it was not impossible for them to receive his teachings. However, at this moment, the most dazzling presence by the Sword Saint's side was a saintess. Bian Rushui. As the youngest among the saintesses, she had been the center of attention ever since she arrived at the Sword Ancestor Holy Land. Standing obediently beside the Sword Saint, her beautiful and delicate face revealed a sense of detachment and liveliness, invoking envy in many. Being able to directly take the Sword Saint as a mentor put her in the highest echelon among all the saint heirs and saintesses in terms of background. At this moment, with the rules announced and the selection of the top 100 underway, 3 pairs of chosen combatants for the first fights soon took to the stage. 2 of the matchups were duels between inner sect geniuses, while the third was an inner sect genius against a saint heir. This saint heir was none other than Wu Heng Saint's son, whom Li Hao had met. Back when Li Hao encountered Chu Wuan while fishing at Sword Cliff, they had made acquaintance with a few idle words exchanged, hardly profound. Li Hao knew that the other party, through meditating on sword intent while fishing, had impressive strength. With the saint heir stepping onto the stage, the majority of gazes were drawn to him. After 20 consecutive days of battles, this was the first time the saint heirs and saintesses were taking part, giving everyone a glimpse of the saint heir's combat prowess. The inner sect genius facing Chu Wuan, who previously emerged victorious in the Arena Defense Challenge, was a well-known figure among the inner sect disciples named Luo Cheng. Now, as the arena's array coalesced, the fight erupted instantaneously. Compared to Chu Wuan's indifference, Luo Cheng's eyes were filled with arrogance, but he did not take his opponent lightly and immediately harnessed the power of heaven and earth, also unveiling a realm he had not shown before. It's the divine power extreme realm, and that vortex, it's the heaven and earth vein. The millions of outer sect disciples below the stage exclaimed in surprise, as attaining the extreme realm was their aspiration. After storing up power in his physical body and the geopulse, Luo Cheng exploded with force and vanished in an instant like teleportation. Returning Ruin's extreme realm. This scene caused even the 6 semi-saints watching from the sidelines to narrow their eyes in concentration. Mastering the returning Ruin's extreme realm meant, at the very least, an abundance of life-saving ability. For the time being, it was rare to find anyone below a semi-saint who could detect tactics involving the returning Ruin's extreme realm. Now was a test of calculation and prediction between the combatants. Thwack! The moment Luo Cheng instantaneously teleported with the returning Ruin movement to Chu Wuan's side, not behind him, he slashed out suddenly, tearing open Chu Wuan's shoulder. This was only because Chu Wuan had reacted extremely quickly and dodged in time, or else he would have lost half his body. The first exchange left the saint heir injured, causing millions of disciples to cry out in surprise. Luo Cheng paused only briefly before disappearing with another returning Ruin instant teleportation, reappearing in front of Chu Wuan with another fierce and piercing sword strike. The sword light aimed straight at Chu Wuan's head, but he reacted with lightning speed, tilting his head just enough to let the sword light graze his cheek. Luo Cheng's face turned colder as he performed the third returning Ruin instant teleportation, unexpectedly appearing above Chu Wuan's head, with every angle of attack cunning and tricky. This sword seemed powerful enough to split the earth, but, surprisingly, Chu Wuan dodged it by shifting his body to the side. Luo Cheng's eyes widened in shock. He suddenly retreated, putting some distance between them. From the sidelines, Li Hao watched the 1,000-strand sword intent congealing on the platform and shook his head, knowing Luo Cheng was about to lose unless he had other tricks up his sleeve. Wu Heng, this child, has attained great accomplishment in his sword intent. 1,000-strand sword, Luo Cheng still doesn't realize that he's already entangled by the sword intent. To think he used that sword intent to barely capture the trajectory of the returning Ruin instantaneous movement, other saint heirs will have to be cautious when fighting him from now on. Yao Ancestor and the other semi-saints were also paying attention to the battle, their eyes revealing solemnity and feeling of awe. It was frightening to be able to just barely capture an extreme realm with sword intent. At this moment, millions of outer sect disciples outside the arena were loudly chanting Luo Cheng's name. Dominating over a saint heir like this was too impressive. Swoosh! Luo Cheng's fourth attempt at returning Ruin instant teleportation aimed again at Chu Wuan's front. But as he reappeared, Chu Wuan suddenly drew his sword. The rusty, scabbard-less tetanus sword by his waist was abruptly unsheathed, rust shaking off. With a bang, it pierced straight through Luo Cheng's body. With a single sword strike, he skewered him on the blade. The cheering audience fell silent as cutting a throat, all staring wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. The aggressively attacking Luo Cheng had been impaled suddenly. Luo Cheng realized the faint lines on his body and thought of his opponent's name, his complexion turning unsightly. Chu Wuan vibrated his arm, retracting the sword, his expression as indifferent as when he first entered the arena, unflustered. Luo Cheng knew that the other party had shown mercy, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fend off the continuous strikes after being hit by the first sword. I've lost. Luo Cheng bowed his head, his expression somewhat uncomfortable. Was this the strength of a Saint Heir? What made him feel choked was that the opponent had beaten him without even revealing his extreme realm, defeating him solely with sword intent. As the winner was determined, the millions of disciples below the stage slowly came back to their senses, all in shock. It was then realized that Chu Wuan hadn't even used his extreme realm, not truly exerting his full strength. How powerful, is this the strength of a Saint Heir? Defeating the extreme realm in a normal state, that's just too exaggerated, I didn't understand it at all. I realized something was off early on. Wu Heng Saint Sun didn't even use returning ruin to dodge, it's very likely he didn't intend to unveil it. Wu Heng Saint Sun is so strong, why didn't he use returning ruin instantaneous movement to dodge and then counterattack? He got injured continuously earlier, it was too rough. Rough? What does getting injured have to do with being rough? Haven't you seen that Wu Heng Saint Sun's injuries have already healed up? But winning like this isn't stylish at all, clearly there was a chance to win unscathed. Can stylishness be eaten as food? What do you think a Saint Heir is, using his own power just to show off? Saint Heirs have all been honed through countless battles, they will resort to any means to win, and a win is stylish enough. The audience below was abuzz, all of them sensing the terror of a Saint Heir in this fight. Chu Wuheng turned and stepped off the stage, and on another side, the dozen or so Saint Heirs and Saintesses all wore solemn expressions. Only a few remained calm and unperturbed. Lin Qingyu's eyes shimmered as she revealed a hint of contemplation. The opponent's sword intent had some similarities to her own ultimate soft sword intent, but there were significant differences too. Should she face him, she wasn't sure whether she could be victorious. In this fight, Chu Wuheng only showed his swordsmanship, giving many people a sense of oppression. As the battle stage was vacated, another new duel quickly commenced. After several consecutive fights, another Saint Heir was picked, clashing with the elite of the inner sect. However, this time, the inner sect disciple did not possess the returning ruin's extreme realm, but had divine power, heaven and earth vein, and primordial spirit, the three extreme realms. Once all of them burst forth, the Saint Heir simply used returning ruin instant teleportation and effortlessly defeated him with a single strike. The ease of this battle made many realize that in front of mastery over the returning ruin's extreme realm, other extreme realms appeared somewhat weak. After all, there was no way to track, coming and going without a shadow, only able to passively take hits, unable to counterattack or keep up, it was too unresolved. Li Hao watched these exchanges, comparing them to those 6 individuals from the Daola realm that he had slain earlier in the Deu Imperial Palace. One of them also possessed the returning ruin's extreme realm, and should be considered among the top talents of the inner sect. Back then, he was still in the Grand Tao of Peace realm and used enormous effort, finally relying on celestial venerables' will to slay them. But now, he wouldn't need to go through such trouble. The fervent fighting continued, over 20 matches in succession, where Saint Heirs and Saintesses all took their turns, and without exception, they all emerged victorious. Some won with a single easy move, others encountered tough top talents from the inner sect with returning ruin's extreme realm and had to expend considerable effort to win, which could be seen as quite a struggle. Soon, Lin Qingyue made her move, though her luck seemed a bit poor, as her opponent turned out to be a Saint Heir. As the competition neared its halfway point, the first clash between a Saint Heir and a Saintess level fighter occurred. The drawing of this battle immediately heated up the atmosphere at the venue. In previous clashes, they had hardly seen the Saint Heirs and Saintesses pushed to their limits, and now, with this dragon and phoenix struggle, there seemed to be hope to witness it. Everyone at the Sword Ancestor Holy Land was extremely curious about the limits of these top talents, wondering just how far they could go. Lin Qingyue slightly furrowed her brows, not expecting to have to exert her true force so soon. Revealing it in advance made it easy for others to probe her, which could be detrimental to later battles, but there was no helping it now. Ah, why is Qingyue so unlucky? Qingyue must win. Beside Li Hao, Lin Shanhai and other alchemists were so angry they slapped their thighs. Drawing a saint heir in the scoring battle was just too unlucky. At this moment, Lin Qingyue and the Dragon Slayer Saint Sun she had drawn both descended onto the battle stage. Gazing at each other from afar, both were aware of the other's situation. The Dragon Slayer Saint Sun, with a look of regret, said, "I didn't expect to have to face you so soon, but it's fine. Before I fight Haoyue, let me warm up in advance." As these words came out, the audience below exclaimed in surprise, shocked by such a bold statement towards a saintess. This Dragon Slayer Saint Sun was too domineering. Lin Qingyu's expression remained indifferent, and she didn't speak, but slowly drew the sword in her hand and held it quietly. As the array sealed the area, the fight began. The Dragon Slayer Saint Sun's eyes were sharp as he drew his sword, not charging, but stepping toward Lin Qingyue. Such a posture seemed like what a mortal would assume, but the disciples below knew that at this moment, even a feather falling on the stage would instantly cause a thunderous explosion. Lin Qingyue and the Dragon Slayer Saint Sun were both brewing their own momentum, but as the Dragon Slayer Saint Sun stepped within 10 zhang, Lin Qingyu's eyes slightly narrowed. At the same time, just as she narrowed her eyes, the Dragon Slayer Saint Sun suddenly teleported away, disappearing, returning Ruin's extreme realm. Boom! Suddenly, a roar akin to a dragon's cry erupted, and the Dragon Slayer Saint Sun's reddish-gold divine sword exploded with a deafening howl, appearing above Lin Qingyu's head and ferociously striking down. Lin Qingyue, the next second after the opponent disappeared, also teleported away, so when the Dragon Slayer Saint Sun reappeared, her body had just vanished, only to reappear behind him. Her hand holding the green sword gently swung down like tossing up a sleeve of clouds. But the energy around them instantly transformed into sword light, viciously piercing through. The Dragon Slayer Saint Sun quickly turned around, swinging his sword light as if he had also predicted Lin Qingyu's flash position. The clash of green and gold sword lights didn't cause the violent shocks one would expect. The reddish gold sword light seemed to be hitting a cloud of cotton, with a sinking sensation, as Lin Qingyu's body burst forth with golden divine power, her arm strength erupting. Yet the power she released was like golden radiant clouds, soft and dissipating, turning into firefly-like light that surrounded the Dragon Slayer Saint Sun. Dragon Slayer Saint Sun's complexion changed slightly, and he disappeared using returning Ruin instantaneous movement, only to reappear behind Lin Qingyue. But this time, Lin Qingyue didn't choose to use returning Ruin, instead, she gently turned around. And in the moment that Dragon Slayer Saint Sun's sword thrust, her turn seemed intentional yet unintentional, allowing the sword to pass between her arm and waist while her sword light, like golden flames, scattered across his face. With a few sounds of PFFT, Dragon Slayer Saint Sun's face seemed to be slashed, instantaneously burning several holes, blood streaming down. Damn it! Dragon Slayer Saint Sun was somewhat shocked and furious, and a domineering cold light shot from his eyes. His sword Dao carried the aura of an emperor, accumulated sword intent from slaying members of the Dragon Clan, and now emitted a sword Dao deterrent, as if a magnificent divine emperor stood in the midst of the arena. This deterrent, even though blocked by an array, was still felt by all the disciples below, yielding a sense of fear, making them want to kneel and worship. Lin Qingyu's eyes flickered, also affected, but her utterly gentle sword Dao was like silently nourishing moisture. This deterrent acted upon her yet seemed to pass through her body as if unselectable. Swoosh, her sword intent flowed like water, swiftly sweeping out. Although it seemed soft, it directly penetrated Dragon Slayer Saint Sun's violently slashing sword, tearing open another wound at his waist. At utterly gentle sword Dao, soft as water, indeed troublesome. On another saint platform, several saint heirs and saintesses were also watching this battle, noticing that Lin Qingyu's sword intent had almost reached the realm of perfection, great accomplishment. Considering Dragon Slayer Saint Sun, with his strong imperial presence, but unfortunately facing the utterly gentle Lin Qingyue, seemed a bit restrained. Bang! Suddenly, an imposing Dharma aspect emerged slowly on the battle platform, strikingly resembling Dragon Slayer Saint Sun, but wearing a white gold robe and holding a huge sword, like a divine imperial god. The momentum was so majestic that it dispersed the clouds and mists atop the mountains. Heaven and Earth Law Manifestation, it's the realm of becoming a saint. Many disciples exclaimed. Heaven and Earth Law Manifestation belonged to the third pole realm, also known as the realm of becoming a saint, because reaching this realm was to become a saint. Being able to condense the third pole realm also sufficed to show that he was a unique monster at the start of the cultivation path, his heart wide enough to embrace heaven and earth, proudly overlooking the universe. As the Dharma aspect shone, Dragon Slayer Saint Sun's eyes revealed an angry murderous intent. He originally intended to leave these techniques to use in his battle against Haoyue, but now he had to use them prematurely. Sword Emperor Boundless, the infinite sword of heaven and earth. Dragon Slayer Saint Sun roared, integrated with the Dharma aspect, and simultaneously lifted the divine sword in his hand, expanding his Tao domain, shockingly comprising 21 layers. With successive layers, the sword chi within the Tao domain crisscrossed, and as he swung down the sword, the entire battle platform was filled with sword chi. Had it been in an open area, using Returning Ruin's extreme realm would allow for immediate escape, but on this battle platform, even using Returning Ruin instantaneous movement, one couldn't linger for long and had to become visible, thus would be subjected to these indiscriminate attacks. It was precisely because of considering the Returning Ruin's extreme realm that the battle platform was established to define the combat range. Otherwise, both parties continuously traversing through the Returning Ruin's extreme realm could fight endlessly. Facing the endless sword chi from all directions, Lin Qingyu's figure turned into a green light, suddenly using Returning Ruin instantaneous movement, not to dodge but to close in on Dragon Slayer Saint Sun. Raising her sword light suddenly, the sound of tidal waves surged forth. Immediately after, endless tides overwhelmed everything, utterly gentle yet utmost firm. Softness infiltrated everywhere, and once infiltrated, it became the sharpest sword chi. Puff puff puff. Lin Qingyu's sword chi also burst into range, engulfing Dragon Slayer Saint Sun, and tides of sword intent surged forth, unexpectedly traversing his Dharma aspect and Tao domain, piercing through Dragon Slayer Saint Sun's body with trails of blood mist. Dragon Slayer Saint Sun was shocked, fury in his eyes, braving serious injuries, suddenly slashed down with a sword. Lin Qingyu's complexion slightly changed, raising her hand to parry with her sword. This sword seemed to press down the entire mountains and rivers, landing with a thud, sending her flying. With a puff, Lin Qingyue spat out blood, her face pale, then swiftly teleported, transforming into a supreme green light, suddenly piercing through Dragon Slayer Saint Sun's Dharma aspect. The sword chi on the battlefield also ceased, the Divine Emperor's Dharma aspect dissipated, Dragon Slayer Saint Sun's complexion turned pale, staring at the sword light in his chest, his eyes revealing misery, unwillingness, and mostly fury at himself. Lin Qingyue retrieved her sword, merely glancing at him before turning away. The battle ended, victory and defeat determined. Millions of outer sect disciples, including most of the inner sect disciples, failed to perceive how Lin Qingyue ultimately dispersed the Dharma aspect, witnessing such a grand battle end in a blink, all somewhat stupefied. But the dozen saint heirs and saintesses on the saint platform had solemn expressions. They realized that her sword was so gentle it even seemed to meld into space, quite terrifying. As Lin Qingyue returned, arriving once again on the saint platform, many saint heirs and saintesses cast heavy glances her way. Li Hao, seeing Lin Qingyue win, also breathed a sigh of relief. Her opponent's sword intent had some minor flaws, fortunately winning although her opponent's sword intent was even more fragile, possessing the pride of an emperor but lacking the truly invincible dominance of an emperor. The emperor's aura developed through slaying the dragon clan ultimately proved too weak. True imperial heir should be supreme, with even saints bowing down. Li Hao shook his head slightly. Lin Qingyu's battle was quite dangerous. When the opportunity arises, he planned to help her correct her sword Tao flaws. As Li Hao pondered this, Yao Ancestor and 6 other semi-saints smiled slightly, relieved that the saint heirs and saintesses within Sword Ancestor Holy Land wielded such prowess. Dragon Slayer Saint Sun unleashed the 5 extremes realm but still faced defeat. His inadequacy in swordsmanship led to his loss. While Lin Qingyue might not have revealed the heaven and earth law manifestation, but her sword intent approached perfection, also considering her a rare sword prodigy of the millennium. The battle on the platform continued, and with successive rounds, scores accumulated. Chu Wuheng and Lin Qingyue were chosen to fight again later, facing inner sect disciples and winning with ease. In addition, there were 2 other pairings of Saint Child level contests that collided. One pairing was evenly matched, both sides unleashing the 5 extremes realm, the heaven and earth law manifestation engaging in fierce swordplay on the Saint platform, creating a massive momentum that lasted half a 2-hour period, ending with one side winning tragically. This battle thrilled many disciples and also left them astonished. These saint heirs and saintesses seemed to all possess the heaven and earth law manifestation. The five extremes realm appeared to be the standard for saint-child level fighters. The difference in their remaining techniques depended on their respective Tao domains, Taoist bodies, and so forth. However, another group of saint-child level combat ended quickly. Hao Yue Saint Sun, he actually defeated the Purple Sun Holy Sun with just a crescent moon strike. He's too powerful. I heard he practices the sun and moon sword art and seeks the harmony of heaven and earth, where the sun and moon eternally exist. You all don't know yet, but among the saint heirs and saintesses, Hao Yue Saint Sun is in a league of his own. It's said that his Tao domain reached 30 layers 30 years ago. 30 layers of Tao domain. No way. What's so surprising about that? Hao Yue Saint Sun is also born with the innate sun and moon sword body. His body has contained the sword chi of both the sun and the moon since birth, making him an obvious reincarnation of a saint, and he was born with the dual yin and yang meridians fully opened. Compared to Hao Yue Saint Sun, someone like me, naturally born with a yang meridian, seems like just a mongrel dog. Upon witnessing Hao Yue Saint Sun's display, the faces of the other saint heirs and saintesses turned solemn. In front of Hao Yue Saint Sun, the Purple Sun Holy Sun's heaven and earth law manifestation and returning ruins extreme realm were easily cut through by just a crescent moon strike. Even the returning ruins extreme realm was evaded by his opponent. Such a technique was difficult to fathom, slightly terrifying. That Hao Yue Saint Sun is too strong. I heard that 30 years ago, he was already the leading figure among the saint sons, and now after 30 years, his swordsmanship is even more terrifying. Beside Li Hao, Lin Shanhai and other alchemists were also discussing. Although they usually just focused on pill refining, they were well informed about various kinds of gossip. One sword to defeat a saint heir. If Qingyue were to face him, wouldn't it be better to just admit defeat directly and conserve some strength, perhaps claim second? Zhao Yingzhen suggested to Lin Shanhai with a worried look on his face. Lin Shanhai's eyes were full of anxiety. He also thought this way, but he knew his granddaughter's temperament all too well. Settling for second place? She might seem gentle and agreeable, but deep down she was extremely proud. How could she possibly bow her head? The fight on the saint platform continued, and Yuan Haoyue, tall and straight with a peculiar golden light in his eyes, approached Lin Qingyue directly. How about it? Have you thought it through? The matter I spoke to you about last time, about marrying me. Standing in front of Lin Qingyue, Yuan Haoyue astonishingly made his intentions clear. Hearing his words, the dozen or so saint heirs and saintesses around them were all startled, turning their gazes between the two, then back to Lin Qingyue. Yuan Haoyue was actually courting Lin Qingyue? This was shocking news, and they had only just found out. You wish to use me as a step in your sword practice, to cut off all affection and attain your vision of heaven and earth unity. Please find someone more suitable. I will not accompany you. Lin Qingyue frowned, speaking coldly. A glint of gold flashed in Yuan Haoyue's eyes as he stared at her and said, "Your gentle sword Tao is but a lesser path. If you agree to join me, when I achieve saint status in the future, I will select a path to sainthood for you as a reward, as well as a token of my proposal to you." Hearing their conversation, other saint heirs and saintesses' eyes flickered, some coming to a realization. It was no wonder, reaching their level, besides swordsmanship, their hearts held little space for other emotions, and when weighing interests, they often chose to abandon them. Hao Yue Saint Sun's pursuit of Lin Qingyue was evidently a losing deal. After all, Lin Qingyue had her own sword Tao, and it was unlikely that she would agree easily. This pursuit was bound to be fruitless, even to the point of being laborious, but now, listening to their conversation, one could understand why. As a betrothal gift, the path to becoming a saint, these words made the eyes of the other saintesses flicker slightly. Some remained indifferent, but others showed a gleam of amazement. In the end, the ultimate goal of cultivation is none other than becoming a saint, to exist eternally for 10,000 years. Although they were also saint heirs and prodigies, proud in their own right, it was clear that Yuan Haoyue was by far stronger than them. My sword Tao is not insignificant, and even if it were, I would cultivate it to become a grand path. Lin Qingyue, seeing the other party belittling her sword Tao, grew even colder, her gaze chilling as she warned, "Don't force me to draw my sword right now." Yuan Haoyue frowned slightly, but his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. "Then let's see when the time comes." Having said that, he stopped the idle talk and returned to his own seat. Lin Qingyu's face remained frosty as she turned her head away, no longer paying attention. The conversation here was sealed on the saint platform and did not spread, apart from the dozen or so saint heirs and saintesses who knew. The disciples below still focused their attention on the fierce battle on the combat stage. Sitting in the floating seats above, Li Hao, bored out of his mind, noticed the scene. However, a barrier enveloped it, and he couldn't hear what was said. He only saw that Lin Qingyu's complexion seemed rather unpleasant. As the contest of endurance and ultimate power ensued for 2 days, the points battle finally ended. Lin Qingyue fought 5 times, winning every battle, and entered the top 16. The other 13 saint heirs and saintesses also made it to the top 16, none defeated, eliminating the others in advance. Among the top 16, besides the 14 saint heirs and saintesses, there were also 2 top inner sect prodigies with extremely strong combat power, who had also only narrowly lost in their previous battles with other saint heirs and saintesses. The fights for the top 16 would take place tomorrow. Today, after watching the long duels, many disciples were also somewhat tired, their brains swollen, having absorbed too much, needing to go back to digest properly. Li Hao also followed Lin Shanhai and the other alchemists back. Today he did not go to fish with the sword master. Upon returning to the Pill Refining Institute, Li Hao saw that Lin Qingyue had already returned to the courtyard ahead of them, still resting in her usual spot, legs crossed with her sword lying across her legs. Li Hao thought for a moment, then approached and said, "I watched your fight today. It was spectacular, very impressive." Lin Qingyue closed her eyes, seemingly indifferent, not reacting. Li Hao continued, "But some of your movements weren't quite graceful. I'd like to draw them out to show you, how about it?" Only then did Lin Qingyue open her eyes. Last time, Li Hao pointed out the flaws in her sword Dao through drawing, using a painter's perspective on beauty. Could there be flaws in her sword intent? Lin Qingyue looked at Li Hao, staring at him for a moment, and then suddenly asked, "What about your own swordsmanship? Haven't you continued to cultivate it? I heard that you passed the Yao Ancestors test, entering the gateway within 10 days. Among the inner sect disciples, your talent for sword Dao is also top-notch. Don't you plan to cultivate it?" "How did you know?" Li Hao was surprised. The fact that he had passed the Yao Ancestors test was not something he had broadcasted. Even others were unaware of it. Lin Qingyue slightly furrowed her brow, withdrew her gaze, and indifferently replied, "Go ahead and draw it then." Li Hao had a talent for sword Dao and was also skilled in painting. She could understand now why he had been able to depict her sword Dao flaws. Seeing that she agreed, Li Hao immediately took out his drawing board. He thought for a moment, considering that the subsequent battles would be more frequent and could face very strong opponents at any time, he decided to depict all of the opponent's sword Dao flaws at once. Many thoughts converged, and Li Hao's mind conjured the image of Lin Qingyue practicing her swordsmanship during these past days. The graceful figure danced and turned in his mind. Li Hao's thoughts had completely calmed down, and his gaze became focused and solemn. The small imperfections he had witnessed during her sword practice now melded into his heart, guiding the movements of his brush. He ground the ink, lifted the brush, and laid ink onto paper, where the figure of a stunningly beautiful woman appeared, dancing gracefully. Her pose was divine, her eyes like a clear lake, her whole being embodying the utmost softness of sword Dao. Under Li Hao's brushwork, her sword intent became even purer and more exquisite, like a clear stream, or like swaying rain threads. The sword intent was as soft as cotton, the sword's edge like thread. Her figure rippled like waves, her attack shifting formlessly, elusive and indecipherable. With the completion of the first painting, Li Hao used his control force to suspend the paper in midair. Then came the second and the third paintings. He produced 3 paintings in succession, spending a total of 6 hours. As the 3 paintings were completed, Li Hao's artistic path experience also increased by 70,000 points, drawing much closer to the 1 million mark. Returning from his engrossed thoughts, Li Hao turned to look at the woman who was still sitting cross-legged, deep in contemplation of the sword, and directed the 3 paintings to float before her, saying, "These are 3 paintings for you, take a look." With that, he stood up, packed away his drawing board and ink, and returned to his own courtyard. Lin Qingyue opened her eyes and gazed at the 3 floating scrolls before her. Her attention fixated on the first painting, and at the sight of the woman dancing vividly on the white paper, her heart jolted. As her gaze became transfixed, the woman in the painting seemed to descend into reality, wielding her sword before Lin Qingyue in a perfect and smooth motion, each swordplay carrying a light, supremely soft beauty. She suddenly recalled practicing in a similar manner, but that was half a month ago. And her own posture at the time seemed not as perfect as the one in the painting. Lin Qingyue was stunned, her thoughts drawn into the sword intent within the painting, immersed in it. When the swordplay in the painting ended, Lin Qingyue suddenly had a realization. She understood where her flaws lay. Some shock stirred within her, realizing that someone had managed to depict her sword intent's flaws into a painting. And there were 3 of them? Lin Qingyue's eyes shifted, suppressing the urge to immediately start practicing, and instead continued to observe the second painting. The sword dance in the second painting represented her practice from a week ago. Lin Qingyue watched intently for a long time before absorbing and enlightening. Her expression grew complex, this second painting also completing her sword intent. Her gaze then fell upon the third painting. Aside from herself, there was a blurry figure. Lin Qingyue recognized it at a glance. It was the scene of her battle with the dragon slayer Saint Sun. Now, it seemed as if the battle was replaying before her eyes. But this time, the woman in the painting struck decisively and straightforwardly, with just a silent, moisturizing sword stroke. She shattered his heaven and earth law manifestation and defeated his true form. Utmost softness. What is the utmost softness? Soft as water, as air, softness that exists everywhere. Sword intent lingering and spreading into everything, and condensing out of everything. Lin Qingyu's eyes revealed a trace of bemusement. In that instant, it felt like her blood boiled, suffused with an uncontrollable excitement. This was the perfection of the utmost softness in sword intent, the great accomplishment in sword intent. She quickly turned her head to look for Li Hao, only to find that his usual spot was empty, his figure nowhere to be seen. A feeling indescribable filled Lin Qingyu's heart, like time slipping by, uncatchable. This feeling left her momentarily lost in thought, but she soon spread her divine thought, finding him in his courtyard, carving as usual. Lin Qingyu's tense heartstrings quietly relaxed at this moment. She gazed deeply into the distance, now faintly sensing that this Qingfeng she had brought back was by no means ordinary. Lin Qingyu's thoughts retracted, and she carefully rolled up the 3 scrolls before her, this time with extra care, storing them well into the heaven and earth space. 2 of the paintings depicted her daily sword practice. Lin Qingyue bit her lip slightly, her eyes flickering, but soon her thoughts were once again focused on her own sword. The great accomplishment sword intent emerged in her mind, and her sword danced once more. As a Saintess-level genius, her innate talent for sword Dao was extremely high. Having received such guidance, she quickly integrated and understood. Moreover, the guidance from painting was easier to grasp than her master's teachings, akin to a hands-on demonstration. In the courtyard, the sword intent rose and fell like the wind. Weeds fluttered and leaves swirled, taken up by the wind, and with them, perhaps not just the sword. The battle for the top 16 began. Outside the arena, it was still packed, with outer sect disciples arriving early, and the tens of thousands of inner sect geniuses sat quietly below, having finished their own fights and secured their final rankings. This competition also brought them ample rewards. Now, the fight between the 16 strongest prodigies within the Sword Ancestor Holy Land was sure to deliver a luxuriously supreme swordsmanship feast. The clashes at the Saint Child level mainly involved those at the 5 Extremes realm, and in a scenario where the realms were equal, what differentiated the competitors were their Dao domain and swordsmanship. Li Hao followed alchemist Lin Shanhai and others to the floating seats. Before the top 16's fights even began, the atmosphere was already incredibly heated. Li Hao watched Lin Qingyue, who stood quietly on the saint platform, and seeing her serene eyes knew that she had absorbed the message of his paintings. Today's battle will be tough. Hopefully Qingying's luck isn't too bad, to not encounter those difficult fellows right from the start. Shi Huajin expressed her concerns. Because of Lin Shanhai, they all favored Lin Qingyue to win. However, with Hao Yue Saint Sun suppressing the field, if one wants to rank first, they must scale this high mountain. The other rankings seemed more achievable and would be fiercer. As long as you can make it into the top 10, you can gain the incense fire of 100 cities, and the first place will receive the incense fire of an entire nation. Lin Shanhai's eyes showed his worry, as incense fire was crucial for becoming a saint, and the competition would certainly be brutal. Moreover, this incense fire wasn't just a one-time reward, it would also be followed by 60 years of offerings from the awarded region. Atop the saint platform, a dozen saint heirs and saintesses stood quietly, each with a commanding presence and distinct aura, seemingly united yet each maintaining their individuality. Dragon Slayer Saint Sun looked at Lin Qingyue, his eyes filled with battle intent. longing to meet her again after his earlier defeat and have a proper contest. Soon, with the descent of the Sword Saint, the chaotic array swirled everyone's tokens, randomly pairing them. Chu Wuheng noticed his opponent was Hao Yue Saint's son. His eyebrows furrowed slightly, but soon they relaxed again. Others also noticed that Chu Wuheng was unfortunate to draw Hao Yue Saint's son. This made many sigh in relief secretly. Although they didn't believe they would definitely lose to him, they would prefer to confront him in the finals, allowing for a full-fledged battle, rather than meeting him too early. Meanwhile, Dragon Slayer Saint's son also saw his opponent, not Lin Qingyue but another, Purple Sun Holy Sun, and couldn't help but feel disappointed. Lin Qingyue looked up and saw her opponent was a direct disciple of the Sword Saint. Her eyes flickered slightly and turned to look elsewhere. At the same time, another lady in snowy clothes also looked towards her. Their beautiful eyes met for a moment, then both averted their gazes. Disciple, Hao Yue Saint's son's sun and moon sword art heavily counters you. Be careful and save your strength for later battles. Chu Wuheng heard his master's voice in his mind. Chu Wuheng was silent, not responding, yielding, but he wanted to try. Perhaps in extreme adversity, he could perceive the shortcomings of his sword intent and more swiftly advance in the way. Soon, the first battle started. Today's battlefield had only one platform, not three, which directed all attention to a single spot. The first match featured Hao Yue Saint's son and Chu Wuheng. Li Hao saw this fishing buddy draw Hao Yue Saint's son and couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for him. He had witnessed Hao Yue Saint's son's swordsmanship the previous day, indeed very strong, clearly a notch above the other Saint heirs, already a great accomplishment, and it was an extremely powerful sword intent. Of course, unless others were concealing their skills, for now, it seemed, based solely on sword intent, he should be ranking first. On the field, Hao Yue Saint's son and Chu Wuheng descended into it. Thousand Strands sword, in front of the sun and moon, is nothing more than a light drizzle. My sword counters yours, you are no match, admit defeat. Hao Yue Saint's son stood with his hands behind his back, yet his expression remained calm and nonchalant, as if stating a fact without any arrogance. The expression on Chu Wuheng's face barely changed as he lightly replied. The constant dripping wears away the stone, light rain can also obscure the sun and moon, every scroll of spring curtain can hide all things. How can we know who is stronger or weaker without a try? Do you want to train your sword intent on me? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Hao Yue Saint's son's eyes flashed with a hint of chill. He immediately saw through the other's intent. How could he possibly allow himself to be used as a sharpening stone? As the array solidified, it also signaled the start of the battle. At the Saint platform, Lin Qingyue and the other Saint heirs closely watched. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Chu Wuheng did not merely rely on his sword Dao to win as before, but directly activated his extreme realm power. His body emitted a golden radiance. The divine power extreme realm greatly enhanced his physical strength, boosting his resistance and healing abilities. The heaven and earth vein extended like a vortex, gathering energy from all directions, rapidly pushing him to his peak condition. His primordial spirit, hidden within his body, merged with his flesh, enabling him to sense nearly invisible attacks. This profoundly difficult cultivation of extreme realm, for those born with limitless resources and exceptional talents like the Saint's son, had already been reached. Finally, he's been forced into his extreme realm. Below the platform, the one who had been defeated by Chu Wuheng the day before, Luo Cheng, gave a wry smile, but his eyes grew serious, eager to see how powerful the opponent's ultimate strength could be. On another side, one of the 6 semi-saint elders sighed silently, knowing his disciple was truly serious this time. He chuckled inwardly, knowing well his disciple's temperament, which appeared indifferent on the surface but was actually extremely obstinate. Hao Yue Saint's son, sensing the might of his opponent's extreme realm, remained indifferent, his body gradually emanating golden light, only displaying the divine power extreme realm. Swoosh! Chu Wuheng made the first move, his body suddenly disappearing in an instant, using returning ruin instantaneous movement. Against Luo Cheng before, he hadn't used this technique, merely relying on sword intent to capture and defeat him, but now he deployed the returning ruin, taking the initiative. Hao Yue Saint's son's eyes flicked, the golden-tinged rims in his pupils allowing him to seemingly perceive some traces. His sword light abruptly lashed out, catching Chu Wuheng who had just emerged from returning ruin instantaneous movement, seemingly walking right into the sword light. Chu Wuheng's body suddenly retreated. This initial attack was not a real one, but merely a probe. Sun and Moon divine eyes can peer into the returning ruins. Chu Wuan's eyes grew heavy, understanding suddenly that his opponent, born with unusual pupils, could indeed, as rumors had suggested, spy into the movements of the returning ruins. Legends state these were divine eyes, formed at the pinnacle of a saint's concentrated Tao, containing the ultimate truth of the saint path. With these divine eyes, one could peer into the returning ruins. It was now understandable. Since the returning ruins proved useless, Chu Wuan had no plans to attack with them again. He drew his sword from his belt, its surface covered in rust. But at that moment, the rust shook off. This rust was not mere rust, but blood rust. It was dried blood that had clung to the sword. Now, as the blood rust dusted off, a brilliant, river-like sword light emerged. Sword passes, traceless. Chu Wuan suddenly made his move, immediately employing one of his unique skills. His sword seemed to transform into the autumn wind, and as it swung, the sword chi instantly vanished, leaving the void cleaved open. Everywhere the sun and moon shine, traces are left. Your sword is but a minor path. Hao Yue Saint Sun hovered in the air with cold eyes, looking down at Chu Wuan swinging his sword. At that instant, his entire Tao domain expanded, with 49 layers upon layers, within which seemed to rotate the yin and yang of the sun and moon. The traceless sword chi suddenly appeared within his Tao domain, solidified and fixed. 49-layer Tao domain. My God, am I seeing things? The outer disciples below were all shocked and boiling over. On the saint platform, many saint heirs also narrowed their eyes. Among the crowd, Zhang Yingyue, who had already been defeated and lost the chance to make it to the top 16, shifted her gaze slightly, looking toward a seating area where a young man was sitting indifferently. Her eyes flickered. Not knowing the opponent's age, it was hard to compare the number of Tao domains he had. Some of the Tao Law realms within the Holy Land, said to have lived thousands of years, had condensed dozens, even nearly 100 Tao Law realms. These were all once saint heirs, who, unable to become saints afterward, could only develop laterally, delving into the Tao domain. Old saints who had cultivated for thousands of years wielded extremely terrifying power. Boom! With the Tao domain pressing down, the silently traceless sword chi not only became visible but was also shattered. With an indifferent expression, Hao Yue Saint Sun also drew his sword and suddenly struck down the moon in a single slash. The sword light, like a crescent moon, was silvery white and dazzling, the same swordsmanship he had used yesterday to defeat another saint heir. Chu Wuan's gaze intensified, wanting to dodge, but he found the sword light locked onto him. Returning ruins, he quickly used instant teleportation to shift, yet, the sword light followed, undeterred by the returning ruins. Chu Wuan realized then that the sword light followed Hao Yue Saint Sun's will, and the opponent's sun and moon divine eye could see his movements. If he couldn't escape the divine eye, he couldn't escape the sword chi. No wonder the opponent had defeated a saint heir with a single sword strike yesterday. This was a strike destined to hit. Since he couldn't dodge, he would break through. A battle intent appeared in Chu Wuan's eyes as he suddenly swung a radiant sword light, sword intent layered like silk, stacking up in front of him to form a vast net aiming to envelop and imprison the entire space. With a loud bang, the crescent moon slashed around, seemingly indestructible, severing his sword net instantly. But the layered sword intent slowed the sword chi, yet in the next moment, it suddenly vanished. Chu Wuan's pupils contracted, his body darting quickly, but a tearing force still appeared across his chest. With a bang, his body was blown away. Blood splattered. Chu Wuan felt the bones in his chest were all cut through. He hurriedly used unwithering strength to quickly heal. Fortunately, he was in a divine power state, which granted him astonishing self-healing abilities. Otherwise, this slash might have cost him half his life. The opponent had used returning ruin instantaneous movement on the sword chi. Chu Wuan looked up, his gaze icy cold. He knew of this technique, but with the opponent having the sun and moon divine eye, it essentially nullified his returning ruin's extreme realm, and although he could himself perceive the returning ruin's extreme realm, he could only just manage to glimpse it. If the opponent moved too fast, he could still be caught. Moreover, all his sword intent had been severed, losing the means to trace the signs of the returning ruins. The crowd outside fell into a stunned silence. Yesterday, Hao Yue Saint Sun had overwhelmed another saint heir with a single strike. Today, yet again with a single strike, he had severely injured Wu Heng Saint Sun. Everyone could see that if the opponent took the opportunity for a fierce attack, Chu Wuan would be in grave danger. A minor path indeed is a minor path. How dare it contend with the sun and moon? Hao Yu's gaze was cold, seemingly stating a fact. As he said this, his own sword intent also reached perfection. While continuously crushing minor paths, he was also building his invincible Grand Dao heart, perfecting his own Dao. Chu Wuan used his sword as a support to stand up, his eyes becoming sharp, his sword emanating a dazzling light. Shadowless sword. Suddenly, he made another sword strike, this one executed in advance as he lifted his hand. Whoosh! The sword light traveled through the void, suddenly appearing before Hao Yue Saint Sun, directly bypassing his 49-layer Dao domain. Everyone's eyes still lingered on the sword in Chu Wuan's hand, but the sword chi had already been released. With a soft sound, Hao Yue Saint Sun slightly turned his head, a faint scratch appearing on his cheek, but before the blood could flow, the wound had already healed. His eyes turned icy. This strike had actually wounded him. Bright moon. He slowly lifted his hand, and the sword light now gathered into a bright moon, as if lifting a round of moonlight in his palm. Then, suddenly, myriads of sword energies shot forth in all directions. Each strand of sword chi emitted an extremely terrifying power, not inferior to the single crescent moon he had struck earlier. Bang, 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 in the void, the sword light flickered, and Chu Wuan's 1,000-strand sword became fragmented and perforated. His Dao domain extended, 37 layers of Dao domains were superimposed one after the other. The quantity of those Dao domains startled and shook the disciples below. His Dao domain alone was enough to suppress over 90% of the inner sect disciples. However, compared to Hao Yue Saint Sun's 49-layer Dao domain, it still fell far short. Sword light pierced through, converging in a straight line, and in the blink of an eye, it tore apart Chu Wuan's Dao domain. A succession of sword lights struck him, sending him flying, his arms severed. A vast and mighty power suddenly enveloped Chu Wuheng, fending off the remaining hundreds of sword lights. Hao Yue Saint Sun slightly furrowed his brow and looked up toward one of the 6 elders. "You have already won this battle," the elder said calmly. Then, the body of Chu Wuheng on the battle platform disappeared, along with the sword held in his severed hand, reappearing in front of the elder. The elder extended his hand, and law power enveloped it, swiftly healing the body, restoring the injuries. Hao Yue Saint Sun remained indifferent as he also retracted his Dao domain, the golden light around him fading into concealment. If he had slain his opponent in this battle, it would have been detrimental to his reputation, and a great loss to the Holy Land. He wasn't angered, though. Chu Wuheng stood up, his complexion somewhat unsightly, knowing that he had been defeated, and very thoroughly at that. His sword pursued the traceless like a fine rain, but in front of the opponent's sun and moon divine eye, it was entirely exposed, and his returning ruins extreme realm was also nullified. The difference in their strengths was indeed too great. "Thank you, Master," Chu Wuheng bowed to the elder and said, before turning and withdrawing. The elder let out a silent sigh in his heart. Without trying, one would never know the gap, but hopefully, this battle would not be a blow to Chu Wuheng but an encouragement instead. As the opening battle concluded, a cheer erupted from the silent disciples below, with countless calls of "Hao Yue Saint Sun" ringing out. In this place, the strong were revered. Hao Yue Saint Sun's strength heated up countless outer sect disciples, so powerful, he was a clear break in the ranks of the Saint Heirs. With one sword, he heavily injured another Saint Heir, and with another, he nearly killed him, truly terrifying. The expressions on the faces of other Saint Heirs and Saintesses turned even more solemn, feeling as if a great mountain was pressing upon them with the return of Hao Yue Saint Sun. Lin Qingyu's eyes flickered slightly, feeling a bit of pressure. Her gentle sword intent had reached great accomplishment, which technically was the peak of her training, and going further would be entering Dao. She did not know if her current swordsmanship could measure up to him. Elsewhere, Bian Rushui was also sizing up Hao Yue Saint Sun. His sword intent was grand and vast, with the sun and moon reflecting upon each other, and he naturally possessed a divine eye. In their generation, he was known to be at the top. Just yesterday, Sword Saint had sent her a message, instructing her that Hao Yue Saint Sun had been cultivating longer than she had. He was not an existence she could contend with at present. Her goal in this competition was to rank in the top 5. After all, compared to these other Saint Heirs and Saintesses, she was much younger, and her foundation was still somewhat lacking. His sword must be close to what my master called the ultimate sword, but that is not the true ultimate sword. Bian Rushui glanced at Hao Yue Saint Sun, then withdrew her gaze. having witnessed the ultimate sword displayed effortlessly by Sword Saint, a Dao entrance-level sword technique. The manner of that sword had left an indelible impression on her, stabilizing her Dao heart, and confirming that she hadn't erred in her pursuit of the sword Dao. If she could master that sword, all would be worth it. With Brother Hao's talent, if he focused on sword training, perhaps in 100 years, he might approach this level. Bian Rushui's mind conjured up the image of that person in the mortal world, but thinking of his smiling face as he leaned over a chessboard, she also felt some regret. At that moment, the elder's prompting voice came from ahead, calling her name. Bian Rushui also snapped back to reality and saw that it was her turn to fight in the second battle. And her opponent was Lin Qingyue. Both women exchanged a glance, no excess words exchanged, as they descended onto the battle platform. Seeing the two saintesses clash, the atmosphere below the stage heated up again. Male disciples' eyes were shining. Setting aside their swordsmanship skills, just the graceful deportment of the two saintesses was a treat to the eyes. But those elite inner sect disciples paid even more attention to the battle of swordsmanship between the two, dismissing physical appearances as inconsequential. It's Saintess Cher, I've heard she's the youngest among the saintesses, only 27 years old? Tisk tisk, at 27, to be at the Daola realm, it's simply terrifying. That's not all, her master is a sword saint, top-tier pill masters serve her, and she has sword saints guiding her cultivation. Do you understand what it means to be taught by a saint? This battle looks perilous for Saintess Qing Ying. Are you kidding? Saintess Qing Ying has twice the years of cultivation as her, there's no way she could lose. Saintess Qing Ying's master made a mistake and was locked in the sword prison. She's self-taught in her cultivation. What does it matter if she's older than Saintess Cher when she can't match the guidance of a sword saint? Don't underestimate her just because she's young. This Saintess Cher has a natural affinity for the sword and high aptitude. She's not much less than the other saintesses. The disciples below were buzzing with discussion, all familiar with the youngest saintess of the Holy Land. On the battle stage, the array slowly solidified. Lin Qingyu's expression was indifferent, the incarceration of her master being a scar in her heart, but at this moment in the battle, she wouldn't let these thoughts affect her. Bian Rushui's expression also became serious. This was her first time fighting a saint-class disciple, and her debut battle. She had watched Lin Qingyu's previous fights, her sword intent as gentle as water, similar to her own ice and snow, but her sword intent was even more fierce. Since the two were not familiar with each other, they didn't engage in much conversation. As the battle commenced, neither took the other lightly, but both released their extreme realm, divine power, and heaven and earth vein. Quickly, they brought their conditions to their peak. Lin Qingyu's eyes were as calm as a lake, while Bian Rushui's eyes seemed to have drifting snowflakes, gradually becoming piercingly sharp. Whoosh! Suddenly, Bian Rushui brandished her sword, and in an instant, the battlefield seemed frozen, as the heavens and earth turned to ice. From her sword intent, her sword Dao was restraining Lin Qingyu's. Lin Qingyu's sword intent was soft like water, but she could freeze it. To shatter the ice, only the most rigid and radiant sword Dao would suffice, and for Lin Qingyu's gathering and dispersing, soft as water sword intent, it was very susceptible to being influenced by Bian Rushui. This was a battle she believed she must certainly win. As the frost covered everything, even through the array, the disciples outside could feel a cold draft, with temperatures dropping around them. Lin Qingyu's gaze turned serious. She knew the difficulty of this battle. If it had been earlier, she might not have been confident, but at this moment her sword intent reached great accomplishment, enlightening her to the principle of utmost gentleness. The pervasive frost in the air was also a trajectory of her sword intent. Zing! A green light-like sword intent suddenly struck out, tearing a gap in the ice, the soft as water force now tearing through the frost, flying straight toward Bian Rushui. Bian Rushui was taken aback, her pupils shrinking slightly as she suddenly swung her sword, her Dao domain expanding, freezing everything around her. The onrushing sword intent was also obstructed by the Dao domain, her Dao domain layered upon itself, 22 layers strong. And within the Dao domain were all sword chi, evidently each layer was the sword domain of different superior sword technique. As the sword domains overlapped at that moment, drifting snowflakes rose around her, suddenly roaring, shattering the incoming sword intent into pieces, and shrouding Lin Qingyue beneath. But it was at that moment that Lin Qingyue took a step into the returning ruins, appearing behind Bian Rushui, her hands green light slashing out. The breath Bian Rushui exhaled turned into guiding lines, forming sword chi, enveloping and strangling her body. The sword qi illuminated the 22 Dao domains and directly slashed Bian Rushui's cheek, leaving a scar on her beautiful face. But the wound healed instantly. Bian Rushui's body disappeared into the returning ruins, avoiding this sharp sword in an instant of injury. When she reappeared, Bian Rushui's gaze became much more solemn. Great accomplishment of the gentlest sword intent. Qing Ying actually perfected her sword intent. Was it a sudden insight after the battle with Dragon Slayer? On the saint platform, the eyes of many saint heirs and saintesses turned solemn. Many of them had yet to perfect their sword intent. A perfected sword intent meant one step away from entering the Tao. Unfortunately, it's just a minor path. Hao Yue's saint's son showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but immediately shook his head slightly. Compared to his own son in Moon Dao, it was all minor. Even if it was perfected, it was not worth considering. This child Qing Ying, since her master's mishap, has been self-studying swordplay every day and has not fallen behind in her cultivation. It appears that the incident didn't affect her much. Yao ancestor narrowed her eyes slightly. To be able to perfect sword intent to great accomplishment at such a young age indicated a terrifying perception in sword Dao. Given another few hundred years, she would be another half-saint of sword Dao. But monster cultivators face fierce competition and often die young. On the battle platform, Bian Rushui sensed that her opponent's sword intent appeared to be perfected, surpassing her own, so the restraining effect she had was nullified. She took a deep breath, gathering chi force in her spine where her innate sword bone resided. A trait she was born with but lay dormant until awakened by the sword saint. Now, chi force infused into her sword bone, spreading an icy chill throughout her body. The temperature around her dropped further, and Bian Rushui's aura grew stronger. The chi force inside her body, transformed by the sword bone, turned into sword gang. Swoosh, suddenly, she stepped forward, performing the returning ruin instantaneous movement. To reach the returning ruin's extreme realm, many object control skills must be perfected to their limit. Bian Rushui, having been taught and guided directly by Taoist-level sword saint, mastered the entire sword saint's heavenly command and entered the returning ruin's extreme realm within half a year. Therefore, despite her short years of cultivation, she had almost all her potential extreme realms opened. As she appeared instantaneously in front of Lin Qingyue, the vast sword gang within Bian Rushui condensed, and she struck with her sword, freezing heaven and earth. Lin Qingyu's Dao domains emerged, layer upon layer, totaling 28, but now they were frozen by the icy chill. The sword intent and laws of her sword domain all solidified, and countered directly by Bian Rushui's own Dao domains. When the piercing sword gang slashed towards her, Lin Qingyu's sword light twisted, spreading out like a tidal flow encircling the sword gang, pulling it aside. Then, in a wave-like reversal, the sword intent surrounded Bian Rushui. Bian Rushui felt a chill in her heart and suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. Sword intent erupted, and the intense cold froze the tidal-like sword momentum. Clang! The two swords clashed, and the fierce sword gang, like a great axe, forced Lin Qingyue back. Ice sword bone, no wonder she was taken as a direct disciple by the sword saint, reportedly a chance encounter in the mortal world. In combination with her cultivation of sword Dao, it fits flawlessly. Sword Saint personally taught her. How could there be any mistakes? She won't make a false step. On the saint platform, the eyes of all the saint heirs and saintesses flickered, surprised that the youngest saintess possessed such formidable skills, using her ice sword bone to actually suppress Lin Qingyu's perfected sword intent and 28 Dao domains. However, they could see that Lin Qingyue had not yet used her true force. After all, perfected sword intent was not limited to this, and Lin Qingyue also had a Taoist body which she hadn't yet used. Aren't you going to use heaven and earth law manifestation? Bian Rushui looked at Lin Qingyue with calm eyes. Compared to other saint heirs and saintesses, her biggest weakness was the lack of heaven and earth law manifestation. Others were at the 5 extremes realm, but she was only at the 4 extremes realm. When she was in the soul succession realm, she was taken away by her master Jian Wudao, and due to some connections, she was sent to Gan Dao Palace to worship the Dao Law Realm true person. This prevented her from ever connecting with the heaven and earth law manifestation in her lifetime. However, having met her current master sword saint, he had told her that when she reached a bottleneck in her life's cultivation, she could reincarnate and rebuild, and the master would protect her, for her next life was her true peak. Lin Qingyue heard her words, shook her head slightly, didn't say anything, only gradually converting the energy inside her body into her innate yin Taoist fetus. Right now, energy swirled in her abdomen, her entire being turning into a soft, water-like force. Only she knew the true extent of her strength after reaching the perfection of the gentlest sword intent. Combined with her innate yin Taoist fetus, she could push her sword intent to its limits. She had planned to save this power for stronger rivals later on, but now, she was forced to use it prematurely. As Lin Qingyu's aura shifted, Bian Rushui quickly sensed it. Her gaze became solemn. She didn't speak but concentrated the sword gang within her sword bone, merging it into the ice sword intent. Raising her sword, she executed the sword technique she had studied from a young age, later refined to the Taoist level by her master's guidance. Snow Realm. The sword hadn't moved, but the piercing cold spread out like ice cracking. Suddenly, she struck with her sword, a falling snow. In that instant, it seemed as though a heavy snow floated across heaven and earth. Countless snowflakes, turning into thousands of sword lights, all transported instantaneously in front of Lin Qingyue by the returning ruin instantaneous movement. Equivalent to thousands of sword lights instantaneously firing, freezing everything. But Lin Qingyue stood there, as if unable to react in time, the falling snow like sword light converging, yet passing through her body. Utmost gentleness. Untouchable softness. Dressed in blue, she stood amidst the wind and snow, surrounded by stirring sword gang, yet not even her hair was stirred. She stood quietly with her sword, just silently watching Bian Rushui. However, such a terrifying scene caused Bian Rushui to lose her composure. The people outside the arena were also shocked by this sight. How is that possible? She's unharmed, untouchable. Is this the perfection of the softest sword intent? Many saint-heirs and saintesses on the saint platform were also shocked, and the techniques displayed by Lin Qingyue at this moment made many of them feel frightened and their scalps tingle. Innate yin Dao womb combined with the perfected softest sword intent, Qingyue is now at the half-step into the path state. Amazing, although Shui Yu made a mistake, she has indeed recruited a good disciple for our holy land. The semi-saints such as Yao Ancestor saw this scene, their eyes revealing admiration. However, the standing sword saint in the center remained indifferent, showing no change in expression. At this moment, Lin Qingyue stood amidst the storm for a while, then suddenly used returning ruins flash to appear in front of Bian Rushui. Bian Rushui reacted extremely quickly, her sword gang roaring out like a silver dragon, slashing towards Lin Qingyue. But the silver dragon sword gang passed through Lin Qingyue's body while she merely raised her hand, and with a sweep of her sword, Bian Rushui only felt a slight chill in her throat. She touched it and saw a smear of fresh blood on her fingertips, yet the wound on her neck had already healed. However, she knew that if the opponent had used a killing move, it wouldn't be just a mere scratch. Bian Rushui was somewhat in a daze, her body's sword gang gradually dissipating, and the surrounding fierce snowstorm also slowly faded. I lost. A complex light flashed in her eyes. When she saw that the opponent had mastered the perfected sword intent, she had vaguely known this battle wouldn't be easy to win since she hadn't yet achieved heaven and earth law manifestation. Unexpectedly, the opponent hadn't used law manifestation either and defeated her purely through swordsmanship. Lin Qingyue withdrew her sword, said nothing, and turned her head to look in the direction of the floating seats. Without those 3 paintings that brought her sword intent to perfection, today's battle might have been extremely tough for her, and the outcome uncertain. Even with an additional heaven and earth law manifestation, under the situation where her sword intent was restrained, it wouldn't have made much of a difference. Noticing Lin Qingyue's gaze, Bian Rushui followed her eyes. When she saw Li Hao, confusion appeared in her eyes, but she didn't think much about it. Bian Rushui had heard some stories about this saintess Qingyue, knowing her mentor had made mistakes and was imprisoned more than a decade ago, leading to more than a decade without anyone to guide her, forcing her to cultivate on her own. Did you understand sword intent by yourself? I'm not as good as you. Bian Rushui was slightly silent, sighing lightly. She had come to realize that there are skies beyond skies, and the splendor of the mortal world pales in comparison to here. Lin Qingyue withdrew her gaze, responding indifferently. Someone accompanied me in practicing swordsmanship, so I wouldn't consider it self-realization. Accompanying in sword practice. Bian Rushui's eyes flickered. At their level, each practiced swordsmanship through self-realization or sought guidance from a mentor. To accompany them in practice, it must at least be at the same level, otherwise, it would be meaningless. Bian Rushui didn't ask further about which saint heir was accompanying Lin Qingyue in her cultivation. That was someone else's privacy. However, the mention revived memories of a scene in a courtyard from her childhood. It seemed, it had been a very long time since someone had accompanied her in practicing swordsmanship. If she were to return to the mortal world, could he still accompany her in sword practice? Bian Rushui shook her head slightly. By then, they would be at different levels. The child's play of the past was gone. She gathered her thoughts, seeing Lin Qingyue had already turned and stepped down from the battle platform. She also silently turned and flew away, returning to the saint platform. Watching the two return, the other saint heirs and saintesses' eyes flickered, weighing their own strength against theirs. The face of the dragon slayer saint son looked somewhat unpleasant. He had hoped to draw Lin Qingyue in today's lot to redeem his previous shame, but the recent battle made him realize it was fortunate he hadn't met her, or the embarrassment today would have been greater. Losing once could be stubbornly claimed as an accident. Losing twice would be too thorough. Moreover, the defeat would have been quicker this time. With sword intent perfection and the perfect integration with the Dao womb, that state was too invincible. Lin Qingyue sensed the gazes from others, but her expression was calm, showing no reaction. She knew this battle would make many see her as a formidable opponent. But the path of the strong never fears the cold wind nor the piercing chill. Qingyue won. That was incredible. What was that just now? That raging blizzard of sword chi couldn't even harm her. Lin Shanhai and other alchemists were excited, their faces filled with joy. Although Bian Rushui was young, her status as a direct disciple of a sword saint was not to be underestimated. And indeed, Bian Rushui did display extremely strong techniques, but it seemed Lin Qingyue completely surpassed her level, winning overwhelmingly. Many alchemists cheered, congratulating Lin Shanhai. Li Hao sat aside, his expression calm. He hadn't expected their first match to be between the two of them, but now he viewed it as a normal battle, the same regardless of the opponent. Winning and losing are common. One could only blame inferior skills. If lacking, then practice more. The Saintess Shaer lost, indeed, still too young. She's very strong though, reaching that level at 27. We were still hovering in the true man realm at 27. What? You reached the true man realm at 27? Then what does it make me at 27 still in the 4 stands realm? Don't mention it. My cousin was still in the 3 immortal realms at 27. The outside audience discussed animatedly, seeing the youngest saintess in action for the first time. Although she lost, many recognized Bian Rushui's strength and did not underestimate her.